Routing. We love routing. 1, 2, 3. Ladies and gentlemen, the program is about to begin. Please take your seats as the program is about to begin. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to the Aspen Security Forum. My name is Nick Burns. I'm co-chair of the Security Forum in the Aspen Strategy Group with my friend Condoleezza Rice. I'm going to say a few words this morning about the program and about who we are and the way we do business, and then I'll introduce my friend and colleague, Anya Manuel. We're up here in the Rocky Mountains, and in part because of the vision of three great American patriots, Joe Nye, Brent Scowcroft, and Bill Perry, and at a time in division in American society in the 1980s and in the foreign and defense policy communities during the Reagan administration, they were Democrats and Republicans who couldn't quite talk to each other in Washington. Does this sound familiar? And it was the vision of these three people that they should repair to the Rocky Mountains here in Aspen, and to talk to each other, and to listen to each other, and to show respect for each other, and to remember that we're all Americans and we're all dedicated to the same thing, which is the future of our country, its security to peace. As Anya said so beautifully last night, we all want the same things in the end for our great country. And so that's where we are today. We in the Aspen Security Forum believe deeply that when we come to Aspen, the R and D, and maybe even the I, if you're independent, they disappear from our lanyards. We're all Americans. And for those of us who are overseas, I'm not trying to exclude you at all. We're just having a discussion here in our country about the way forward. But you are so welcome here as well. But we come here to show respect and to show dignity for each other. And it's a learning process. And I hope that you'll find by the time that you leave here in a couple of days, it's been a beneficial experience. You've listened to people maybe that you wouldn't have met before. And we all would learn from each other. As we said last night, I don't know if all of you were there at Greenwald Tent when we opened this program, the Pentagon decided and other parts of the U.S. government that they weren't going to permit senior officials who had agreed to come and were on the original program to be with us this week. We thought that was unfortunate. We regret it very much, but here's our response. And we put out a statement, you can all read it. Our door is open, obviously, to the Trump administration. We want our government to succeed in the world. We want America to be successful. So it's open, we're open this week. We'll be open next year, and we'll be back here, same time, same channel, next year. And the year after that, because we live in a democracy, We have to have discussions and debate, and that's the basis of why we're assembling today. I got to say, too, as I looked at the program for today, it reflects the compelling nature of the world as it is today. And that's why we're so glad this is a global forum, that we have people from all over the world. And if you think about the future of 8 billion people, if you think about the future of our children, my wife Libby and I have grandchildren. Jane Harmon has 9 grandchildren. So we're at that stage of our life. And you think about them living in the second half of this century, and hopefully even into the next century, they're going to have to think about space. That's our first panel this morning. And about the future of humans in space, and that's positive if you think about space exploration and living beyond this planet. But also, think about the fact that great powers are competing in space. I know that in spades from my time I just returned from China as the U.S. ambassador. You think about U.S.-China competition, U.S.-Russia competition, what the Japanese and the Europeans are doing. That's going to be a compelling panel. We're going to talk about cyber. And that, of course, has been a very divisive issue in global politics. Again, in the U.S.-China relationship, if you remember our great FBI director, Chris Wray's statements publicly in 2023 and 24, he cited that as one of the greatest challenges in the U.S.-China relationship, and I came back from China believing that to be absolutely true. We're going to hear about energy, and we have a collection. The former Secretary of the Energy is here. Megan O'Sullivan, my friend and colleague at Harvard Kennedy School, will be here. And that's going to be so important to talk about energy futures, the fact that we in the United States take great pride in now being the world's largest energy producer, but also the climate side, and the fact that you have to look at both sides of the globe's energy future. I very much regret that the United States and China are no longer talking about climate change. In our administration, John Kerry and then John Podesta were our 2 climate envoys. I spent a lot of time as ambassador not always agreeing with the Chinese government on climate, but understanding they're the leading carbon emitter in the world. We're the second leading. I'm a climate change acceptor, not denier, and I think it's really lamentable that that conversation has stopped between the United States and China. So they'll talk about that, and I think one of the highlights today will be the Singapore Foreign Minister, Minister Balakrishnan. He's a really outstanding and experienced global diplomat. He's highly valued by countries and governments around the world. You know, Singapore plays this very interesting role in the Indo-Pacific. It's a city-state, and yet it punches so far above its weight. And I think Singapore has succeeded really from Deng Xiaoping's time forward to be almost the connector between China and the United States, and the country that really understands the United States and China best in that part of the world. And if you think about Singapore's trade picture, its largest trade partner is China, but its largest investor into its economy is the United States of America. So I highly value Minister Balakrishnan. I'll be introducing him later today. And then in the afternoon, we're merely going to talk about, I think, what is, if you look at the Wall Street Journal and the Financial Times most day, international trade and tariffs and the tariff wars and truces that are underway this year. And then 2 panels really thinking about 2 of the critical areas of the world. One on the Middle East and talking about the future of Israel. Israel in such an extraordinary position. If you think about this, we mentioned it yesterday, think about Israel being born, created May 14th, 1948, besieged over decades by attacks and enmity from all of its Arab neighbors, now the strongest country in the Middle East. Israel's in the strongest geopolitical position it's ever been in after the extraordinary events in Lebanon, in Gaza, in Iran, in Syria over the last 2 years. So we have a panel on that. And then we conclude today with a panel on China, and with 4 really outstanding thinkers about China, chaired by, I think, one of the most gifted correspondents on China, Lingling Wei of the Wall Street Journal. Does that get you excited about today? It has me excited. So This is going to be a great day. We're all going to learn a lot. Please, when you ask your questions, questions are good, comments are good, advice is good, disagreements. It's how we learn from each other, respectfully, as I know we'll be. So now let me introduce the person who really makes the group run. Condi Rice and I are co-chairs, but Anya Manuel is the executive director, so that means all the responsibility lies with her. Just kidding. And with Neve King, and with Leah Batunis, and with Alana, and all the fantastic team. But Anya has done a spectacular job over the last 4 or 5 years. Anya Manuel.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Aspen and to these beautiful mountains. I am going to start with a shout out to our truly unbelievable team here. We are tiny. We are only a few people who work on this year-round. I'm part-time, but we are led by the great Neve King, right here in the front. She's still working. She can't even look up. Leah Batunis, Alana Drimmer, Deb Cunningham, our Scowcroft Fellows, our interns. Please say hello to them and thank them when you see them in the hallways, because this is a big show to put on. We're very happy to do it every year, and we're so grateful to be here with all of you. So Nick has given you a really great overview of what you can expect to see the next couple of days. I'm going to give you just a couple of minutes on the spirit in which I hope we arrive here. It is an unbelievably complex world. I think more complicated than we've seen in many, many decades. And when you read the newspaper every day, you can feel like, gosh, how's this ever going to work out? You can feel pretty pessimistic. But what unites us all here, the reason we all come, is because we are unabashed idealists. Across all of the political divides that you see, I think there's something deeply human that unites all of us. We want to reduce conflict. We want to build stability. We want to create a more peaceful, prosperous world. That is the mission on which we're all engaged here, and that's what brings us together. And by the way, this aspiration crosses all political lines. President Trump has said repeatedly, he had another statement out last night about how much he just wants the killing to stop in Ukraine. He said a couple months ago, my preference will always be for peace and partnership, always. So that's what the president is looking for. President Biden told the United Nations last fall that our goal must be to end conflicts that are raging today and ensure that the forces holding us together are stronger than those pulling us apart. And that's what we're doing here. We're pulling ourselves together. But this hope alone isn't enough. So our theme for the next couple of days that I hope you'll share with us is to question a lot of assumptions. We're all experts here. We've got the rising leaders who are the new experts and who are already questioning the assumptions that the older generations have kind of clung on to. But just look at where our assumptions have gotten us. They don't hold anymore. We used to assume that economic interdependence would naturally lead to less conflict. We assumed that technology will always serve humans. We assumed that institutions built for a different era will remain fit for today. Our task here over the next couple of days is to question those assumptions and to come up with new tools, with new ideas. That's why we retreat to nature. We've said a lot already about Joe Nye, our wonderful founder of the group, who founded the Aspen Strategy Group 41 years ago. He passed away just a couple of months ago. And he would say to us repeatedly, you have to retreat to nature. The reason we come all the way up here with all the canceled flights, with people with layovers everywhere, is because this place is magic. There's a magic here with these forests and these mountains. And so here we are, we're retreating to nature to renew our thinking and to seek fresh ideas amongst all of you thoughtful, principled people. Thank you for being here, and let's get started. Thanks. And it's now my pleasure to introduce the first panel, if you can join me up here, on one of our most critical issues that are just really coming to the forefront, and that is space policy. If you look at it, we are dependent on space commercially. Every tech company I work with in California is fundamentally dependent on our satellites, on GPS, on what our infrastructure in space, and militarily. And we're also deeply vulnerable here. And we have with you really an incredible panel. Nina Armagno was one of the leaders who started the U.S. Space Force, who stood it up. There's still some growing pains, but it's an impressive thing that you did, so we're really grateful to have her with us today. Tim Ray is a retired 4-star general and former commander of the Air Force Global Strike Command. Robert Lightfoot is the president of Lockheed Martin Space, so he is doing this for us, building this great infrastructure for us. And Jane Harman, of course, chaired the Commission on National Defense Strategy. She's one of our most experienced legislators on intelligence and others. And to interview them, we have Gordon Lubold, who is formerly of the Wall Street Journal and now with NBC News. Thank you all.
Is this right? Anyway, great to be here. Welcome. Honored to be here. I guess now the first panel, talking about a great topic. I was chatting before we came up here that as in prepping for this panel, I was talking to various smart people I know, what's a good thing I should think about on space, questions or whatever. And one guy who's particularly smart, Jane and I were just chatting about, he said, yeah, like I want to know more about space. I just don't have time, or I just didn't really, I haven't spent a lot. I should be more into it, but I'm not. It's kind of like I should teach, or I should learn Mandarin someday, but I just haven't gotten there. I think with that, what I'm hoping we can do in the next 37 to 40 minutes is have a smart conversation with smart people, obviously, about this topic, but even recognizing the caliber of the people who are gathered here today, not everybody knows enough about space as much as they might like to. So I'm hoping that kind of one of the takeaways here ultimately is that you come back or come out of here thinking like, maybe I should be thinking more about space. I think I probably will, now having prepped for this and then had this conversation. Where in this moment, President Trump has focused some on space. He did create Space Force. Candidly, people thought it was kind of a joke and the uniforms and it was like Star Trek or whatever, but it's actually like it was a smart move. And I'm not saying that politically. I'm just saying I think we're gathered here to talk about this for a reason. And we'll get later to Golden Dome, which is a signature initiative of the president's. But somebody in the audience who shall remain unnamed gave me a good question to kind of start out with the panel, because I'm hoping to kind of get like a 2 or 3 minute take from each of you on kind of how you see the world in this context. But recognizing a lot of people don't necessarily understand what space means, what it is, how it affects us, our phones, our GPS systems. The question is, what is a day without space? Recognizing that we don't always know what a day with space is. So we can just go down the line on this one. Jane, if you want to start, I'd love it.
Good morning, everyone. I would just say a day without space is a catastrophe, both personally, commercially, and strategically. I can't imagine. How many of you use GPS? Oh, look, guess what wouldn't work? Thank you, Lockheed, by the way, for helping us with GPS. How many of you use cell phones? How many of you, we could go down the list, but it is not just personal use and personal comfort. I would argue that everything we do, and certainly militarily, something I have focused on over time, depends on space. The U.S. is the largest user of space. You can hear more details from the smart people to my left. And we are the most vulnerable in space. And I'm sure we'll get to China and ASAT tests and everything else that China's doing to win the race against us in space. But I would just say a couple more things. When I was elected to Congress in 1992, in the Aerospace Center of Los Angeles, where the LA Air Force Base is. It now has a new fancy name, and the Aerospace Corporation. Nobody knew what it was. Nobody knew how you could have an Air Force base that had to do with space. And the firms that worked in space were small, but I mean the big names that you all know. But then, 20 years later, as our task force report for the Council on Foreign Relations, which Nina and I co-chaired, documents, there's been an explosion in space. And leading that explosion is not the US, it's China. Final comment, Mike Pence, whom I had served in Congress with for 5 terms, approached me during Trump 1 and said, we really need a space council. And he was the driver of the focus in the White House on space. I would say, in bipartisan fashion, that the focus in space lagged in the Biden administration, and with the exception of some guy who used to be my constituent, his name starts with E, wasn't really a focus of President Trump, and needs to be much bigger focus of President Trump and all of us.
I'd like to just pull on the theme that Anya stated yesterday, the entire theme of this conference. Question your assumptions. We assume that we're going to have the capabilities that come from satellites. The United States military certainly relies on exquisite capabilities that come from satellites, from communications, strategic communications. All of our nuclear command and control go over satellite systems. Our weather, our missile warning, yes, GPS. Bringing it to this room, for the military, not one operation, certainly not any joint operation, but not even any single operation that happens in the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, or the Marine Corps. Nothing happens without space. So if you question your assumption, a day without space, this room would be dark. You would have had to pick up a map and walk here. There would be no air conditioning. We would not even be projecting our voices. And it's not because the satellites are controlling every single thing individually, but very specifically, it is that GPS timing signal that has become so important to everything we do, from running the timing on your phones, which coordinates everything else that happens with your phone, to the timing that runs our energy grid, our banking systems. It is that important. So assuming that space will always be there is a very dangerous assumption. And that's why Jane and I co-chaired this task force.
Little plug. Go.
Little plug.
Please.
I actually have some of our reports here for whoever would like one. I'll autograph, yes. Would you like to, Jane, with me? Okay, special autograph versions of our report. The reason I love our report is because it is so digestible. We set up the situation up front, which is our satellites are relied upon by not only the United States, but the world. They're vulnerable to attacks by Russia and China. We can get into the threat later if you'd like. The number of satellites in space are growing thanks to launches and mega constellations and our amazing commercial space and industry space capabilities. Debris is increasing, though, because of those launches and because of satellites that are aging out. And this all comes together in what I call a train wreck, unless we, as the United States, make a point to prioritize space. This is so digestible because it gives you 7 findings, 7 recommendations, and you can read it in about 5 minutes. We put everything right up front. Thanks to Jane Harmon, who cracked the whip on our task force every time we met. So, please, we'll pick up a copy at the end, and Jane and I will sign for you.
Well put.
Yeah, thanks for being here. My first chance to come to this forum, and so was hoping to just be in the forum, only to find myself on my drive up from Denver that I'm on the panel. So So it's great to be here, sincerely. And I know many of these people here, so great opportunity. So where I come from is a couple of experiences, I think, that help shape this. Spent a lot of time in the nuclear community, and so what it means to operate the nuclear forces. A little bit of time in the acquisition community with some success with the B-21 and a few other things. And some success with the operational experience of being the deputy commander in Europe for a couple of years, from 16 to 18. But more recently, running business executives for national security, a nonprofit where we bring the business leaders, the non-defense primes, alongside the government to help them think about industry best practices. So I'm really much more informed now on the finance side of things and what it really takes to get done. When I first think of a day without space, you would all be wise to worry about nuclear command and control. For those of you who would like to see us not do nuclear weapons, you would like to know that we could not do nuclear strikes and turn them off, which is really dependent on space, or that if we needed to in that regrettable scenario that we could use it, completely dependent upon space, and we have to be able to do it. But really, in a bigger sense, the things that we would call national security 10 years ago was a pretty small group of topics we could all quickly agree on. In 2025, that size of topics now expands to almost the entire society that we live in because of everything we do, from supply chains, grid management, energy abundance, not just energy resilience, but how we do our workforce, how we deploy capital. And I think now for us to go forward into this area, you're going to have a tremendous relationship between finance and freedom to be part of the underpinning conversation. You see the gridlock in DC, it can't get there by itself. So how you manage the development of capabilities in the public and the private sector and how you master that art, I think is going to be one of the things that define our success going forward. So that's how I see this as a really important part of that chapter.
Great, Tim. Thanks. Robert, please.
Yeah, I think my take on it is a day without space is simply chaos, right? I don't know if we really understand that. We talk about space. The folks that work in space, we understand that perfectly. I'm not sure the general public or a lot of people that are very educated understand that. And so when you think about what we began to use space for decades ago, it was to allow terrestrial operations on Earth, things that would happen, whether it was business, whether it was finance, whether it was military reasons, right, for that purpose. A fundamental shift probably occurred as we got more dependent on space. I think the fundamental shift was 2015 when the PLA decided, or China decided, that they declared space a warfighting domain. And when they did that, they actually changed the narrative, because everything we had built before that was to support things that are happening here on Earth. So we didn't have to worry about protecting that domain. So if you think about the domains, when we talk about domains, it's land, sea, air, cyber, and space. And I think cyber and space, and that's why I'm glad there are panels on both today, are the two that are least understood. You can see land, you can see sea, you can see air, you see planes, you see tanks, you see ships, right? So you get that fusion. You don't get to see satellites. And I think the understanding, if we can have one takeaway from today, would be this group, this thought leadership group that's assembled here, has a better understanding of your reliance on space and why we need to protect it and what's so important about that domain in our daily lives, but also in the security of our country.
That's great, real well put. And also to drive home the point, we're not talking about just a day without space. Potentially, it's not like lights out and we lose power for some hours in our house. This is like potentially you don't just turn it back on, whoever attacks space or attacks the satellites that control our phones or whatever else. It could be a much longer term proposition. I wonder if we could just kind of dig down a little bit more on the threat posed particularly to the U.S. By our, as Americans, reliance on space and satellites and all the rest of it. Well, let me just back up and say, I think we understand that American capabilities in space are amazing. You guys can speak to that if you want. But it's, in particular, China's ability to blunt some of those capabilities, their counter capabilities, that I think is where you see the rub of this kind of space race. So I wondered if you could all just talk about that, talk about the threat. And not everybody has to answer every question. Everybody can jump in. You all know each other. Jump in, argue, disagree, agree, whatever, but whoever wants to jump in first.
Our satellites are vulnerable because when they were first designed and built and taken through a very lengthy acquisition process, there was no threat in space. And we are talking about, like, unfortunately, a 20-year cycle. Pretty much the same as a fighter aircraft, actually. I mean, these exquisite military systems have had the luxury of taking years and years to develop. But we don't have that luxury anymore because Russia and China have built weapons and deployed them in space. All the way back to 2007, when China launched an anti-satellite missile, destroyed one of their own defunct weather satellites, created thousands of pieces of debris, and space, in space, debris creates even more debris. So it was a terrible situation. At first, the community said, oh my gosh, how could they be so irresponsible? But very, very quickly, the community said, this wasn't irresponsible, this was a statement. This was a show, a demonstration of their capability to destroy not only a Chinese satellite, but any satellite that they could reach. And this was in low Earth orbit. Today they can reach geosynchronous Earth orbit, which is 23,000 miles above the Earth's surface. That's just Russia. China have ground-based anti-satellite missiles. In space, they can attack our satellites, and they have, especially Russia has demonstrated this. There are ways to attack our ground control stations. I mean, that would just be a kinetic attack. We're vulnerable to cyber attacks in space, of course. Everything is connected from the satellite, the connective tissue to the ground segment, and then the connective tissue to the user equipment. And for this audience, the user equipment is your iPhone. All of those connections are vulnerable. And so the Space Force was actually established to protect and defend the domain, and we can certainly get into that. But the threat is real, and I think Jane wants to add to this.
Well, I wanted to segue to the threat to commercial and personal use of space, because it's not seamless. The military use is a specific focus, but the rest of it gets hurt too. And just think of all that debris called space junk floating around that can attack not just military satellites, which are vulnerable, but commercial satellites. And again, let's go back to GPS and all the things we can't live without. All of that stuff can go down basically accidentally, maybe intentionally, but possibly accidentally because of things crashing around in space. So our report doesn't just focus on the military threat, which is crucially important, and this is the Aspen Security Forum, but we also focus on search and rescue missions, on how to regulate space junk, on how to regulate space. Space doesn't respect national borders. I mean, President Trump can issue as many executive orders as he wants, but he's not going to take over the management of space with an executive order. Even Elon Musk, with his prowess, isn't going to take over the management of space. And just one little segue. In the 90s, when I was in Congress, this young South African called, and he was in a rental facility in El Segundo in my district. El Segundo is also where the Aerospace Corporation and the LA Air Force Base are. And he said, I want to talk to you. I'm building these less expensive missiles with Russian technology, and I want to sell them to the Pentagon. So I don't know what your reaction would have been. Mine was, really? And shows what my judgment is worth. But more seriously, I'll just make one comment on that. He has shown his incredible genius, but so have other companies, one of whom is on this platform. And it is important not to rely on sole source contracts. It's important for our government to use all the innovation the private sector can provide. This was a recommendation of the Commission on National Defense Strategy that I chaired as well. And to leverage, respect, applaud, help amplify the prowess of the private sector.
Yeah, I'd like to pitch in there. I always think about these as the margin to respond. You can't on the surface just stop somebody from acting. You need to deter. But the capacity to take a punch and respond appropriately is a really important part. And what Jane just said is a really important piece about what the industry can do. You've got a really big challenge in our country is that we've never scaled real capabilities since the end of the Cold War. We bought a lot of things for the war on terror, but we've lost that gene, right? So how do we tap into that innovation becomes a question of mastering the finance question of how we get the players on the field. You've got about $8 billion a year playing in the venture capital world, and it's pretty stable. But you're not seeing the private equity world come in because there's no cash flow, free cash flow scenario. So when you want to say go faster, tap into it, there has to be a realistic approach to the finance piece of it to actually pull it off. And so you're pretty healthy from a venture capital perspective. I think the relationship between the Space Force and the commercial space industry is really a great example. But because there's been that venture capital that's played, there's a pool to pull from. Other sectors of the industry are not as fortunate. So there has to become this acceptance of who can play and what we do with them. And the fact that we're not going to pull all those venture capital people across. You actually need to reconcile what you're going to do with the things you don't buy so that the Chinese don't buy them at dimes on the dollar. But to tap into that innovation, we don't have an innovation problem, we have an adaptation problem. We have a scaling problem. We are very good at innovation. How do we pick up those pieces, coherently put them together, and build margin is the real question. And that takes all those great recommendations and goes to the next. If you think you can go to Congress and make that happen, that's probably not a great strategy. But really knowing how we tap into the commercial financial markets to make that risk reduction a reality, I think that's going to be one of the formulas for success.
Yeah, I think to pile on that one, I think that's really important. I've got a lot of my competimates out here in the audience that build these systems. And how do we bring in the new ideas but help them scale? You take a company like Lockheed Martin, we've got plenty of scale, we've got plenty of legacy, but we're also used to exquisite and bespoke. We do plenty of innovation, but others do innovation too. And how do we partner as opposed to compete, right? And that's the way we're going to deal with this threat, because the one thing that I think the biggest threat we have is time. We can't buy time. And if you look at the threat space, in the last, I forget the numbers, I think since 2015, China has increased the number of satellites they have for intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance by 500%. 500%. I don't have time to go be bespoke and perfect and everything. I need to get capability on orbit that deters. This is a deterrence discussion, not necessarily a defend and defeat discussion. So our ability to, as maybe a more established company, to work with folks like the General's talking about, we've already been doing that. We're doing that in several places with our technology demonstrations, but that's the way the country is going to be more successful, I think, going forward. The other piece of that, really, if you think about threat, I know we're talking about in space, the threat is can we get the workforce? How do we excite the next generation to come into science, technology, education, STEM roles, right? Engineering and math. That's drying up. China's graduating ridiculously more engineers than we are. And so how do we incentivize that as well so that we've got the workforce? I mean, in some cases, it's not about the money, it's about the time and the people. So.
And the infrastructure.
Yeah, good point.
Could I just add a PS about the United States Congress? Anybody ever heard of the United States Congress? Anybody care about the United States Congress? I admit I bailed at a time when it was becoming more partisan and headed the amazing Wilson Center for 10 years. Sadly, that is going away due to drastic cuts by this administration. But my point is that Congress does have a role, a big role here. It did have a role, it does have a role. For one thing, the proposed budget cuts NASA by 25%. And if you think about what NASA does, I'm sure you're all aware, a lot of it is hard power, helping our military project power. But a huge amount of it is soft power through all of the ways that it excites the world about space. The Artemis Accords, which are a program to enlist states to go to Mars. And sadly, with less money, that's not going to be funded. and things of that nature, all of the advanced ways we have viewed into space and the gift we've made to the world about what we can see in the universe. It's just astounding. So Congress can restore those cuts, and why I wanted to raise this topic is Congress is working on a bipartisan basis to restore the cuts to NASA and maybe even increase NASA's prowess. It's a key agency, and Congress also could help assure that we recreate, fund, and use a space council to coordinate activities in the White House, which has atrophied both under the Biden administration and now under this administration.
So good. By the way, I want to come back to the debris thing at some point because I think it's fascinating, but to kind of stay on this theme for a second. Nina, I wonder if you could just talk and help educate our audience a little bit about Space Force and about, in the context of what we're talking about. Like, what does it do? Like I said, people kind of made fun of it initially because they thought about the uniforms and like, this is silly, but it's relevant, certainly to this conversation. What do they do and how can they help protect the U.S. in this context?
Well, let me start by saying that Netflix series called Space Force would still be running if they knew me, because I was the first director of staff for the United States Space Force as we were standing up. I have tons of material for that show.
A new career.
It was hilarious, especially at the beginning when they showed the rivalries among the services, and the poor Coast Guard was always at the bottom of the rung no matter what. Sorry, Coast Guard, I love you. We can't function as a nation without you. But they really, then they got silly. But they would have had a lot of really good material from me. When we were standing up the Space Force, the impetus was the threat. There needed to be a group of experts that could control their own budget, well, be given a budget, control the expenditure of that budget, control their people and develop their own workforce, and focus on space each and every day. And that's what the United States Space Force is doing. It came from the Air Force. It was a major command. It was Air Force Space Command, and largely Air Force Space Command just moved over and became a service. That's what it looked like the first few weeks and months, certainly, of the Space Force. And what I like about what they're doing now, those first few months and years were about the uniform and the song, and it was just an effort to establish a separate culture, internally, a separate look externally. But what I like what they're doing now, I mean, there are doctrine documents being written about how not only to protect and defend in space, but how to ensure that those capabilities that we have continue to operate through conflict, so that the Army, Navy, Air Force, and Marine Corps, in all domains, air, land, sea, undersea, can continue to function, to win wars. That's what the Space Force is all about. But there's a new domain, and in space, with the threats I did explain earlier, there needs to be a very deliberate approach to not only protecting and defending our satellites, but just like any kind of other military, we are now starting to talk about defenses and offensive capabilities in the space domain. Congress is on board. The Department of Defense is on board.
Wasn't there a cut to the Space Force budget, though, and then maybe reconciliation helped it out? But
the Space Force budget is flat. The first couple years, you did see almost a doubling, but it has been flat. And I have been critical of a flat budget for the Space Force. They are mission focused. They are small. maybe not as savvy as the other services as far as arguing for their capabilities. When you see, I'm just going to be honest, when you see the Army growing in those first couple of years, the Army growing, and the Space Force, 3% of the DoD budget, that's a foul. And you're right, the reconciliation bill has very much boosted space capabilities, or has the promise to, as well as Golden Dome.
I want to come to Golden Dome, but
Let me throw something on top of that, because I was on the sidelines watching it, know Jay Raymond pretty well, and listened to how he thought about it. I think if we prevail as a nation in the next 50 years, one of the most strategically important decisions we made was to build the Space Force. It will be an elemental move, because you went from an intel perspective in space and a lot of very expensive programs. You needed somebody as savvy as these guys to grind the gears with Congress to shift, because that was really a very ungraceful transition, but there was no other way, right? And you can't get this without Congress, but I'll always admire the strategic wisdom to go down that path and to create this DNA. And I'm a strategic nuclear guy, but I'm their biggest fan because of how they did it. It was a huge lift, but you really needed those experts in the room making Congress allies and to get those big shifts in the programmatic piece. But I think it's going to be a game changer for us going forward.
I'm just fascinated by the debris thing, so I just want to come back to it really quickly, because I'm pulling from the report that we can now plug it once again. 40,000 items in space that are bigger than 10 centimeters long, traveling at speeds of up to 18,000 miles per hour, which, by the way, I didn't know that was a thing. But that's just like a tangible thing that people can kind of like grasp onto. Okay, there's a bunch of litter up there. So how do you manage the problem? How do you work with allies and potentially adversaries to manage even that problem? Anybody?
Hey, I just want to see if Robert will jump in here wearing his NASA hat. Just talking about the practical impacts of debris on the International Space Station. I think
I was going to actually mention the speed, right? I don't think people realize that, to escape Earth, you have to get to 17,500 miles an hour. All those rockets that go, they look really pretty, but ultimately that's how fast they're going. If you're going less than that, you're going to re-enter. Okay, so all this debris is cruising around up there, some greater than 18,000. So think about something here getting hit by a piece this big that's going 18,000 miles an hour. It's going to destroy it, right? And it doesn't have to completely disintegrate it. Well, the International Space Station, the walls on the International Space Station are pretty thin. And we used to deal with what we call micrometeorite debris all the time. And there's actually safe havens for the astronauts and the cosmonauts, where you would get a warning from what's the Space Force now. They're just tracking all the debris. You have a potential. You can't move the space station. Sometimes you can get it out of the way. Sometimes you can't. And people would have to go to their safe haven in case it got hit, because it would depressurize, and then it's a bad day. It's a Hollywood movie kind of thing that's not good. So that was part of and by the way, it's in low Earth orbit. So this debris, no matter where it starts, is ultimately going to come, decades, by the way, in some cases, it's ultimately going to come down and re-enter. And so I think that's the challenge, is everything between those debris sites, the anti-satellite test you talked about, anything from there to basically the atmosphere is in danger.
Is this the common problem that the U.S. can work with allies and others?
Yes, and this is one, I think, some of the lower hanging fruit that we could work on. Much harder issues are nukes in space. I'm sure we're going to get there. And the China challenge, But everyone has an interest in satellites not being destroyed accidentally by space junk. And satellites are hardened now. They're much stronger, more resilient than they used to be, but not totally. And another piece of this is space traffic management. Think about satellites crashing into each other and what tools we have. We're good at, not perfect, at air traffic management, but we don't have an adequate system in space. And all of what we do is evolving toward space and away from some of our older analog, I don't know that anything's analog anymore except me, but our older analog systems. And we call for global systems, if possible, to manage issues like this. And the hope is that it would from more mundane commercial traffic issues, it would somehow build the trust that's necessary to do what we really, really need to do, which is to have rules in place to regulate space so that we don't have a nuclear war in space, catastrophic, obviously.
And those rules should be put together and established by a group of international experts, bringing in commercial space and the space industry, literally bringing them to the table for policy decisions and establishing rules of the road in the space domain. One of the things that makes this probably the scariest for me is that there are no rules. There are no rules. Ships have to pass to the right of each other, left, well, whatever it is. Correct. Ships, okay. You drive in our country, you drive on the right side of the road. You drive in some other country's left side of the road. Back to horse riding, it's left. I'm not a horse rider, but I learned this during our study. You keep the other person on your left. Nothing like that in the space domain. And so, with all of this extra activity up there, be it nefarious or just the fact that China is growing exponentially in space and using space like we do in the United States, there is a chance for a miscalculation. That is and then you add to it that we don't communicate with China. Ambassador Burns mentioned it yesterday. Communication is the biggest thing, the biggest breakthrough that we need to make with China. Supposedly there is a hotline between the Pentagon and China. I've never seen it. T-Ray? I've not. Okay, he's not confirming nor denying.
There is a line. I don't know if they pick up.
They don't pick up, right? The United States is the one who does space traffic management. It's a small squadron in Colorado of military Space Force guardians. They do it for the world. And they email China when there's going to be a collision or a potential collision. And do you think they get answers from those emails? No. So we need an international approach, and we need China to be at the table with us.
We can explore that further, but I want to hit, if this thing's right, we have not that many remaining minutes. I want to hit Golden Dome real quick because I think it's again, kind of a signature initiative by the president. I think it's a tangible thing that people can kind of be like, understand kind of a system of systems to defend the American homeland. It's in its nascency. I'm not sure that there's a strategy necessarily that the administration has settled on. I think for various reasons, and we'll leave it at that. But the president did throw out a $175 billion number. I think somebody suggested to me that that number was maybe pulled out of space a little bit. But does the U.S. need a Golden Dome? What's changed since President Reagan suggested Star Wars years ago? And is the president's vision, such as it is, realistic for everybody?
I'll tell you, divorce yourself from the source and embrace the idea that you now have two nuclear triads you have to deter. The Chinese are hammered down on matching us. Your triad is ancient and really struggling. You've got to rebuild it all. You can't keep up with two. So for every two I build, they just have to build one. You have to go there with missile defense. You saw my time in Europe. I was the three-star who would run the integrated defense systems with Israel. It's a numbers game, bottom line. But the homeland is no longer sanctuary on many dimensions. And you cannot deter, with one triad without changing the relative magazine depth of our adversaries. You got rogue actors, and we did great with the North Koreans, but this is something that is going to be paramount. It's going to be key to our survival. It's going to be a huge infrastructure bill. It's going to be a huge tech bill. It's a big space piece, but we don't have the luxury of waiting to debate this. You're out of time, and
Time's the
you need to
enemy.
do it.
I think the general said it well. The difference between now and the Reagan era, two things. It's the threat space is totally different, and the capabilities of our adversaries are not just ballistic missiles, right? That's what we protected against. Now we have hypersonic glide.
ICBMs, hypersonic.
Yeah, which is a tough putt. It's just a tough putt, right? And then the second piece to me is we have a lot better technology than we had back then, and it's proven out. A lot of that technology is the same technology we're seeing in the Middle East will be kit that is brought to this battle from a Golden Dome perspective. And while we built all that from a deterrent perspective, it's working pretty well.
Yeah. I would just say, I think the concept is worth pursuing, but if it eats the whole defense budget, and if it explodes our debt even further, that's a huge new vulnerability for us. So we have to do this carefully, strategically, and not just go to a sole source contract. Think somebody whose name starts with E, and which is what I think generated
This time I got that. The first time
generated this, although there are real threats. That's not a partisan comment, Nick. I don't know where Nick is. I promise it's not. Because he was my constituent, so okay. But my point is, it needs to be considered in a context, and this commission that I chaired recommended that we have to use all aspects of national power, including soft power, to project adequate U.S. strength against our enemies, China, Russia, and others, and rogue actors, and obviously terror groups. So let's keep that in mind as we debate this.
I have one question for Robert, but yeah, please. Yeah, go.
I just wanted to say I like the approach, stitch together what we have currently and integrate it. That's not, we don't have the capability today for all of those piece parts to communicate in any kind of a defensive way. Only facing out over the Pacific and only for essentially North Korean ballistic missiles. So I like the fact that the first step is to take what we have and integrate it and then build. And I like that some of that space technology, Space-Based Interceptor, is a program that is being funded under Golden Dome. I like the fact that maybe some of that tech can be applied to the needs of your Space Force.
In terms of capabilities that exist now, industry has some. THAADs and Patriots are the things that we hear about all the time. We hear about it not only in this context, but in the context of the operations in the Middle East and all the rest of it. Everybody wants a Patriot, more THAADs, more interceptors. Can industry scale quickly and make enough for the demand?
I think it's to what General said about infrastructure, right? Yes, we can scale, but again, it's time. It's going to take a little while to do it. And I think what you'll see, I mean, not to make it political, but the administration is now looking at funding munitions ramp-ups, and that's in the reconciliation as well, recognizing what is that magazine depth, what are we going to need to go do that forward, and so those fundings happen, and industry's ready to take that on.
Yeah. But there's a lot of work for the government to do to integrate the tech sector and the innovation sector, which is mostly outside of government, with government procurement. Government procurement was built in the 14th century, and it is absolutely mind-boggling how inefficient it is and how new inventions never get anywhere. It's not just funding, it's actually adaptation of the technology. And the good news is the Pentagon does have something called the Defense Innovation Unit. I think Doug Beck will be here. But the bad news is, he can't be here. Pardon me, Doug Beck has magically disappeared. He's a great guy, but the point is, DIU is funded at about $1 billion out of an $850 billion growing to $1 trillion budget. go figure and ask yourself, is that enough money to do what is really needed?
Let me throw one last thought.
And
to
then
our
we're going to get to,
partners
okay,
now. Yeah.
go ahead, please.
If you want the American military to come to your aid, which we absolutely must do, if you want us in your regions, in the Pacific, in Europe, we have to project power from the homeland, and it is no longer sanctuary. This is in the good of everyone's interest that we do this, because if we want to go to Europe, then we're going to be attacked in the homeland, and we're going to be stopped from a multitude of threats. And so this is about, not just about America, this is about strategic depth to take care of our partners as well.
All right, thanks so much. I actually had a great closing question, I thought, but I don't think we have time because I think Neve has given me the virtual hook. I wanted to get to some questions here, didn't get that. There's a lot to talk about. Thank you for everybody for joining us. Please join me in thanking our panel, and also a special star for Tim, who stepped in at the last minute. So thanks very much.
You ready?
Yes.
Thank you. Zanny will sit here. Okay, everybody, please take your seats if you can. Hey, Neve. Okay, everybody, good morning. Please take your seats. Please take your seats, everybody. Good morning, everybody. If I could ask everyone to be seated, we would appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. We're now going to talk about energy. When we think about power among the great powers of the world, you think about the metrics of power, traditionally military or diplomatic or economic. Energy power has taken center stage. The United States has significant energy power. Russia, it's one of its sole sources of power. China, deficient. Maybe the Achilles heel. We've got a great panel to talk about that. I hope they'll also talk about climate in relation to energy. But here we have Dan Brouillette, former Secretary of the Energy of the United States, Jorel Sampaio from the Brazilian Foreign Ministry, an energy expert, Jason Bordoff of Columbia University, founding director of the Center of Global Energy Policy, and last but definitely not least, my good friend and colleague at Harvard, Megan O'Sullivan, who's written a great book called Windfall, on global energy trends. And we're so happy that Zanny Minton-Bedos, the editor-in-chief of The Economist, is going to grill these panelists. Thanks so much, Zanny.
I'm not going to grill. You just want me to do the same treatment that I gave you yesterday. Thank you, Nick. Thank you. Welcome, everyone, to this conversation about energy security in a changing geopolitical world. I think it's worth reflecting that if we had had this conversation, 5, 10 years ago, and certainly if we'd had it in Europe, but I think probably here too, we would have expected to be talking about how do we transition affordably and sustainably away from fossil fuels in a decarbonizing world. That would have been the focus of our conversation. Today, that may be part of it, but it is certainly not the only focus of our conversation, because the world is so different, as Nick has said, and as Anya has been telling us, that geopolitically it's transformed, economically it's transformed. Gone is the world where we want to integrate everything in a globalized world. We're now much more focused on industrial policy and resilience. And we are in the midst of this enormous shock revolution that is artificial intelligence, which has also transformed the energy landscape. And so I think energy security means something very different today than it did 10 years ago. And what I want us to do in this conversation is kind of explore that. And I think now, if you think about a country's energy security, you are thinking about literally the security of your energy supplies, but you're also thinking about affordability. You're also thinking about, do you have enough energy supply to cope with the AI revolution? You're thinking about reliability, you're thinking about supply chains, you're thinking about a whole manner of things. And just to give you a sense of the scale of the change, we are suddenly in a world where energy demand looks very different than it did a decade ago. And electricity is what is going to drive the AI revolution. And just a couple of stats. In the developed world, in the rich world, energy consumption was essentially flat for the last couple of decades. In the US alone, the latest projection that we wrote about a couple of weeks ago is from a consultancy, these figures, for a 25% increase in demand for power by 2030 and a 78% increase by 2050. And that's just the United States. So to drive this AI revolution, we are going to need a huge amount more power. Secondly, the geopolitical landscape gives an enormous number of new strengths and vulnerabilities. Those of us who come from Europe are acutely aware of what over-reliance on one provider of a key energy source means. If we didn't know it before February 2022, we certainly know it now. But it's not just Europe, although Europe's particularly poorly positioned. If you look at the United States, it's the biggest exporter of oil and gas, but China dominates supply chains for clean energy. There are vulnerabilities there, I think, for the US. And then the third area is the area of political economy, which I think has changed very dramatically. We are learning that there is a limit to the price that voters are prepared to pay for decarbonization. We are learning that it is not simply possible to optimize only for the climate. We're also learning that the biggest economy in the world has what one might call an erratic approach to energy policy. If you look at the thrust of the IRA, and you look at the thrust of the BBB, they are very different in terms of the attitude to energy. So I think there's a kind of policy, what should we call it, inconsistency or policy shock there. So this is the world that we all inhabit now. So how do you think about what it means to be energy secure? And if you're a policymaker, how do you kind of put these different things in different priorities? So that's why I wanted to start. And Dan, since you have been Energy Secretary, I'm going to start by asking you to imagine you are back in your old job. And indeed, you've also been Deputy Energy Secretary.
Please don't.
And first of all, do correct me if I've mischaracterized the things that I assume you were thinking about then. But how do you put some sense of priority on this? How do you think about what energy security means and what should be the priorities?
Wow.
I hate getting the first question. It seems like the hardest one, and it should go to somebody like Jason or someone else who's really, really talented at this. Look, thank you for the opportunity to be with all of you here today. It's an honor for me to join you at the Aspen Security Forum. It's my first time here, and I've enjoyed the few hours that I've been on the ground, so thank you for the opportunity to be with you. Look, if I were in the role today, it is obviously a much different world than it was just 5 years ago when I was in office. It seems like 5 lifetimes ago, but the world's changed quite a bit in 5 years. But if I were thinking about it today, I would approach it in much the same way that you just articulated. I think over the course of the last decade, perhaps 2 decades, we tended to view energy policy almost exclusively through the lens of climate and its impact on climate, which is important. I'm not suggesting that's unimportant. It is important. But it gets a bit risky when that is your primary lens by which you approach these things. The world has changed quite a bit. The points that you made about the whiplash effect, those are my words, not yours, obviously, but I mean the changes in policy direction, I think are most acute at the congressional level and perhaps at the senior-most levels of the elected politicians in the U.S., meaning the president and the Congress. I will tell you that in my experience at the Department of Energy, my experience in energy policy differently is that looks a lot different when you talk to the technical experts or you talk to the industry, you talk to the people who actually live in this world. And Jason and I have had this conversation many, many times. The things I did as Energy Secretary to advance things like LNG exports, natural gas production, were simply building on what Ernie Moniz did as Secretary and what Jason Bordoff did when he was a leader in the department as well. So there's a continuity there too that we often don't recognize, and I just want to make that point that it's not all back and forth all the time. But as I think about one fan over here. And that's why I think these kinds of conversations are very important. So thank you again for the opportunity to be here, but thank you for the good work that you do. And I'll just make a couple other points real quick to set the table. If I were back in the office today, I would be looking very closely at the regulations that need to come out of FERC, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. Not many people know this, but the FERC has this dotted line report to the U.S. Secretary of Energy, and some of the legal authorities that are currently granted to that, quote, independent agency are actually derivative authorities that were granted to the U.S. Secretary of Energy. So if I were back there today, I would be looking at some of these and finding out which ones can I bring back to the department so that we can look at this regulatory structure in the United States a little bit more holistically than what is perhaps being done. And the reason for that is because what we just talked about, the increased demand for electricity as a result of AI, as a result of trade policy, increased manufacturing, whatnot, all of those things are true. And my fear is that we won't build the generation that is necessary to meet that demand under the current regulatory regime. And that's not the fault of utilities. They're just hamstrung by the current regulatory regime. So I would be looking very closely at that, and we can talk about what the details of that might look like.
That's a really good point. So that it's greater cooperation, greater regulatory. So you'd start with the regulatory area as being one where there are sort of low-hanging fruit. Jason, I assume that you would agree with that. I'm going to come back to the international stuff in just a second. But since Dan mentioned Jason, let's assume you were Energy Secretary. And which perhaps in another world you might have been, but tell us what you would do if you were in that job. Now, what would be your way of thinking through the priorities?
Thanks again to Anya and the whole team and Aspen Security Forum for having me back, and thanks to Secretary Bouillet for being here and for those kind words. He was really a fantastic energy secretary, and he was focused on the energy policy goals don't really change. The mechanisms to get there, the approaches may change, but energy policy wasn't really a phrase people used until the 1970s. Energy was about energy security. That's the history of energy policy in World War I and World War II. How do we make sure we have enough energy supply? So energy security, energy affordability for economic growth and economic competitiveness, and sustainability and environmental protection. That's sort of the lens with which you should think about energy policy. And to your points in your introduction, Zanny, Megan and I wrote in the New York Times around 4 years ago. I think we concluded an op-ed with a line like, if climate ambition comes into tension with security of supply, affordability, or reliability, climate ambition will lose. And I think that's kind of where we are today, because I do think it's correct. I think climate is an urgent problem, and we need to focus a lot more attention on it, but we are recognizing that we need to do multiple things at the same time and think about energy security, think about affordability, and think about sustainability and decarbonization all at the same time. The world is very different, though. We're in a world now that is becoming more competitive, more fragmented. If you think when Megan wrote the book that was mentioned in the introduction, the US was undergoing the largest increase in oil production of any country in history. We were in the middle of this enormous shale revolution to bring more supply to market. Electricity demand was flat. Renewables and batteries were falling 70, 80, 90% in cost, largely because China was making them cheaper, and now that's a bug, not a feature. And so the whole way we need to go about thinking about this is quite different. So we need to think differently about domestic sources of energy, and as you said in your introduction, for all the rhetoric around drill, baby, drill, that means build, baby, build more than anything else, and it means power, it means meeting rising electricity needs, that's going to mean natural gas, it's going to mean nuclear, it absolutely needs to and should mean renewables as well. We're going to need permitting reform to make it easier to build in this country. Again, we should be thinking about efficiency and reducing demand. That also helps make you more energy resilient. We learned that about a month ago, despite the fact we are a net exporter of oil now. After importing 60% of our oil in 2008 or 9, we were still really worried. Our president was really worried if something happened in the Strait of Hormuz because prices are set in the global market. We'd be more resilient if we used less, not only if we produced more. And we need to be moving much faster as well to think about what's happening in the rest of the world. So we can come to that in a moment. But I think that is kind of at a high level the approach that is consistent with what Dan said.
It is consistent. This is wonderfully, bipartisan committee. This is exactly what we want here, a very sensible list on both of you. Megan, can we now open the aperture to a more international perspective? And as Jason said, the world is very different than when you wrote your book. But can you tell us, at a sort of big picture level, who sort of wins and loses in terms of energy security in the current framework? Like, how do you think about energy security globally, given where we are now in terms of demand and geopolitics?
Sure, and thank you for hosting this panel. And I'm disappointed I don't get to be energy secretary. I
have much greater ambitions for you. I'm thinking Secretary of State, actually. We're going much bigger.
Well, on that note, let me say that I think this shift to focusing on energy security is really a global one. It's not just the US doing it. And that it's really important to understand why this is happening, why the world is shifting to focus on energy security, because that's the only way we're going to be able to address energy security accurately. So, let me make 2 points on that. In terms of why it's happening, there's a lot of reasons. You mentioned AI, even climate change is contributing to energy and security. But I'd say the biggest one are the changes in the geopolitical environment. So Jason referenced, and so did Secretary Briette, the last couple of decades really being, in retrospect, a kind of global energy age where we had abundant energy, the shale revolution, decrease in price in renewables, and we had a copacetic international environment. We had international cooperation, and we had increasing globalization. You put that all together, countries felt pretty comfortable from the US to China to rely on the market for meeting their energy security needs. And now we're in a different world where you're in a geopolitically competitive, great power rivalry situation, and where protectionism, not globalization, is the norm. And in that world, countries do not have comfort in thinking that the market is going to provide for their energy security. So energy security is back up at the top of the agenda. But as Jason sort of intimated, there may be kind of a false policy confidence. Oh, we know how to deal with energy security. We dealt with it in the 70s, and we've dealt with it through a lot of the last 50 years. And the point is, we dealt with that in large part by further integrating into global markets. That was the way we perceived to increase energy security. And when I say we, I don't just mean the United States. Certainly Europe was doing this as well. And doing that in today's geopolitically competitive environment is a recipe for crisis. So if you go back to 2021, what Europe was doing, it was saying we're in this global age of energy abundance. The natural gas boom is further integrating regional natural gas markets. We're going to move away from long-term contracts. We're going to go to spot markets, and so we're going to no longer sign these long-term contracts with Russia. So before the invasion of Ukraine, Russia started saying, well, we're only going to meet the things that are actually contracted for. We're not going to supply the rest of that natural gas. So again, global competitiveness, great power rivalry amidst an attitude of, oh, let's just integrate into a global market, created the grounds for this major energy crisis. So understanding that today is going to be key to devising the toolkit that actually will allow countries to meet energy security needs in this geopolitical moment.
Can I just push you a little bit on that? Because it sounds as though you think it's, given the geopolitics, a bad idea for countries to think that it is okay to rely on the market for their energy security. Whereas another way of looking at Europe's predicament is that Europe was incredibly naive to rely on essentially a sole supplier for cheap energy, and that had it actually had a much more diversified set of suppliers through the market, it would have been in a much better shape. So I guess I'm slightly surprised that you think the lesson is the market is a bad idea.
I wouldn't say that I come at it from a perspective the market is the bad idea. The market is a great idea in certain geopolitical circumstances. In a geopolitical world where China is willing and very able to weaponize its energy supply chains for a geopolitical reason, then expecting that you're going to be able to react to that simply because, the price of rare earths will go up, and then companies will invest in new production because the price goes up, and that will allow us to meet our needs. That would be relying on the market. And that would work if you didn't have a time frame problem. Right? You have a time frame problem because left to the market, that may take 16 years. So you may be in a crisis for 16 years or, something like that. So again, we can't just, blithely rely on the market when we've got a different geopolitical environment that will require a little bit more of a government intervention.
I just wanted to add one thing, because I think it's a really interesting question to think about, what delivers energy security. And part of the answer, I think, is also it's different for different parts of the energy sector, and we don't tend to differentiate enough. So what was the lesson we learned a month ago? Iran did not go into the Strait of Hormuz. It did not strike Abqaiq. Israel did not strike Karg Island. There was some measure of security that came from the fact that we're in a global oil market and we're all in this together. And if Iran had tried to do that, it would have imposed pain on itself. It would have imposed pain on China. It would have imposed pain on Gulf countries it was trying to keep on its side. Same reason that the West didn't sanction Russian natural gas, Russian oil, because that would have impacted global markets. Europe is more secure when Russian gas is cut off, and it can go into a global LNG market, but also subject now to much more price volatility than it was before. It's very different when you're talking about heavy rare earths, for which there's 90% dominance in China, which is why we just saw the US government make an equity investment so there aren't deep liquid markets. So the question is...
Very good point. We're going to get on to rare earths in a second, but first I want to bring Joel in because you come from a country that is a major player in global energy. Oil exports are your biggest exports. How do you, listening to this conversation, do you think, first of all, how do you think and how does Brazil think about energy security? And secondly, do you think that being a big player in global markets is a route to energy security for Brazil or not?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me here. I'll start with a figure, and then I'll go on from there. From Brazil's energy matrix, for the whole matrix, 50% come from renewable sources. So that's a good starting point for just about anybody if you consider that the international average is 15. How did we get there while becoming, over the last 20 years, one of the top 10 oil producers in the world. We did that through certain programs. The biofuels program is probably one of the most well-known, which has been running for about 50 years. Developing the hydraulic source was also very relevant and still is. Cooperating with our neighbors in terms of energy since the Cold War era, where there were certain rivalries with Argentina, for instance, related to the peaceful use of nuclear energy. And there were certain rivalries related to territorial disputes, which were solved through, for instance, the Itaipu power plant with Paraguay back in the 70s. So we have developed a mix that both addresses the need to security and also addresses the need to environmental care. And in that regard, I think Brazil has a few good stories to tell. It has a few good experiences to share. Give you an example. Biofuels amount to about 20% of the whole matrix, and that means, for instance, ethanol is an option to just about everyone in every car, and we have specific technologies known as the flex fuel cars, which you can fill your tank up either with ethanol or gasoline. So there are lots of features in Brazil's mix that should be looked upon.
Both for oil and more broadly, being part of global markets has been an important part of Brazil's ability to achieve that mix, right?
Yeah, it's true.
So with that, let's move on to rare earths particularly, and it's maybe slightly tangential, but it's important for energy policy broadly, because I think you raised something really interesting, Megan, which is, given the overwhelming reliance on China and given China's clearly manifest willingness to use this power that it has in the last few months, Dan, back to you. What should the US do?
What should we do?
Yeah.
Start mining here in the United States and start developing some of the processing capabilities that we lost over the last 2 decades. And in order to do that, again, to that point of electricity generation, these are energy-intense processes. So we have to develop more generation here in the U.S. Look, I think, I want to go back to what you were saying, Megan, because I was really struck by your comments as well. I agree that global markets have increased our collaboration with other suppliers, other buyers, other sellers, producers, if you will, of both crude and natural gas. But I wonder if there's been, in the course of the last 3 to 4 to 5 years, a great power rivalry around renewable energy. I mean, we saw the United States pass the IRA, which, many argued, I don't know if I agree with everything that was said, but some argued that these were just great subsidies for renewable power. And then we saw Europe's reaction to it with their Green Deal. I mean, I remember distinctly some of the news stories where they were quite upset that the U.S. was starting this race, if you will, to develop more and more renewable power. So in that sense, perhaps there was some geopolitical tensions, too strong of a word, but rivalry to develop these technologies. And when I look at what China's doing today, I think they read those cards pretty effectively. They said, wait a minute, if these two powers are going to subsidize these and we're going to develop these technologies, they clearly do not have the storage capacity available to meet this 24/7 demand that everybody thinks is going to come on. We'll start to invest in the areas that we know they're going to be dependent upon in the future. It's not unlike what OPEC and OPEC Plus do from time to time, where they increase production, store more fuel, and make it available to the market when the market appears to be short. So I'm curious about reactions on that, and whether or not that is even remotely accurate, or do people agree with it?
I think, Megan, to you, I think just as the resident European here, I think what we were really cross about with the IRA was the protectionism in it that didn't give us access to it.
Well, that too.
But Megan, why don't you answer that, but also perhaps give the example or tell us how you think the Gulf is playing this game, because that is a region that is shifting from, great strategic power in one energy market now with, huge investment in data centers and so forth in the new world. So put that in context too.
Sure. Dan, I agree with a lot of what you're saying, that there was, and I would say there still is, although maybe the US isn't playing the game, but there was kind of a geopolitical competition around renewables. And many of us thought, oh, we have to switch gears. We always thought we're going to address global climate challenges through international cooperation, through the COP, through all of these, global agreements. And maybe we're actually going to get the advances we need by competing with China, compete to get the best experiences and the best technologies. And so I think the IRA would have never happened if China were not so out in front in terms of being competitive on clean energy. So it was part of the impetus and part of the reason that the votes were there for it. On the point about China and its investment in clean energy supply chains, I think it goes back much further. I agree with the general supposition. This is going to be geopolitically advantageous for them. But this started, in the 90s when you had one Chinese leader say, Saudi Arabia has oil, but China has rare earths. And so there was a long foresight that China could actually be dominant in these global supply chains. And the rest of the world, because we were operating in an internationally cooperative world where we felt like we could rely on markets, we said, China wants to do this, they can do it more cheaply, they can do it and bear the environmental costs. We're great with that. And it's only recently, in the last 5 years, that we're not so great with that, for the obvious reasons. In terms of the Gulf, the Gulf, particularly I would say Saudi Arabia and the UAE, are really playing into this in a very, very significant way that I think will really accrue to their geopolitical and economic advantages. They're in the midst of managing an uncertain but somewhat inevitable energy transition, and they're thinking about what are the other sources of strength in their economy. And so, Saudi Arabia is leaning into building some of the largest renewable energy spaces in the world. And they're doing that partially as a way of preparing for a world where oil is less significant, but also taking advantage of the fact that they can just sell more oil until the time when that commodity is not worth as much as it is today. But they're also doing this to really drive home to places, particularly the United States, that they have the advantage when it comes to energy and the energy needs for AI. You mentioned this in your opening comments. It's a huge part of the equation. It's one of the reasons that I answered you so wrongly when we spoke in January about expectations about what the Trump administration would do related to renewable energy. I thought that the need for electricity for AI was going to be a much stronger driver in this administration to allow all energy sources to contribute to the national power structure. But in terms of the Gulf, what they're doing is they are quite smartly bringing renewable energy online and using their wide spectrum of abilities to contribute energy as a competitive advantage for offering hyperscalers these guaranteed low-price energy out as far as the eye can see. And this is part of the reason why President Trump, when he went to visit the Gulf in May, was able to get agreement on some deals that would actually place the heart of American AI advantage in the Gulf, which is a huge strategic win for the Gulf.
Thank you. I want to make time for a few questions, just to give you a little bit of warning. But first, before that, a couple more questions for you guys. Jason, Megan just mentioned that she and I were on a panel earlier, with you actually, earlier this year, and she had a very different expectation of what would happen in terms of the whether or not the tax credits for renewables would be so dramatically curtailed. And she's just laid out the logic for why she didn't think it would be the case. But that begs a question that I think we have to ask ourselves, which is, from the outside, the whiplash in US energy policy doesn't seem to me to be the hallmark of a particularly sort of thoughtful strategic plan for the country. And I wondered if you could tell me what the strategic logic was behind it, and if there wasn't one, how much damage that will do.
Well, it's hard to identify what the strategic logic was when Dan was a part of this on Capitol Hill, a long time ago. There is supposed to be a process by which committees with jurisdiction and expertise sit down and think about how to solve large problems. Now we're just taking this one shot at reconciliation every year and mushing the biggest healthcare bill and energy bill and everything. So it's hard to sort of say there is a clear, defined logic to it. I think if you step back, I don't know if Dan agrees with this, what you see coming out, one was we needed to find a lot of money to pay for other things like tax cuts, and it still is an enormous increase in the deficit. But the approach that was taken to what remained of the IRA or in the one big beautiful bill, support for nuclear and making it easier to build infrastructure and permitting reform, even geothermal, and the things that were pulled out, and some of the process by which we got there was a point when the Senate was actually going to impose a tax on solar and wind if more than a certain percentage of the components came from China. I think the way to think about this is intermittent forms of energy are bad, not good, because they create reliability and security problems. I don't think that's correct, and I think those can be managed. And China's bad. And so, you saw a lot of support for domestic energy that's 24/7, that's firm power, and support pulled back for things where there's a very heavy element of Chinese dominance in these supply chains, like electric vehicles and solar and wind. And that sort of comes back to, some of the comments you asked about, Zenny, with critical minerals, because if you're thinking about energy security, if you're in the US or if you're in Europe in particular, where you're exposed to volatile global oil and gas markets, exposed to geopolitical risks, and you want to increase your energy security, what would you do? You'd want to electrify a lot of things that aren't electrified today. If you want to move in a lower carbon direction, you'd want to electrify a lot of things that aren't electrified today. That means an enormous amount of copper and other critical minerals, and we know that China either mines or refines and processes 70, 80, 90% of these. So as Dan said, to address that, you would want to do more of that at home. The problem is it takes a very long time to do that. You want to diversify those supply chains, and diversification and reducing China's dominant role in these supply chains needs to mean like everyone else except North Korea or something is your friend, and we're working with allies and we're building partnerships and trade arrangements, not throwing sand in the gears of those. I think that's a really important lesson from it as well. And a lot of those things really didn't play into how the One Build Back Better thing emerged. I think Dan is right that when you look at the reason China is where it is, and Megan said this too, it's energy security as much as anything else. China's a very import-dependent country for oil and gas. They've deployed a lot of intervention of the state. More than half the cars sold there are electric, not only for local environmental problems, but it reduces their need for imported oil. They use a lot of solar and they use a lot of coal, and that's domestic resources and supply. And so I think we need to approach diversification of our energy system similarly, but we need to be honest with ourselves about the fact that even if you do all the things we should be doing, China's going to have a really dominant position in these supply chains for a very long time, and we need to be thinking about other tools of resilience to manage that dependence, the same way we did in the 1970s by building strategic stockpiles of oil, for example, reducing the potential leverage they have because they're going to be in this position for a long time to come.
I'm going to just bring in Joel here because there's one question I want to make sure we have time for, and then we are going to get to a couple from you, which is, we started this conversation by saying that, or I started it by saying that 10 years ago we would have talked overwhelmingly about climate change. This time we've hardly talked about it at all. Your country is trying hard to maintain progress there and push it on the international agenda. When you hear this conversation about energy and energy security coming from the United States, do you think that it is going to be possible to continue to make progress on the climate agenda?
It's clearly a tough sell, but we're stubborn, and we have good allies, and I think there's an understanding that the environmental aspects of it should be taken care of. As far as energy security, I think with the current exception of the dispute between Venezuela and Guyana over the rights of drilling in a territorial disputed area, cooperation has worked very well for South America as a whole, and it's still true today. For instance, the shale gas projects in Argentina are clearly another source that we will cooperate on. So I think cooperation and attention to the environmental aspects of it are very important, and also as to American interests as a whole, I would say engagement is key. Not engaging is giving room to other actors, and not only this one you have been mentioning quite often. And those actors have taken full, they have identified and they have used the opportunities that are available in the Brazilian market, which has transitioned in energy from state-run to market-driven. So there are lots of opportunities to be addressed there. And engagement is key.
That's a very important point. Right, questions? Yes. 5 rows back there, gentleman in the light jacket. Yeah. Keep it very brief, and we're going to get a couple of questions and then come back to you. Go for it.
Hi, thank you. The panel was great. I think we discussed a lot of the issues at hand, but not enough of the solutions. Micronuclear seems to be the solution to everything that you discussed as the problem. So it's scalable, brings jobs to the U.S., the public markets love it. Look at Oklo and NuScale. Oklo's up, 180%. Department of Energy head was a board member. Reduces our dependence on Gulf states and any bad actors. And I think it's an inflation reducer, right? So it helps the middle class as much as it does AI.
Keep it short, because I want to get another couple of questions in.
Okay, but micronuclear, we haven't discussed it. Can you give some thoughts onto that?
Okay, we'll get a couple more questions, and then we'll get to micronuclear. There was a lady over there. Yes.
Thank you. I have a quick comment and a question.
Very quick.
Very quick. The comment is that the Department of Energy Office of Science Laboratories are doing amazing, innovative research at TRL 23 that can very much have impact on energy security, with cryo data centers with factors of 3 or 10 for AI data centers. And also particle colliders and particle accelerators can be used for fabrication. I want to thank my former boss.
Okay, thank you. Can you just give us your question? Because otherwise we're going to run out of time.
The question is why the mining of rare earths in the US is so strongly regulated. Today, I think the Department of Defense just now committed $400 million to MP materials in California. So what are the regulatory processes to make this better? Again, to my former boss.
Thank you. Okay. I think we're going to have to actually leave it at 2 to give you a chance to answer them. Micronuclear and the regulatory barriers to rare earths. I think they're both directed at you.
I think, the answer is similar for both questions, I think, in some respects. That's kind of what I was alluding to earlier. We have to allow small modular reactors behind the meter. If they're going to work, we have to put them behind the meter, because the regulatory structure in the United States, state regulators will not allow the cost of that first-of-a-kind technology to be borne exclusively by ratepayers in those geographic regions. So we have to come up with a new paradigm, a new regime to allow hyperscalers or others to pay for the generation, perhaps let the utility operate it, but it's got to be behind the meter. And we'll have to figure out the tariff schedules if they want to use the grid for backup power for that generation source. But that is what I was alluding to earlier, and that really needs to happen. That's a tough challenge. I don't want to minimize how hard that is. It's very, very difficult. The same thing with reprocessing or processing of critical minerals here. We've developed an environmental regime here in the United States that says that's going to be very difficult to do if you want to do it here, which is why we've exported it to countries around the world, like China. If we want to bring that back, we have to, 1, look at the environmental regime that we've established here, but 2, we also have to think about how do you generate the electricity that's required to do that processing. And that gets back again to the small modular reactor or other forms of generation that state regulators are not going to let the ratepayers in their geographic regions pay for exclusively. Industry wants to do it, the regulators are going to say let industry pay for it.
Okay, we have 30 seconds. So Jason, I'm not sure, you've got to answer something in 20 seconds, but if we have this increase in demand that we've been discussing, and if we don't solve all of these regulatory challenges that the Secretary laid out, we are going to see a large increase in prices. Talk me through what happens then.
Yeah, it's starting to happen already. If you look at the utilities and the requests they made for rate increases this year, it was twice what it was compared to last year. So you're already seeing that impact. I think your caveat at the beginning was right. If we see this increase, clearly power demand is going to go up. There was an article in the New York Times a few weeks ago about 2 gigawatts to train the next generation of anthropic models. Just to put that in perspective, 2 gigawatts, I think, Dan, it took 11 years and $35 billion to bring Vogtle online. Coming to the point about nuclear, that's 2 gigawatts.
And to put it in scale, New York City is roughly 6 gigawatts on an average day.
So for all the reasons Secretary Briette talked about, first-of-a-kind risk, bringing those costs down, I am optimistic about what's happening with advanced nuclear technology and how much capital is really going into the space now. And there's a real geopolitical reason to do that, too. 80% of the reactors under development in the world today are China and Russia. So there's a reason for us to have leadership there. There's like a caveat to keep in mind. There's a Forbes op-ed I came across the other day from 1999, and the headline was, "Dig More Coal, the PCs are coming." And it was about a study at the time that the internet would consume half of US electricity. So people do tend to draw like straight line exponential increases. And the technology does become more efficient. The same thing happened with cryptocurrency. I'm not saying power demand is not going to go up, it is, but there is a wide error band or uncertainty band around that, and probably a lot we can do to use energy more efficiently as we're doing that. We're still going to have to make it easier to build, and we're still going to need a lot more power generation in the US for sure.
Well, you've had some good ideas here, and if you have the bipartisan committee that we've seen on this panel, it might actually happen. Thank you all very much.
Good morning, everybody. We're ready to start our next panel. If you could take your seats, please. Good morning. Thank you for taking your seats so we can start the next panel promptly. Okay, terrific. Our next panel promises to be very fascinating. As many of you know, we miss our currents being here, but formers always get to be more frank, so we're excited to hear from them. Navigating Great Power Competition Global POVs. On our panel today, starting from the left, we have Balázs Orbán, the political director for the Prime Minister and a member of Parliament for Hungary. Next, we have Hina Rabbani Kar, the former Foreign Minister of Pakistan and chairperson of the National Assembly's Foreign Affairs Committee. Then we have Claudia Ruiz Massieu, Congresswoman from the Chamber of Deputies of Mexico and former Foreign Minister of Mexico. And then also Elbejord Shakia, who is the Distinguished Visiting Fellow at Hoover and the former President and Prime Minister of Mongolia. We have an excellent moderator today, Jim Sciutto from CNN, who actually wrote the book on this. He has a great book out called The Return of Great Powers, Russia, China, and the Next World War, and it's going to be available at our mobile bookstore. So thank you very much. Welcome, panel, and I'll turn you over to Jim.
Thanks so much, Niamh, and thanks so much to all of you. I spent a lot of time in the great power space, not just writing about it and reporting on it, but in many of the fronts of this great power conflict in Ukraine, in Taiwan, in the Middle East, and also in the technology fronts of this, cyber space, drone warfare, etc. I'm particularly glad in our conversation today to have voices from parts of the world that we don't have often enough commenting on this, because we tend to favor the Northern Hemisphere, in particular countries. Perhaps you're familiar with this phenomenon. So I'm glad to have the folks we have with us here today. I want to begin with a big picture question, one of which is, do you agree with the framing of a great power conflict with China and Russia allied on one side and their smaller partners, Iran, North Korea, and others, and the U.S. and its Western allies or democratic allies on the other. And do you agree, and I want to quote from one of the panelists yesterday, a line that really stood out to me, Tordis Gylfadóttir, former Icelandic foreign minister, who said that when you look at Ukraine as a front of this great power competition, that it is literally a test of everything that we stand for, and the we in that sentence being the folks on this side of the frontier of great power competition. I might begin with you, if I can, Elba George, because you mentioned to me prior that Mongolia's the only democracy between Russia and China, and I hadn't thought about it, the framing in that way. But do you agree that this is a conflict, that there's essentially a dividing line down the planet, right, and a meaningful conflict in terms of values, investment in a rules-based international order, et cetera? Is that an accurate framing and a fair framing?
Thank you. I'm really happy to be part of this great gathering, and thank you for inviting me. And I think when it comes to great power competition, of course, during Cold War, that was kind of the bipolar. And now it's very different, and we all know. And also there is a new player and technology, AI. And you know that my country is only democracy since 1990 between Russia and China. And I was one of the leaders of the democratic revolution. And I was one of the co-drafters of our democratic constitution in 1990. And I see that even a small country, I think resistance is possible. You know, between Russia and China, keeping that liberal order and government is quite challenging, but we know that Russia and China has also its weak spots. And when it comes to China, of course, there are issues. China is not tested power since Vietnam War, and also those authoritarian states usually afraid of their people's voice. And that's one thing. And during my prime ministership and president, I met President Xi and Putin around 3 dozen times, each of them. And I actually have no illusion. And thank you. Yeah.
Balázs, your Hungary in Europe has often been a contrary voice on Ukraine as relates to other fellow NATO allies. Do you, and also offering itself as a mediator between the West and Russia on the Ukraine war and other places that they come into contact, do you agree with the framing? Do you find yourself on one side or the other?
Well, first of all, thank you very much for having me. I'm coming from a country which is well integrated into the Western structure. We are members of NATO, members of the European Union, but also having a strategy which is based not on bloc formation logic, but on the idea of connectivity. So we are working together with the Chinese on the Belt and Road Initiative. We are observing members of the Turkic States Organization, and I think this is very important for us, because a realist-based, national interest-driven foreign policy should look like this in modern times. And then I understand that there is a great power rivalry. I understand that the Chinese thinkers, politicians, and the American thinkers and politicians, they look at each other in that way, but there are at least 190 other countries. They are not great powers, and they don't want to. They don't want a third world war, and they are not happy with the rivalry idea, and they are not happy with the bloc formation logic, which is actually pushed by the liberal thinkers and politicians from the western part of the world. Because in the framing itself, I disagree with it very much to describe the word that there are the good guys and the bad guys, democracies and autocracies. And what about the Gulf countries, for example? They are democracies considered because they are good guys now. So, it's not a good framework. And when I keep hearing, for example, Francis Fukuyama or some other thinkers, when they are mentioning that, the end of history will come, we just have to prepare for the ultimate battle between democracies and autocracies, and we have to stick together and isolate ourselves from the others. This is first, I'm coming from a post-communist country, so this is the Marxist term. So communism is coming, we just have to wait until that, and we just have to win the final battle. And I think it's quite scary, because if you start to describe the world like this, that there are the good guys and there are the bad guys, and the bad guys should be punished and destroyed based on moral ideas, then how you preserve peace and how you preserve the stability of a new world order, because the world order is changing whether we like it or not. There are new powers coming up. There are some unfortunately declining, like the European power is declining. So I think we should rather focus on figuring out a different framing, not so hostile towards each other, but more friendly, because the challenge of our generation will be about how to preserving peace in this very tensionous environment.
I suppose the question is are there steps too far, in your view? For instance, violating another country's borders or attempting to absorb another one. Is the idea of choosing your own representatives a value that Hungary, as a member of the EU and NATO, sees as having intrinsic value and something worth fighting for? Or is it just a matter of what works for you, works for you, what works for us, works for us?
I think these moral aspects are very important, and I have my own moral aspects. I'm an elected politician by the Hungarian people, so my job is to represent their interest at home and on the international stage. I think that's also a moral position. What I see that currently in Ukraine, you mentioned Ukraine in a question, there is a proxy war between Russia and the West in Ukraine, and this is not good for my country. I think it's not good for Europe, because economically we are declining, energy prices are skyrocketing, inflation, high interest rates, and so on and so on. So Europe is already losing on this conflict. So I think my moral responsibility, I'm not questioning any other's decisions. Ukrainians have the right to fight. That's their decision. But my idea would be that, if something is bad for my country and my people, then I should be against it. And this is why the Hungarian position on the war is a little bit different. We are just talking about restoring communication, ceasefire, try to solve the conflict. The sooner we solve it, would be the better for I think my country definitely, but for many countries as well.
Claudia, do you, and I hesitate to use the word middle powers because that suggests a sort of agreed upon hierarchy of nations, but as a nation outside the Russia, China, US kind of nexus, but still very much a close ally and trading partner of the US, do you find that countries such as Mexico feel a pressure to choose sides? And is that a pressure that you would rather not face?
Well, first of all, there is a struggle between great powers to define who's going to be the hegemon in the coming years. And that's a struggle that's going to take time. And that's a struggle that's putting everyone else in the world in a very, let's say, cautious or difficult position. For Mexico, being the only country that has a 2,000-mile border with the U.S., that is part of an economic integration process that's been very successful with the U.S. and Canada, but that also has close ties with, of course, with Latin America and the Caribbean, but with the Global South. That puts us in a unique position. We have, and I have to say, most of Latin America as well, have taken an active, non-aligned stance in this conflict. We're determined not to choose sides. That's what we're trying to do. We don't see it as a zero-sum stage as yet. We have been, each of us, depending on our historical and geographical and national interest perspective, dealing with both the US and China, particularly from a different point of view, but trying to have ties with both. And depending on our unique perspective, how deep those ties go. For Mexico, there's no question. The US is our largest trading partner. Our natural resources management, our security, our human mobility issues have to do with a common approach, or at least an understanding with the US, but we are not in a position to choose sides. And we're going to very much be in accordance with all the other Latin American countries in this regard, not choosing sides, but cultivating productive relationships with both, and being active in the international arena in order to increase our room for maneuver and not, being forced to pick sides.
By going to war, in effect, with Mexico in a trade context, is it your view that the U.S. under President Trump has actually weakened its position in great power competition by reducing those alliances, which were seen used to be in a bipartisan way as a strength in great power competition to keep your allies close?
Well, there's no question that all old alliances have been put to a test by the new administration in the United States. And what we thought were, paradigms and were the rules that we had all agreed to, and that gave us certainty in how to navigate our relationships and our challenges, are being put into question. But in that sense, there's also reality, and reality is often, weightier than other considerations. And I would say the U.S. has lost the trust of long-time allies and friends, but that does not mean that those allies and friends are ready to, take meaningful steps away or back from having a deeper relationship with the U.S. I think most of us are trying to diversify our relationships, whether it is in trade or other instances, diversification without alienating the U.S.
I hear that so often. I hear it from Canadian officials involved in trade talks. You hear it from EU officials quite publicly. Hannah, you heard Balázs describe the Ukraine war, and this is true in many respects, as a proxy war between the U.S. and Russia. There are those who describe the most recent military clash between India and Pakistan as, to some degree, given the weapons systems that were used on both sides. Where does Pakistan fit into this? Into that competition, and where do your interests lie?
Okay, so I'm not in a contest for popularity over here, so whatever I say is likely to be deeply unpopular, because I think, first of all, I would question your saying that Pakistan-India conflict in some ways was representative because of technology of a proxy war, because if it was Chinese technology on one side, there was also American technology on the same side, which is Pakistan. And then there was French, American, and many other European technologies and Russian technology on the other side. So I think it's the people who won or not won the war. I completely disagree with this framing. And as someone who, as foreign minister between 2010 to 13, had been schooled by the liberal order about the lack of wanting to compete in a world where others were more efficient, let them be, let your industry die, it's fine. Do not put any more money in military spending, even if you have a hegemonic power, on your doorstep, on your east, which might attack you anytime, because those were not the values, those were not the things, that was not how the world was emerging. The world was this great place where we could all coexist peacefully, right? So when we consider the time of today and we act as if we had no choices, I tend to disagree with that, because I have seen in the last 10 years with a bit of alarm and a great deal of disbelief as to how we have chosen, in some ways, competitive conflict over coexistence, because in my assessment, for the reasons of continuing to retain hegemonic power or hegemonic status rather than for the good of the world. Because if we were really grappling or competing for the good of the world, we would be talking about who's going to police the world. We'd be talking about how we're going to take care of AI. We would be talking about lethal autonomous weapons, which we see in war theaters all over. We're going to be talking about who's going to lead climate change. Those are the threats that the world is facing. So we're not competing for leadership in some ways. We are competing for the continuation of hegemonic power, and some other competitors are now emerging. So the emerging power, be it not militarily in my view, because we all know that the US is still at top in terms of its military spending, and the next 11 countries or so do not equate to the spending that the US does, whether it does it efficiently or inefficiently. And I think this whole march towards wanting the world to divide itself between camps is so ancient. It's almost reversal of everything civilization has taught us and everything that we learned as humanity post-World War II. So we're in this cycle of unlearning. I do not know for what. I genuinely cannot explain to myself, to my countrymen. And so Pakistan really chooses to be a country. And by the way, I do want to say that the impact of this competition, or whatever you want to call it, I look at it as containment, is not only within the Western Hemisphere. I believe in our region, in the last 10 years or so, India's movement away from the region and its belligerence towards the region is a direct result of the impunity that has been provided to a country like India because of its China containment factor. So this has a huge impact all over the world. And I believe if we go in the direction that we're going, we are marching towards an age of unpeace that we're seeking out ourselves.
Are you making the case, in effect, for a spheres of influence model? In other words, you do it like as you like it in your backyard, we'll do it as we like it in our, which, by the way, is an equally antiquarian, right, approach to the world. I'm not saying it. I mean, sure. History moves in cycles, as you know. But are you making a case for that? As you know, there are some in this country, including Trump himself, who has at times, not just by words but also by actions, made a case for that approach, that balance of power.
No, actually, I'm not at all making the case for spheres of influence. You know what I'm making a case for? I'm making a case of universality of what used to be called the international law-based order and was then called the rules-based order, and there was a competition whether it's international law-based order or rules-based order. And now let's say even rules-based order, the universality of that. So what that means is if your ally does something which is against human rights or something else, and you sanction them with the same, you sanction them equally as you do when your enemy or who you view as your enemy does it. And allow me to also, in contesting for unpopularity, also say the way these wars were waged, both on Iraq and Afghanistan and the interventions in Syria, Libya, etc., have not left a lot of confidence for the bearers of the liberal world order. So when we sit here and believe that the autocrats of the world are threatening our great liberal order, it's not them who are threatening it. It's how we actually conducted ourselves in how we disabused or abused human rights, liberal values. Everything that we do within our geographical borders tend to be very, and not have the same actions when we're outside of her. It's almost as if they're people of lesser God. And all of it, I would maybe want to, sort of summarize in one line, which is that all men are equal, but some are more equal than others. And if that continues to be the case, others have ears so they can hear what you say when you talk about great values, but they also have eyes, and they can see what you do also. And that has created a lack of credibility, which predates, by the way, in my assessment, President Trump and his coming into power.
Claudia, I saw you nodding. I feel you have a response, and then I'll come to you, my friend.
No, I totally agree. I would say, going back to your question with regards to the Ukraine, as an example of how countries in Latin America see what's happening in the world in this great power struggle. Of course, everyone agreed, in Latin America I'm talking about, that it was something we had to condemn. But how did we condemn it in the region? We all voted in the UN to condemn with the language used by the UN resolution. But individually, the countries varied in how they condemned it. Few straight out said, I condemn the invasion of the Ukraine. But everyone agreed, And we do that because there's safety in, not safety, but there's a sense of security when you go back to the principles and the universal principles that you were talking about. And one of those principles is territory integrity and sovereignty. And when we go to that place, to the principal place, it's easy for all of us to agree that there was an aggression to the Ukrainian territory, and that as, international community, we have to condemn it. But how strongly we condemn it, how strong the language we use, that varies from country to country. So it is easy for us to agree within the UN framework, but not as easy to navigate that individually vis-a-vis our own relationships with those great powers. So I think that's one of the issues that are facing middle powers in the terms that we're talking about them in this panel. And in that sense, I think we all benefit from having those universal rules, principles that bind us together, because those principles and rules help us navigate our differences in size, strength, might, economic power, or military power. And that is, I think, the issue that makes this current struggle between the great powers and the new order that's going to emerge an opportunity for mid-sized powers or emerging countries, because it is an opportunity to try and be part of the definition of what that new world order is going to be like. Is it going to be more inclusive, more representative of different countries and regions, more sustainable? And that's in all our interests, but it's definitely in the interest of middle powers and middle countries, not necessarily for the great powers.
So sanctity of borders is one that's clearly being challenged today. The war underway today is one attempting to absorb an entire country. The other one is self-determination, and given you took part in a country claiming that right, and Mongolia democracy it's had its ups and downs, but it survived since 1990. Do you, listen, this comes down to a fundamental philosophical values disagreement that goes back many centuries, but do you believe that self-determination is I don't want to ask the philosophical question, universal right, but in the context of this great power competition, listen, you look at folks on either side of the divide, two systems on the other side do not have self-determination, and while imperfect, the countries, and I'm not saying good guys, bad guys, on the other side do. Is that universal? Is it worth fighting for? Is it in the interests of those defending it?
When it comes to great power competition, I think there are two things really important. And one thing is building that alliance and keeping that alliance. And I think it's equally precious as moon landing. And also other thing, we have to keep our enduring commitment to freedom. I really believe that God has planted in every human heart the desire to live free. Even that desire crushed, that rises again. When we talk about the building alliances, I think we need to think about the people. If you build alliances with the people, that's actually long-lived. And politicians come like a seasoned birds. Come, they go. But people are staying. If you are committed to their rights, to human rights, to democracy, to freedom, that alliance usually live longer. In Mongolia, like a small democratic example, when Putin announced a big mobilization, I called, video call. I called, I made video message. I said, please don't go for the mobilization. Come to Mongolia, those military-aged men. You come to Mongolia, and through Mongolia you can escape. And more than 100,000 military-aged people escaped that mobilization. I think if there is one less man with gun against Ukraine, it's our contribution to the peace in Europe. And that's really important. But when it comes to the leaders, I know that Putin one time claimed that showing that imperial Russian map and saying that Ukraine was their part or something that. I actually found out during that time, Great Mongolian Empire map. And I wrote Twitter during that time. And I said, after Putin's talk, I found Mongolian historical map. And I said, don't worry, Mongolia is peaceful and free nation. And that tweet actually reached more than 12 million people worldwide. Please follow me on X, actually. And there are ways. I think human voice is the most important invention. All other inventions we invented is still. That's very important. When I was in office, also in Mongolia, we talk not only for our freedom, we talk for the freedom of other people. I had a chance to lecture at Kim Il-sung University in North Korea. Wow. And they agreed on one condition. And they said, Mr. President, don't mention 3 words. They say human rights, democracy, and market economy. But I did not mention those 3 words. But I titled my lecture, No Dictatorship Lasts Forever. And actually that lecture cost me my meeting with Kim Jong-un. But in freedom activists in South Korea, they picked up my lecture and they flew using the air balloon to the north. I think you have to keep that commitment to freedom and to alliance. You know, human rights, freedom, things. In 2000, I studied in John F. Kennedy School of Government. During that time, great John Nye was dean of our school. I learned during that time, you know, that soft power thing, it actually talks about power of attraction, power of attractiveness. As a human being, we attract to each other. You know, American attractiveness always associated with freedom. With freedom. When America comes, usually that country, that continent, Europe and other countries became free. That's the universal. And you have to keep that commitment. That's really important.
I mean, listen, as you know, there are challenges to that today in our own country. I might, if I can, because I want to get your responses, and I'm sure you have thoughts, but ask it from a slightly different angle. Does the portions of the rules-based international order, right, this kind of catchphrase that relate to rule of law, right, is that a universal interest, right, in that it serves everybody? It's just folks will often make the point that free shipping lanes in Asia helped grow China's economy much as they did America's economy. And we're seeing today a challenge we're seeing the cost of the loss of free shipping lanes in the Red Sea, right? That matters to a lot of people. Ships sinking in the Red Sea, in the Strait. Is that something worth defending? And do you see one side of that divide as being a better champion of the rule of law than another? I'll start with you only because I was looking at you, but
thank you. You caught me because before I became a politician, I was dealing with constitutional law, and so I was studying rule of law. What does it mean? And I think we all agree in this room that without rule of law, no country can be successful. But what does it mean exactly? We use it as a universal term, or we pretend that it has a universal meaning, but it hasn't. So when it's quite a modern expression. Albert Van Dyce, a British constitutional lawyer, brought back this expression in the late 19th centuries, and he was saying that rule of law can only exist in the United Kingdom and nowhere else, because that's a concept which fits only for the Brits. And we use in a translation, for example, there is a German word, Rechtsstaat. And if you say in English, rule of law, then they translate it to German as Rechtsstaat. but it's like a state, but it means like a state based on law, which is different than rule of law. So it's like, even from the wording, it's understandable. When the Germans started to use the word Rechtsstaat, they meant something different. It was important for them, but it had a different meaning.
Well, let me give you a concrete example.
So,
if you disagree with your government, are you more likely to go to prison in China and Russia or fall off a balcony there than here? Concrete.
So it's like, I try to be concrete. There is a way of life, what we Hungarians admire. It's based on freedom, based on individual liberty, based on community-based liberty. But there are other structures as well. So if you talk to other people, probably they would say they have different values. They have a different mindset. They want a different functioning of the state. Is it my job to lecture them? Is it my job to convince them that my way of life, it's how should be done by them? I don't think so.
To your point, you're an elected member of parliament, and the Prime Minister was elected as well.
Yeah,
so to your point.
Of course. Let me give you, we are Western countries, it's a freedom-based society, but there are different societies where there are different priorities. So my question, which is important, is if we follow the liberal foreign policy agenda, why should we put on the top of the priority list this? Because we experienced that there was a foreign policy establishment which was very hostile towards Hungary for like years. There was an ambassador who was marching in the front line of the Pride parade. They were sanctioning us because we were not in line with their Ukraine policies. Is it serving the interest of the United States? They canceled the dual tax agreement between Hungary and the US. And in the meantime, there is a tax agreement still between Russia and the US. They made the investment of American companies harder, actually, in Hungary. Does it serve the interest of the United States? I don't think so. And we are here at this panel. We never met before. We never spoke before. Hungary is a NATO country, but not the biggest and the strongest one. Pakistan, important country. Mexico, important country. Mongolia, important country. We never spoke before, but we are in the same line. That this description of the word based on so-called progressive liberal principles is just not working. It's dysfunctioning. It's alienating countries from each other.
Well, one of those is debate, of course. I want to give Hina a chance to respond.
Yeah. Okay, so, one thing which was very, left a deep mark was once Margaret Thatcher was asked about Lee Kuan Yew and, Harry Lee, and she said that she had great deal of respect for him because he was able to look outside and think outside of conventional thinking. Okay, so allow me to say that I think in the West right now, what we have is this conventional thinking which is based on exceptionalism, which is rooted on past behavior and not the current behavior or the behavior of the last decade and a half or so. And there's no introspection in terms of how different the application of the rules-based order is, whether it is the sea lanes or the upholding of WTO or the upholding of WHO or the upholding of UN URBA. So it has almost been so clear and glaringly clear, and this wasn't the case in the past. This has changed, this has happened in the last 2 decades, and I think there's a lot of room for introspection in terms of what has actually gone wrong. And much of that has been the lack of universal application of the same rules across the board. So when you say we feel very strongly about human rights, but only selectively, then others. And I want to also say and break the myth of, the others don't white. Others have been taught and have actually bought your values more than you think. They are absolutely espoused to those values, but they are espoused to those values to be shared and implemented universally. Yeah. So I think that's...
Well, to your point, listen, no one would claim the U.S. is upholding the values of the WTO in the midst of a global trade war. Please, so you both have thoughts.
Yeah.
And quickly, if you don't mind,
Yeah.
I'm watching the clock.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Neve will kill me.
Never encourage aggression, never encourage invasion. If you give that 20% of Ukrainian territory for the Putin's term, I think that will be signal to China, take Taiwan forcefully. And because of that, I know that now these authoritarian governments actually alliance. That's not theory. Now it's fact. You know, North Korea becoming silently that ground force in Europe already. 10,000, 14,000. Now we see that news that they're going to commit for more 30,000 military. And plus Iran, and working with Russia and China, silently working with Russia, and that's already battle-tested alliance already there. It should be kind of the wake-up call to the West, to the free world, like in 1957, that Sputnik things, you know? Sure. It should be wake-up call. Don't encourage that invasion and aggression. And you have to keep that. I see that war is obsolete. You know, in Mongolia we say that bad things in history actually teaches and good things in history actually teaches. But when we see that from the history, war become obsolete, and we have to show those to those aggressors.
If only, Claudia, please.
I'd like to say this. When we talk about rule of law, or we talk about liberal democracy and its principles and values, and we talk about free trade, and all these, and rules-based order being called into question, it is in no small measure because of the misuse of these concepts and these institutions by great powers. And that has allowed, let's say, not liberal, not democratic, or illiberal countries to call this system into question. And, I mean, we've seen President Xi Jinping, which I respect and even admire in some things, but become the champion of free trade and multilateralism in some instances in past years. And that is because the US has lost the moral high ground as hegemon, because of the way it has used and abused these institutions, and because, and I say that not just in terms of the US, but all of us that believe in liberal democracy, that believe in free trade, that believe in globalization, because we sometimes forgot that all of these free trade and democratic institutions are a means to something, and they're not an end on themselves. And they're a means for people to have better lives, to have their dignity recognized and upheld, to have more prosperity, and to have more security. And we've lost sight of that, and that is why this system is being called into question, and the leadership, the US leadership of this system has been called into question because, and not only with this administration, but because of the abuse they have made of these institutions. I still believe in democracy, I still believe in human dignity and liberal democracy principles, and this is the way. But we have to rethink the new order that we want. We do not want to reinstate the old order. Even, I think it's better than what we have now, this uncertainty, but we have to start thinking about the kind of new world order that we want, and what's the place going to be for all the countries that are part of the international community. And rule of law, I think, is essential for that.
Officially, we're over time. Do we have 5 minutes to go to the audience? Eve, would you, maybe 2 questions? No, 1 question, great, all right, so who's the lucky winner? You raised your hand first. Brief, if you don't mind, and if you have someone in mind on stage to ask,
real quick, and I'll leave it pretty broad so anyone can answer. So obviously we talked about Ukraine. I'm curious, thank you so much for sharing your international perspectives with everything going on in the Middle East, conflict in Gaza, the strikes on Iran. What is your perspective from your perch on those happenings?
Who volunteers in 30 seconds?
I think, if you are tallest boy in a class, you have a responsibility. America was tallest boy in a class. Now we got another tall boy, China. And as Nelson Mandela said, most powerful weapon is to sit down and to talk. And that's really something. And just talk with the Chinese. When you talk about that, keep that principles. And you know, freedom is non-negotiable. When I meet Xi Jinping or Putin, I usually say that. You know, in Mongolia, freedom is non-negotiable. That belongs to people. Let's talk other topics. And they usually accept that. You have to show to them where you are stand, where you can negotiate with the people talk.
Any quick final thought? Please.
It has broken away or taken away any remnants of soft power that existed. I cannot overproject the impact of what is happening in the Middle East and people seeing this on live screen, children butchered, etc., and seeing most of the West standing on one side and some countries now finally coming there, and the veto power being used, etc. I cannot emphasize enough in the rest of the world the credibility, complete earthquake it has given on all the values which have been projected. And remember this, please. We have, when I say we mean everyone, or the world, the Western Hemisphere mostly, and behind which countries like mine have also stood, gone to war for human rights. In many, many countries where many, many people have lost lives. We have used economic sanctions which have starved people for human rights and things like this. So when people see this type of butchery in some ways, right, there is an impact. And also just want to say at the end, I think the difference between, even within the Western Hemisphere, how the younger adults are reacting to this and the older generation is. So it's in some ways the older generation is leaving for the younger generation something that they do not entirely agree with.
There's a clear difference generationally, not just on that conflict. Thanks so much to all of you. Spirited conversation. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to proceed with the next panel. If you wouldn't mind taking your seats, we'd appreciate it. Thank you so much. Please take your seats, ladies and gentlemen. Come into the room. Thank you. And maybe just over here we could, thank you. As I looked at the agenda, please take your seats, ladies and gentlemen. Come on in. As I looked at the agenda for this conference, I actually think that the appearance of the Foreign Minister of Singapore, Vivian Balakrishnan, is actually one of the most important sessions we're going to have. Singapore is a very close partner of the United States. In fact, I believe the United States is the largest investor in the economy of Singapore. Singapore is also, in the tradition that Singapore has had, a country with strong links to China. I see as a diplomat Singapore as a country that punches about 1,000 times its weight in the international system. And one of the Asian leaders who understood both China and the United States best was the great Lee Kuan Yew. And so I'm really happy that the minister is here today to talk about his experience, his country's attitude towards the evolving great power situation in the Indo-Pacific and in the world, And Minister Balakrishnan is going to be interviewed, I think, by one of the most knowledgeable correspondents on China and the United States, and that's Dimitri Sevastopoulou of the Financial Times. So, gentlemen, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you, Nick.
Thank you very much. And Nick, it's embarrassing that your Greek pronunciation is better than mine, but thank you. Vivian, it's a pleasure to have you here.
Great to see you too.
I think if you put both of our countries together, we'd have the population of the size of a mid-sized city in Guangdong, but Singapore and Ireland both punch above their weight, as Nick said. You've been in this role for 10 years, roughly as long as Wang Yi in China. You've...
a bit long. He's been there a bit longer.
A bit longer, okay. You have dealt with the Trump administration the first time, obviously the Biden administration, now we're back at Trump again. So I want to start off by asking you, how is Singapore navigating Trump 2.0? And just to put a little bit of context, you have a trade deficit with the US, you have a free trade agreement with the US. Yes. You haven't received one of Trump's trade love letters yet.
Not yet.
Not yet. Is Singapore in a safe zone?
Singapore is a tiny city-state, an island 1/5 the size of Rhode Island. And we are not yet 60 years since independence. So just put things in context. Small place, heart of Southeast Asia, but our trade volume is 3 times our GDP. So I say all this so you understand where I'm coming from. Next point is because it's only been 60 years of independence, we have, in a sense, had a turbocharge to our economy from 2 large factors: Pax Americana and the reform and opening of China from Deng Xiaoping. And just to give you again some context, some sense of the numbers involved. When we were made independent, and I say made independent, in 1965, because we were divorced from our northern neighbor, our per capita GDP was $500 US. Today, if you check ChatGPT or whatever your favorite search engine, you'll get a figure somewhere between 80 to 90,000 US dollars. So not bad for 6 decades. But the point is that it was Pax Americana and China. And let me just, what Pax Americana did was that the US, which was the ultimate victor of the Second World War, and actually the ultimate heir of the Industrial Revolution, was a very unusual victor, because it usually, victor collects the spoils, imposes its will, life goes on. The US in 1945 embarked on a unique, historical, unprecedented action. Rebuilt those it vanquished, Japan, Germany, Marshall Plan for Europe. It actually envisioned and underwrote in blood and treasure what we today call rules-based multilateralism, globalization. The UN, the WTO, the World Bank, the IMF, in a very ironic sense, a hegemon, but a magnanimous hegemon, actually created multilateralism. And because that set the stage for globalization, do you see how a tiny city-state in Southeast Asia with no hinterland, no resources, and in fact very much like Ireland, by making ourselves relevant, hospitable, and to facilitate the expansion of multinational corporations. And today, I think in Singapore and Ireland, we both have more than 5,000 American companies. And that has been a turbocharge to our economic development. So when we say we kind of like the Americans to be around, we even like, even better, the American investments. And we believe in free trade because Singapore's trade volume is 3 times our GDP. Can you understand? It's not a negotiating point, it's lifeblood. So just to give you some context of where I'm coming from. And I think there are quite a lot of parallels with Ireland.
So I can't let you escape without answering the question, which is Singapore safe? Are you in a safe zone, or do you expect that life is going to get more difficult?
History is replete with the carcasses of small states. Well, let's be realistic about it. And the thing that Mr. Lee Kuan Yew always reminded all of us, take the world as it is, not as how you wish it to be. So no, a small city-state is never safe. And what is happening now in the world is, in fact, that magnanimous hegemon has changed its posture. But that change, and I don't want to personalize this, but think about it. What has really changed is domestic politics in the United States. Because at the end of World War II, American GDP was 40% of global GDP. At that rate, it is entirely worth America's while, in its own enlightened national interests, to underwrite in blood and treasure the global system. Because for every additional dollar generated in the world, 40 cents came back to America. Today, it's 26%. Now, in nominal terms, the US is still the largest GDP in the world. But at 26%, it is an entirely legitimate question for the American voter to say, excuse me, why are we shedding blood and treasure underwriting this system? Shouldn't there be a fairer distribution of the burden? Shouldn't there be less free riding? And all this thing about the peace dividend, right? The US spends 3% on defense. What about the rest of the world? And, you know, there was a speech that my good friend Joseph Borrell, who was the vice president of the European Commission, and he's in charge of foreign affairs. There was one speech where he said, look, in Europe, we outsource security to the US, outsource energy to Russia, and outsource trade to China. Is that sustainable? The point I'm making is that this is the end of an era. It's not just because of one man or one country, but that these 80 years have been historically unprecedented, and now we just have to grow up and realize it's the end, and now we have to look forward.
So I want to ask you about trade. Singapore has been one of the lauded voices over time, over the last number of years, calling for the US to be more engaged, not just security in the region, but trade. Trump abandoned the Trans-Pacific Partnership. Biden attempted something called IPEF, which essentially flopped. Now you have US tariffs on countries all across Southeast Asia, although Indonesia has done a deal and Vietnam may have done a deal. What opportunities is this providing for China?
Well, let's back up a bit and look at some numbers. Right? US trade with Southeast Asia, I think it runs at somewhere about $500 billion. If you look at China's trade with Southeast Asia, it runs at about $1 trillion US, so a factor of 2. But beyond trade, let's look at investment. And if you look just in the year, say 2024, you'll find that, in fact, the flow of FDI from the US to Southeast Asia is 4 times that of China. And these are things which people don't delve into numbers.
Is that gap shrinking, or is it fairly constant?
Well, if you look at in terms of stock of FDI, the US stock of FDI in Southeast Asia is something like $500 billion. Because China came on later, I think the ratio is about 1/10 of the US. So my point I'm making is that, yes, look at trade, these are significant numbers, but look at investments, because you can trade with anyone, but investment requires a certain belief, a certain optimism, a certain confidence in the future. So in Trump 1.0, whenever I met the president, I used to tell him, sir, you have a trade surplus against Singapore. Initially, he didn't believe me, and I said, no, these are figures from your own BIS. I made a point
and he still didn't believe them.
Well, he came round to it. The next time I met him, I repeated it. He said, you must be the only one. I said, no, we're not the only one. So for us now to be subjected to a 10% baseline, when we in fact have had a free trade agreement with the US since 2004, and the US has a trade surplus against us, obviously, as far as we're concerned, doesn't quite compute. But actually, the problem goes far deeper than this. Because you could say, well, 10%, and if 10% is baseline and universal, this is just a revenue-raising measure on the part of US, and after all, the US does have a deficit. You could say, not such a big deal. But it goes far, far more than that, because it, in fact, is a repudiation at a very fundamental level of this principle called MFN, Most Favored Nation, which is Article 1 of GATT, a foundational article of the WTO. And if the US, of all superpowers, abrogates this, it gives ideas to everyone else in the room. So my point is, instead of a rules-based global system that promotes trade, you now have a system where every trade agreement becomes a bilateral arm wrestling match. And can you see how hostile that would be to a tiny city-state with trade 3 times our GDP? So we're worried at that level. But there's another level in which what's happening now is deeply worrying. Because if you impose tariffs, there will be strong temptation from the other side to impose reciprocal tariffs, and you end up in an escalatory spiral. So far, not there yet, but if things really get off the skids, we're back in the 1930s. And we all know that was not a glorious period for economics, for globalization, and for peace and stability. So yes, we are deeply worried. We'll have to see what happens now. And obviously, the real big contest in the room is actually China and the US, right? And while I've been in Washington a month ago, 2 months ago, I was in Beijing a month ago. Actually, let me let you in on not really a secret, but the Chinese are in a confident mood. Why? Because number one, you say, look, this trade tensions just turbocharges our efforts at self-reliance. It is a spur to our people that you can't be complacent, you can't take the world for granted, and we need to speed up this journey for self-reliance. So making virtue out of a necessity. Number two, and I think that's become clear even to the US now, China has leverage. Take rare earths, critical minerals, for instance. So it's not as if your counterparty has no agency. And third, China has a much higher threshold for pain than others. And whatever the criticisms you may have on political systems, China has a system which is capable of a long-term outlook. So it's in a state of confidence. Now, that does not mean that China actually wants to wreck the global trading system, because I mentioned Singapore as a beneficiary of Pax Americana and the other Asian tigers, but actually the biggest beneficiary of the last 80 years has been China, especially after reform and opening. So China is not a revanchist power from an economic perspective. So they would still much prefer a modus vivendi with America. And that does require respectful, candid, constructive conversation in the room.
I want to come back to China specifically in a minute, but before that, I'm going to do something very unfair. I'm going to ask you something that your former boss, Lee Kuan Yew's son, Prime Minister Lee, said in 2018.
Yes.
I think at the Shangri-La Dialogue, if I'm not mistaken. He said it would be better or desirable if ASEAN countries did not have to choose between the US and China, but the day may come when it has to. So my question is, are we closer to that day?
Let me give you a Southeast Asian view. When we look at Europe, and I know there was discussion of the war in Ukraine just now, it seems to me, and Nick can correct me, that the fundamental strategic question in Europe is, where is that line? The Iron Curtain, the Warsaw Pact, the eastward expansion of NATO. Where is Ukraine? And where does Russia fit into Europe? Where is that line? And unfortunately, that question still results in ongoing bloodshed. In Southeast Asia, we don't want to be trapped in that same paradigm of where is that line. The preferred strategic model for all of us in Southeast Asia is to make sure that the two superpowers, the United States and China, and the middle powers, including India, Australia, the Middle East, have skin in the game and have a stake in our continued peace and prosperity. And that we do not want Southeast Asia to become, again, an arena for proxy wars. So can you see we are on a completely different, operating on a completely different paradigm. What my former Prime Minister said, in Southeast Asia, we believe in overlapping circles of friends, which means your circle may be different from mine, but they're overlapping circles. And we truly believe in win-win arrangements. We are champions at negotiating free trade agreements. I mean, from a Singapore perspective, over 90% of my trade is covered in some free trade agreement or the other. We are strong proponents of the WTO. We engage in multilateral, plurilateral arrangements, but we still make all these stepping stones to ultimately a free trade area for the world. Right? So it's a completely different paradigm. So when you pose the question, do you want to be forced to choose sides? Of course we don't. That goes against our organizing principle. But having said that, we don't control the agenda in Beijing and Washington. What I can say from direct experience over a decade is that so far, both sides reassure us we're not forcing you to choose sides. Now, I will take that at face value, but it is a delicate balancing act.
But do you feel like it's becoming harder to do that delicate balancing act?
It will become, let's put it this way, in a period where you've reached an end of an era and the rules are no longer underwritten, and any student of history will know the most dangerous phase is the interregnum between one world order and an inchoate new world order. Are we in that interregnum? Yes, we are. Are we witnessing hot wars in Europe? Hot wars in the Middle East? Yes, we are. Are we anxious about potential rising tensions in the Pacific, in the South China Sea, in the Straits? Yes, we are. So I am concerned, and on a macro level, that this is a very dangerous time geopolitically. This is a very unconducive time for trade because of the profound damage to an architecture which has served us well for 80 years. And I may add, the United Nations and the Security Council is essentially paralyzed. So there are enough reasons for amber lights to be going off. And it's not just because of Washington and Beijing. I'm trying to take a broader and longer view of what's happening in the world.
So I want to ask you on China, one of the interesting slight differences of opinion last night between Nick and Zani and their talk.
Yes, I replayed his session twice last night.
Twice?
You deprived me of an hour of sleep.
So the one area where they had a slight disagreement was China and the US have been essentially in a game of economic chicken over the last few months. I think Zani's view was that China came out on top. Nick's view was not necessarily. Actually, the US had measures it used. How do you see it?
I don't think China sees it as a chicken game. I think their posture right now has been to stand firm. Right? As I said earlier, they have a high threshold for pain. They have a longer-term perspective. They have leverage. But at the same time, they would still much prefer the system continues with appropriate reform. Right? So they're still holding out. And it's not just China. Frankly, the rest of the world still holds out hope that a reformed global architecture, politically and economically, will emerge. And maybe let me answer what we are trying to do in Southeast Asia. For Singapore and my Southeast Asian neighbors, we have ASEAN. And within ASEAN, we are focused on bringing down systematically and comprehensively, not just tariff barriers, but non-tariff barriers. Because in fact, intra-ASEAN trade can and still should expand. We are also members of overlapping multilateral free trade agreements. So for instance, we've got the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, which is the 10 ASEAN countries plus 5, China, Korea, Japan, Australia, New Zealand. Singapore, and I think another 3 more ASEAN states, are also members of the CPTPP. Now, the TPP, which is its predecessor, is worth unpacking. The predecessor to the TPP was the P4. In fact, it started off as Singapore, Brunei, New Zealand, and Chile. 4 little minnows. It is only after Japan and the US got interested that the TPP became a trans-Pacific big deal. Now, I know you said earlier on that President Trump pulled out the TPP, but it is worth remembering, even before the election, Secretary Clinton also backed off. The point here is, again, not to personalize it, but to understand that within domestic politics of America, there's been a pushback against globalization, free trade, impact on industrialization, and so on, and so forth. What we are now trying to assemble is the CPTPP and the EU, which makes quite a natural partner for globalization, rules-based trade integration, to explore whether we can do some sort of partnership between the EU and the CPTPP. And there are others, for instance, the CPTPP had 11 because America pulled up, but we now have 12 because the UK has joined, and there are others in the queue. So can you see what we're trying to assemble is a coalition of the willing who still believe in globalization, economic integration, and free trade. But we still hope that America will come back in some form or the other. And we're leaving that door open.
So I'm going to ask one final question, and then I think we'll have time for one question from the audience. On Taiwan, Admiral Paparo sadly is not here this week, but he has said over the last few months that the Chinese military exercises around Taiwan are not just exercises, they are rehearsals for an attack on Taiwan at some point in the future. Does Singapore share that view?
Singapore has a long and complicated relationship across both sides of the straits. You need to understand that Singapore is the only political entity outside China and Taiwan where 74% of us have Chinese ancestry. This gives us both a special vantage point, a special understanding, but also puts us sometimes adds additional stress to us. Let me put it to you this way. We have long-standing friendships across both sides. To answer your question specifically, we do not believe that kinetic action is inevitable. We don't believe that. And I do not believe that that is China's first choice either. But having said that, strategic ambiguity, which prevailed now for 53 years, America did enough to deter China from embarking on kinetic action, but it also projected enough ambiguity to deter Taiwan from declaring independence. But over 53 years, the relative power has shifted. And also, although everyone proclaims that they are maintaining the status quo, you know as well as I do that everyone is salami slicing, slowly but surely. So that's why this is a moment of danger. But if you accept my hypothesis that kinetic action is not inevitable, then the question becomes, well, how are you going to avoid that? And how do you reduce the chances of accidents and miscalculations spiraling and escalation? And again, the standard diplomatic answer, which I think Nick and I will certainly agree, is you need to sit down and talk, arrive at a modus vivendi. You need to make sure you deploy forces in a way that they don't even accidentally get into collisions. And mind you, there was a collision. I think it was in 2001. I think the Chinese plane crashed with loss of life. The American plane was severely damaged but managed to land in Hainan. And there was intense negotiation. I don't know whether Nick was involved at that point. No. There was intense negotiations and, a solution was found. Can you imagine a similar incident today? And if you can't even pick up the phone and be sure that someone on the other side is going to listen, it's far more dangerous. So our hope is that there will not be a war, since it's not inevitable and it's unnecessary, but that everyone can calm down, talk, and there are many situations in diplomacy which cannot be resolved overnight. Territorial disputes, for instance, and I know something about that in Southeast Asia. And sometimes diplomats need to understand you need to leave it to future generations. Right? But don't prematurely push, because sometimes instead of putting things together, you get a rupture. And that's not in anyone's interest. So I'm making the plea for strategic patience and engagement, and to organize, the prospect of a modus vivendi between the US and China. If that happens, bear in mind, the biggest thing that's happening in town now is the technological revolution. AI, quantum, biotech, energy. And our greater anxiety looking forward is that for 2 to 3 centuries, the world has essentially been working on a common scientific application stack, which means we make a discovery, you publish it, you patent it, you get a temporary monopoly, but the world benefits from it and others get to work on it. This common stack planetarily has been a formula for rapid advances in science and tech, innovation, and we've been beneficiaries of it. If you get a hard attempt to bifurcate that stack, 3 things happen. You will cause inflation because you're no longer organized on the principle of comparative advantage and efficiency and sharing and competition. 2, you'll get a more disrupted relations because you have less to lose from just chucking the whole kitchen sink at the other person. And 3, you will slow down progress. So again, I'm trying to make the argument, if we are to maximize opportunities for the future, you need a modest vivendi. But my final point I wanted to make is that foreign policy, economic policy, technological policy begins at home. If you don't settle the situation back home, you won't be able to embark on all this. In the case of Singapore, we believe that free trade must be complemented by industrial policy and social security. If you don't get this triad settled, and instead you get polarized, divided people who feel that free trade has been an exercise in deindustrialization, unfairness, greater inequality, you will never generate the political consensus to make the necessary compromises internationally to put ourselves to be ready for the future. So that's my closing pitch, that if you believe in free trade, globalization, rules-based globalization, you need to pay attention to your domestic factors, and the 2 things, industrial policy and social security. And by the way, on industrial policy, I don't mean picking winners and losers. I mean focusing on education, on infrastructure, on connectivity, and giving your people the skills and the confidence to go out there and harvest the opportunities that the new technological revolution offers. And you need to work on your Gini coefficient. One of the things which we are most proud about, you mentioned my former Prime Minister, is that in the last decade of his term, Singapore was able to reduce our Gini coefficient after taxes and redistribution. It fell from 0.4 to 0.36. And we'll hope to continue to work on that. But can you see how these things, social policy, industrial policy, and diplomacy, all interlock? And I just want to make this appeal, that everyone just chill, take a step back, understand the opportunities of the future, and understand the need to get your foreign policy, your domestic policy, and your economic policy in sync. If we can do that, we have a second win for another season of opportunity.
So if we can take one, no question, one super quick one. I'll get in trouble when even she'll shout at me in Irish so no one else can understand. So one super quick question. Lady in the very back. Sorry, it's not a lady, it's Nick Schifrin. Apologies.
I've been called worse, it's okay. Thanks very much, great session. Can I pick up on the security aspect where Dimitri left off, which is that you may believe that conflict is not inevitable, but what seems to be the reality is an expansionist Chinese policy throughout Southeast Asia, whether it's military, economic, or diplomatic. For the last decade or so, the U.S. has prioritized things like minilaterals or constellations around the region to try and get at that, including, or in addition to increasing security in the Pacific. So what do you believe is the best way to respond to Beijing's expansionist policy? Thanks.
Every year, I used to pay my respects to Henry Kissinger in his office, right up to the final year. And the point he kept reminding me was that a war between China and the US must never be fought, because the consequences are just too catastrophic. And I think even now, Henry's admonition and reminder to all of us is worth bearing in mind. So if you start with that as the first line, then next is to understand the domestic politics and self-image of both China and the US. China is a 5,000-year civilization. And the reason we are both speaking English today is because the Industrial Revolution began in England and then went across to Europe. And the ultimate beneficiary, or the ultimate heir of the Industrial Revolution was the United States of America. The last time China had a maritime fleet, you've got to go back to the Ming Dynasty, 1403 or so, Admiral Zheng He, the rest of it. And then China decided they would stop these fleets. There was a waste of money. Anyway, China had reached the zenith of civilization. There was nothing the barbarians could teach. And China paid a very heavy price for turning inwards. And Europe and America won. And what the Chinese remember most now is, if you really want to trigger a Chinese diplomat, talk about unequal treaties. I think Nick is familiar with it. Do you agree? That's, if you want to press a button, unequal treaties. And China is not short of treaties in the last 2 centuries which were highly unequal, including some with its greatest pal today. Let's not get into it. Right? The point is that if you look over millennia, every time China was at peace and intact and running a continental-sized economy, it constituted about 25 to 30% of global GDP. But the trouble is, if you look across 2 to 5 millennia, the United States was not there. The United States is, what, 249 years? Thereabouts. So what you have now is 2 superpowers with no historical memory of ever having to engage with one another. Do you see that? So we are truly in uncharted waters. Having said that, we have to all hope and pray that these 2 giants work something out. Because war is not, inevitable, right? And you can sit down and focus on the future and focus on your getting your domestic house in order. And frankly, both China and the US have got a lot of domestic homework to focus on. And for the rest of us, do the same. Check our domestic situation and check our fitness for the future. Try to make common cause. And when the 2 big boys have sorted their modus vivendi, try to plug them in and make sure they have a stake in our survival, our prosperity, and our stability. And that's why maybe it's just I've been in this post for too long, but diplomats have to be somewhat optimistic. Otherwise, you can't get up and go to work every day. So anyway, I hope you accept my thesis. Coming from a tiny island city-state, dependent on the world, but having to take the world as it is, but still have enough hope and vision that there is a better tomorrow.
So on that optimistic note, Vivian, thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister Balakrishnan, and thank you, Dimitri. We'll take Minister Balakrishnan's advice and chill for a little while. For those of you who'd like to go hear our book talk, we've got Edward Fishman on his book Choke Points downstairs with the Wall Street Journal's Alex Ward. Lunch will be provided down there. Otherwise, lunch is out in the Marble Garden tent and also in Davis Commons. And we look forward to reconvening at 1:30. Thank you.
Yeah, when this ends.
Thank you. Thanks, Joe. Gotta keep you guys in line. Truth hurts.
Wait.
It has me catching up.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back. Hope you had a lovely lunch. If you're hanging around outside, if you could please come in and sit down now, that would be terrific. We're thrilled to be bringing the next panel to you. It's had some shapes and movements over the last 48 hours, but we're in for a treat. It's a great topic. From acquisition to adoption, integrating commercial tech for warfighter advantage. We have Greg Levesque, who's the CEO and co-founder of Strider Technologies. We have Joe Felter, who's the director of the Gordian Knot Center at Stanford University, and Chris Brose, who's president and chief strategy officer at Anduril, and also an Aspen Strategy Group member. Thank you, Chris. And this is all going to be wonderfully moderated by Jim Sciutto from CNN. Please join me in welcoming them to the stage. Thank you.
Thanks to all of you as well. Hope we didn't rush your lunch. Good to have you gentlemen on the stage alongside me. Of course, we were meant to have a DIU component to this, but one of the victims of the Defense Department's decision, but we have a lot of folks here plugged into defense innovation, and I think we're going to be able to dig deep. I want to start big picture if I can, because just from our pre-discussion, a couple of you made the point that as we speak about technology for war-fighting advantage, that we're already in that war. We're already in that conflict now. And I wonder, perhaps, Greg, I could start with you. Tell us how, and on which fronts specifically.
Yeah. So, I mean, if you take a big picture view of what's happening geopolitically with, China, Russia, Iran, industry and the emerging technology startups and ecosystem are dead center in their eyesights. We're seeing this across not just the United States, but the world. So we are already in the tech race. That is happening every single day. A great example of that we all know about is the DeepSeek announcement that came out, right? That is, I think, indicative of the competition that we're seeing. And And what nation states like China are doing is they have built out entire apparatuses from an intelligence perspective to map out our industry players, map out the technologies that are being developed, and actually look at ways that they can disrupt them from a commercial perspective, but also keep them out of the hands of the US government. And so things that we've seen are instances of new tech startups coming out of the gate. They go to DoD, provide a briefing to them about their new technology, and a Chinese venture firm pops up and offers them a very large valuation and a lot of money. That is purely an operation to neuter that technology and keep it out of the hands of going into the defense ecosystem. The same is happening too with AI, quantum, synthetic biology. And corporations are now beginning to develop their own intelligence systems and operations to counteract that. In 2017, the US Trade Rep Office pegged the cost of just China's IP theft in the United States at upwards of $600 billion per year. I can tell you, confirm that is happening every single day. There's not a Fortune 500 company that we've interacted with that has not been dealing with this problem for a decade or more.
Joe, if I could ask you to use your seat at Stanford to answer another big picture question. So if we're already in this conflict, who's winning it from a technology perspective?
Yeah, well, we're going to find out. And just dialing up a little bit more, we're in a very different kind of war than the last time we confronted a near-peer competitor. I talk about the Cold War in my classes at Stanford. I might as well be talking about the Civil War or World War I. They just glazed over. The Cold War was the last century. A few people, some gray hair out there with me, remember the Cold War. We prevailed in that conflict, if you will, against a near-peer competitor. And the defense-relevant technologies that we needed to compete and prevail certainly was an economic component. It was coming out of, big defense primes, government labs, and those places. And we could stay competitive and eventually win if we just developed, a incrementally better large end system, a better aircraft carrier or submarine or fighter jet every 10 years. Fast forward to now, the war we're in right now, it's a very different fight. The type of technology that we need to compete and win in this conflict, it's coming out of the commercial technology base. It's AI, cyber, autonomy, that slew of technologies that Chris Rose's world. And importantly, that's coming out of the commercial technology base. Not, so you can't have government directives that say, develop a better technology and develop better AI, develop better cyber. Now we have to identify and adopt and deploy those commercial technologies at speed and scale if we want to prevail and win this conflict. So it's a whole different kind of fight, but we're still fighting it with legacy acquisition systems that helped us win the Cold War. So we need to close that gap, and we're doing it in many important ways. We'll probably talk about that a bit more with you.
So it's gospel that you have to do, or we have to do that faster. There has to be more integration hand in hand with the technology sector, the private sector, and you have to leapfrog the old procurement system. You can't wait 10 years to approve a system and then 5 years to build a submarine, all that kind of stuff. You call, Chris Rose, what's necessary a Moneyball military. So I wonder if you could briefly define that and then answer, is it happening?
Yeah, thank you. And I appreciate you flagging that paper that I wrote for the Hoover Institute. I basically try to make sure that I bring my life back to baseball metaphors and references. So mission accomplished. What I talked about in that is really building off of what Joe said, which is, when I look at the US military or an allied military, I think we have to kind of basically break it into two parts. There are the large, exquisite, expensive sort of legacy systems which are very important and still very relevant. Like, I dismiss the notion that all this stuff is obsolete. Long-range bombers, nuclear submarines, things like that. They are very unique systems that we need to do very unique things. But they can't do everything. And our acquisition system cannot be basically optimized only to think about how you kind of develop and acquire those types of systems. So, what I was seeking to do, with this sort of a Moneyball concept, if, those of you who are familiar with Michael Lewis's book or watched the movie, it's this notion of how you deal with disruption. How do you basically see yourself differently and put together, kind of an offsetting capability that is affordable, that is achievable, that's capable of winning. And I think that's all this other stuff that we're talking about, right? It's autonomous systems, it's low-cost, mass-producible weapons, it's AI-enabled technologies that have very different attributes than long-range bombers and nuclear submarines. They need to be thought about differently in terms of how you define the requirements for them, how you develop them, how you buy them, how you refresh them and modernize them. But I think ultimately, you know, the vision as I see it is these two different kinds of military capabilities have inverse attributes, but they're inherently complementary. You need the new with the old. I think that is a key lesson of Ukraine. It's not that all the old stuff is obsolete. It's actually, if you pair the old stuff with the new stuff, all of it becomes wildly effective, you know, in a learning and adaptive military organization. So I think with respect to how we buy this, we just need an entirely alternative pathway in the Pentagon, in allied defense ministries, for how we bring very large quantities of lower cost, more intelligent military systems to bear in our formations.
Greg, you made the point, you have an intelligence background, that the intel world has a similar problem and a similar need to accelerate and perhaps do Moneyball intelligence. I mean, is that happening?
Not fast enough or not at scale. And I think this is a topic that doesn't get really addressed a lot publicly, given that it's an intelligence vertical. So I'm not going to talk a whole lot about like what we're doing on that space. There's a great piece by David Ignatius that just came out on that. But there's a lack of imagination, and there's a bit of a failure of creativity to understand the fact that, look, everybody in this room that has a cell phone, there is intelligence that can be collected from that. And it is being collected. I will tell you that we are seeing that our adversaries are ahead of that power curve in their use of modern technologies, ubiquitous technologies to spot, identify, recruit talent, to pinpoint where our operations might be happening. And this is something that I think we all need to begin to wake up to because, as I said earlier, I mean, even as a corporate entity, Strider, right, we have been able to see how China is leveraging this technology to infiltrate our systems and our companies. And we really have no meaningful defense at the moment. On the flip side of that, we're not deploying the same types of approaches and models in our own intelligence operations at scale. Okay, so I think we are in this inflection point in a realization that, as Joe was saying here, we have legacy systems that are now confronting very abruptly modern technologies that are being developed, deployed, and utilized in a commercial context, and there's no frameworks for how those two things converge. So right now it is a bit of a Wild West domain.
So the Pentagon has a DIU, which preaches this gospel, right, and it is acting on it. And if Doug were here, and I know he wanted to be here, he would be explaining to us right now about how they're doing it. Joe, so I'm going to ask you to speak for your sense of how well the DIU is doing in this space. Is it accomplishing this transformation?
I would say the short answer is yes. And I was with Ash Carter. This I think is finally realizing Ash Carter's vision for it. Now over 10 years ago. Some great leadership under Raj Shah, Mike Brown, and now with Doug Beck. But it's been a long road. It's been over 10 years, and we're finally getting to the point where it's getting the resources. I know Jane Harmon identified it's getting $1 billion, which it's a lot more than it used to have, and it could do more than that.
That's still a fraction.
It's a
of the
fraction,
defense
like point-something% of the budget. But right now, DIU, again, if Admiral Paparo was here, he could tell you about DIU being embedded in Indo-Pacific Command, for example. It is a direct report to the Secretary of Defense, which is key, and which I think constrained it in previous DIUs. And it also has a lot more flexibility with the color of money. It can really spend much more effectively and efficiently. So. Doug will tell you that they've got a ways to go, but they've made some great progress. I think Ash Carter would be proud of it today. A lot of examples, counter-UAS systems. I could reel off a few, but maybe that's a little more detail than you want. But they are getting down there, embedded with the warfighter, reporting directly to Secretary of Defense, and having some flexibility with their colors of money, and they're really having impact and building capabilities out there, getting that commercial tech deployed at speed and scale and have an impact. So give them more money, they'll do a little better, but they're doing pretty well, and we should be proud about everyone who's responsible for that.
So I had him come speak to my class at Yale this spring about this, and he gave a couple of examples of where DIU is making progress and moving cutting-edge weaponry quicker through procurement, and he mentioned a couple in the drone space specifically. But I wonder, Chris, can you describe some weapon systems where we're seeing this bear fruit?
Yeah, I mean, I'll give you a personal example with Anduril. I think the answer is, is DIU changing the Pentagon? It was never DIU's job, right? DIU is helping the Pentagon move faster, access a lot of the commercial technology that's out there, and then connect that back to the institutions of the Pentagon that really buy things and deploy things and operate them at scale, the Army, the Navy, Air Force, et cetera. Anduril got started on counter-drone work through DIU. Shout out Scott Sanders, who's here, who led that effort for us. This was something that was enabled by DIU that basically put us immediately out into the operational environment in the Central Command Middle East AOR. And we saw a lot of the problems that are now headline news 5-6 years ago as a result of being out there embedded with the warfighter, having to build and rebuild and fix and refix and redeploy our systems to deal with an incredibly fast-moving pace of technology and an equally fast-moving threat from the standpoint of Iranian one-way attack drones and other things. So it's absolutely contributing in that regard, and that has enabled us to then begin doing a lot of the work that we're doing on counter-drone at scale with the military services, with other combatant commands, other government agencies. But for the fact that we got started on a production contract or a prototyping leading to production contract with DIU, that wouldn't have happened.
And DIU, it can't do it all, and what it's doing can be scaled. It can be scaled to the services. So it's leading in a lot of these areas, and hopefully other organizations like the services can get on board and have a similar approach to getting that commercial tech deployed.
Let's talk, if we can, about Ukraine, because I don't want to overstate, but I certainly don't want to understate, because I've watched with fascination the rapid progression of drone technology there, and how Ukraine, what is it, 70-80% of the casualties on the front lines are now from drones, and how Ukraine did this largely on their own, right? And, with all the attention early in the war about waiting for whatever weapon system that we were going to grant them and at what time, and I'm not diminishing the use or value of those weapon systems, but just what they've done on their own on the front end. I mean, listen, they made the Black Sea unfriendly territory for the Black Sea Fleet without a navy because of their drone technology. What else have we learned from there? And is it maybe, Greg, you want to pipe in, given that I'm sure the intel world has been watching it very closely, ours and Russia's and China's. What have they taught us?
I think they're showing a pathway for how you can begin to more cleanly integrate commercial capability into what are traditional weapons and intelligence platforms and systems. On the intel side, right, a lot of this success is due to the intelligence that's flowing into the systems that have been created in Ukraine for targeting purposes. And I think that's a unique moment that we're in to begin to look at that, how it was developed, the partners that were involved in it. I mean, we're talking large cloud infrastructure, open source intelligence that's feeding into this, along with classified SIGINT, et cetera. So this is a fusion that's coming together in a pretty unique way, where it's traditionally, in many respects, siloed, and that is what happens in wartime. Right? When you're in a war, you have to begin to integrate and combine these capabilities together for a clear mission and a clear objective. I think a lot of what we're chatting through here in the United States and other places is we are still acting as if the war hasn't started. So there is a lack of clarity around the intention behind what companies like us are doing and where to orient that capability in practice today. I think all of us on stage would say the war has already begun. It is here, it's real. And so that's, I think, what we were now looking at Ukraine to say, when it becomes kinetic, right, what does that then mean? We should be developing these programs, systems, strategies, concepts before it goes kinetic.
Can I add to that, Jim? I completely agree with all of that, and would just add another point of what it's teaching us, and then there's another question of whether we're adequately learning these lessons, is the importance of scale. I think for basically the past generation, we have been optimizing the American military to be like relatively small, very expensive, very exquisite. We're going to win through technological overmatch against adversaries that aren't exactly that sophisticated. When we go to war, we're not going to shoot a lot of weapons. We're not going to lose a lot of vehicles. The war's not going to last a long time. if you actually look at that in the context of American history, it's a total anomaly. And I think what Ukraine is showing is really kind of where we are now going in this quote-unquote new era of great power competition, which is back to the future. The volume of systems that they are needing to produce, regenerate, lose, produce, regenerate, is almost inconceivable, I think, in like a US DoD Pentagon context. I mean, Tim Ray spoke eloquently on these questions of scale earlier today. I think we're off by an order of magnitude, the number of military systems that we need to build, right? I mean, we've had years and years of war games where we run out of all of our critical munitions in the first 8 days of the war. That's a little easier to believe when Ukraine goes through an entire decade's worth of, anti-tank and anti-aircraft weaponry in the first several months of combat against Russia. So the things that we're thinking that we're going to go to war with are not rapidly producible, they're not rapidly replaceable. And when we shoot them all or when we lose them, we're not going to get them back quickly. And I think the lesson from Ukraine is, in addition to all of this legacy capability that's very important, boy, we better start creating this Moneyball military or sort of complementary set of capabilities that are defined by the ability to mass produce them, to lose them quickly, to replace them fast, to change them and adapt them as new circumstances, threats, and technology force you to.
The thing is, I've been hearing that for years, right? Particularly when it comes to munitions, right? They talk about, let's say, in the nightmare scenario of a conflict over Taiwan, how quickly anti-ship missiles, you name it, would disappear, hours, days, etc. We just passed an enormous, big, beautiful bill. I mean, is there any money in there for being put in the right places?
I think the answer is yes, and I think to be determined. I think there's a lot about that bill that people are still digging through. I think how exactly all of those dollars are going to get, kind of laid out is still a work in progress in the, Department of Defense. But, my sense is that when you have this conversation, which I agree, it's been ongoing for years, but it feels like, we're starting to converge a little bit more around the idea that we do need these complementary set of capabilities. I think the challenge is, great, we now agree, so show me the programs that are really delivering on the scale that we need, right? And that's not DIU's job, right? That is, how do the military services change themselves? Like I think, Dan Driscoll and the Army is doing an enormous amount to change the Army. I think the Air Force is doing a lot, but I think we're still a far cry from the ability to do this. And what I would tell you is, I don't think it's going to cost an enormous amount of money. In the overall scheme of the defense budget, I'm not saying we got to allocate half of it to this stuff. I actually think we could change on the timeline that we need to the degree that we need with probably 2%. Wow. It's just a question of then how do you marshal that in the service of new programs that accomplish those objectives.
So, Joe, how are our adversaries doing, specifically China? And I mean, it's a different system, right? They don't have to go through an appropriations process, but how are they doing, and are they ahead of the game?
I think they're certainly closing the gap. And they have a lot less constraints than we do. I mean, certainly continuity of leadership. I mean, Xi Jinping is arguably emperor for life. He can look out to 2049 and say, I want to get here and have these incremental goals to get there. We have a little different political system here, and that creates some challenges. They don't have to deal with the same challenge like with IP, with their state-owned enterprises. They just have a lot more efficient and effective ability to identify goals and objectives and marshal their national resource to get after them. I think we still have huge advantages, and I hope to have a chance to chat before the end. As far as our human capital, I just feel like when you want to talk innovation, there's nowhere better than, with all respect to our international folks, the U.S. just does it better than our adversaries, and we just have to find ways to harness that. But China is closing the gap. They have gotten ahead in some technology areas, and they're closing in almost every technology area. So, game on. We are on notice, and we have to. We have to respond just like China. They're using a whole government approach to include advances in technology. We have to respond with a whole government approach, and I think we have a lot that we can do better. So they're not ahead, but they're closing, and we need to have this wake-up call. And let's learn from the lessons of several 100,000 dead Russians, and not wait for 5,000 sailors to be at the bottom of the ocean in the Taiwan Strait before we have that wake-up call, the epiphany we need to make some progress.
Those war game scenarios, whenever I read them,
do you mind if I just add on to that?
Scare the hell out of you.
Look, I think we actually are behind in some ways. And I'll give you maybe just one point on that. We are behind in understanding the intention. You don't build intermodal amphibious assault platforms for fun, okay? And we still are sitting here acting like this can all be negotiated. So I'm of the viewpoint that the competition is beyond a commercial one. Okay, this is not for market share. This is for the technological dominance of the future. This is for the emerging system that we are already all talking about, and we can all see and feel it. The legacy system is not working. So now it is up to us to reimagine what that looks like. It's not simply a reform of an acquisition process. So it starts first in grounding ourselves in what is the reality of the situation that we are in, and how do we understand the intention of our adversaries, which I'm going to tell you they are sharing with us. And on the commercial front, right, like you see this in the intelligence. We have it, we know what it is. There is a lack of ability to action it because of the legal constructs we have from World War II. Look, to charge someone with economic espionage today in our country, which is happening every single day, you literally need a piece of paper or some kind of document that shows that they were tasked to go do that. That's not how the world currently operates in reality. And so, look, while I do think we have a lot to be optimistic about, and I think we are in a position of strength, we're not going to stay there forever if we don't begin to reimagine and adapt.
You know, it just seems to me that the last several years have had so many instances of missing what's right before our eyes, right? As relates to Russia or China, and even what they say, right? What the leaders say about what their intentions are. Chinese leaders have been quite public and definitive about what their intentions are in terms of taking over supremacy from the U.S., et cetera. So anyway, let's hope we're learning some lessons there. Chris, I was speaking to one of your colleagues prior who made the point that one difference is today in terms of speeding up innovation and development is that with VC money, companies do the R&D to develop the product. They don't wait for specs to do it, which slows things down. Can you explain how that process is different, and is it happening now?
Yeah, I absolutely think it's happening. We're certainly a living example of it, right? I think the way the Defense Department's process works is, first they will define a requirement for exactly the solution they think that they need, and then they'll go out and freely compete it, and then, eventually award a contract to some company to build the very thing they said they had a requirement for, on a cost-plus contract where that company is basically given a guaranteed profit on the work that they do, regardless of whether that work is fast or slow, good or bad, et cetera. There's reasons for why that makes sense in some instances that I won't belabor today. But I think that's sort of assuming that the government always in all instances knows the solution that it needs. Like, if I operated that way in my commercial world, I'd have the most amazing flip phone known to man, because I would have put those requirements on the street in 2007 and it would be killer right now in 2025. There is something to be said for sharing your problems and allowing industry to come forward, and even come forward with capital and a desire to take risk to say, let us go build for you the thing that you can't envision right now but needs to be true. That is something that Anduril has done from the very beginning of our company. It's something that we continue to do now. As we become a larger company with more capital, we have more capital to put against those types of bets. Now, at the end of the day, we're a business, right? So you want to make bets that are intelligent, that are aligned to problems that actually exist, that people actually care about, and that when you field a solution, they're going to buy it. So that's a lot of the back and forth and engagement with the government. But there's a whole world of new business models, I think, that exist and are being created and are being tried. We're certainly leading the way on a lot of that. For how the government can get out of the business of basically trying to give color by numbers solutions to industry and actually get back to where we used to be, which is I'm going to provide you problems and I'm going to reward performance and capability and schedule. I'm going to buy what works, I'm going to field it quickly. I think there is now more money going into defense technology than ever before. As a company, I would submit we are spending more of our own independent capital than large defense technology companies, large defense primes. And I think now there is, again, something that didn't exist 5 or 10 years ago, dozens and dozens of companies that are eager to do the same thing, that are doing the same thing, that are starting their own journey and scaling. That's an enormous good news story for America. That is American innovation, competitiveness, capitalism at work. I think the real question becomes, is the government capable of meeting those companies where they're at, putting the onus to them to say, I need you to build me things that matter, but when you do, I'm going to reward you through large production contracts that get that capability built and deployed at scale.
Joe, you had a thought?
Just doubling down on something Chris said about requirements and how that's the root of some of the problems we have in our acquisition. I know some early success stories like Palantir. I had something called a forward deployed engineer, I think years ago when I first came across them, where they literally would put engineers embedded into tactical units to get direct feedback. I know DIU right now is embedding elements in COCOMs. Certainly I know I've met the one out of NUPACOM. Our program at Stanford, we turn students away that want to take our defense innovation class if they come with a solution. You've got to go through the customer discovery process, the beneficiary discovery process. So I think Chris is dead on. We've got to create more opportunities for the folks that are going to be tasked with coming up with a solution to really better understand the nature of the problem. I think we got some a long ways we can go in that respect.
Greg, I just want to dig down on something you said earlier, that we are already at war in this space. And is that, are you saying that in the context of a rapid competition for the dominant weapon systems in the event that the superpowers or great powers would go kinetic? Or are you saying that already in certain fields, I mean, I imagine one would argue that in the cyberspace, there's already a low-grade war going on, perhaps in outer space, right, given the weapons that have been deployed. Can you describe more exactly about where and how deeply the powers are at war?
Sure. So if you begin to kind of frame it in a China perspective, I'm going to focus on China just for a minute, okay? They talk about, and this is classic like Chinese policy documents and strategy, they talk about achieving the quote-unquote commanding heights of these emerging frontier technologies. So I'm gonna dial in on that part of it, but if you look at great power competition in the most holistic sense, military is one piece of it. Diplomatic, soft power, economic and technological domain is a core part of that, cyber intelligence. If you go ask any intelligence officer if we're in some kind of a conflict with these, I mean, they're operating like we are.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's what I'm saying is it's a low grade. It has not gone kinetic, but every single day there are battles happening. And it's for these emerging technologies, it's for supply chains, it's for being able to understand how we operate and act. This is why China is buying up farmland near all of our military installations. Just this week in the state of Utah, where I'm based, we were able to pass legislation, and the governor actually came out and said, we're stopping this, and they are no longer allowed to operate in this model at the state level. So that's really what we're seeing here, right? Like this pre-staging has been going on for a while, and I think we're all now beginning to wake up to it in a more mature way because the scope and scale of it is so vast.
Do you know what, just in terms of speed or lack of speed, as you mentioned the farmland, I was in the U.S. Embassy in Beijing 2011 to 2013, so that's more than 10 years ago. And there was an incident, it was in Washington State, and they bought some property near a U.S., I think it was an Air Force installation. It was quite a controversy. That's more than a decade ago. Though, right? I mean, it doesn't give confidence that we're acting quickly in response to these threats that have long been recognized if a state is just passing legislation in 2025, right? What's happening?
So I've been working on this for my entire adult life, okay? I think this is just one of these moments where there is almost a little bit of a psychological issue at play here, right? Like, we can see what's going on. The question is, what should we do and whose job is it to do it? What I'll tell you is, I can't answer that question for the government, but what I can say is industry is moving out. So back in 2017, I was part of the U.S. Trade Rep 301 investigation, right, that helped to understand the scope and scale of China's efforts to target industry. And at that time, this was a pretty taboo topic within corporate boardrooms. But I'll tell you, everyone was dealing with it. And now, fast forward to today, we are seeing the emergence of literally nation-state teams being set up in U.S. corporations. We are seeing counterintelligence teams being stood up. This is not insider threat or cybersecurity. This is a recognition that corporations are playing on a nation-state global playing field, that they are being targeted, that their talent is being targeted. And that is the piece I think we all need to get our heads around. We in our country have a bifurcated view of our society. That's my view. We view government as its own domain and industry as its own domain, but we all know that is not reality. Our legal constructs actually forbid and create barriers between the two collaborating from an intelligence perspective. I'm not saying that that's good or bad, that is just the reality of the moment we're in. And so why is industry moving out on this? Because the government can't support. So if you're a U.S. corporation developing AI, quantum technologies, and you're raising millions, billions of dollars to do this, you're going to build teams and you're going to build systems to protect your assets and your people. Because otherwise what we're seeing is they're being offered, I'll give you guys one example, okay? Just bring it to life. We have a corporate customer working on quantum. They had an engineer, we saw it in the intel that this person was going to be targeted. Sure enough, over his corporate email, offered $3 million. Just email them, corporate email. We'll give you $3 million if you bring the tech you're working on, come over here, build it out in this.
Foreign actor?
Yeah. This was a nation-state intelligence service. So look, this is why I'm sharing with you. This is not, the rules of the intel game have changed rapidly beneath our feet. It is across every element of our society. And so at Strider, our mentality and our view is we need an all-of-society approach, and intelligence is the shared truth. Intelligence is the shared kind of platform for us to understand what's going on and then act in a way that drives our national security forward. So I like to say, look, national security, I think, is too important for us to leave to the government alone. We all need to be a part of it.
It does raise the question, though, right? If corporations are making these decisions, I saw Sam Altman speak. I'm sure most folks here have seen him speak in some context describing AI and aware of the potential dangers, et cetera, but also acknowledging the lack of oversight, right? With enormous capabilities moving quite quickly. I don't want to impugn defense contractors or the work that you do. I'm just saying there's reason for oversight. Is it happening?
I can assure you oversight is alive and well. We deal with oversight from every which way constantly. But look, like the serious point that I'd offer is, for Anduril, right? We're at the leading edge of building out AI-enabled weapons, autonomous systems. Like, we are pushing the boundaries of technology. What I would submit is we do have a legal and policy and regulatory and ethical framework for how to think about bringing new and untested technology into military formations, integrating into testing and operations. We have done that before with lots of different technology. We've done it before with unmanned technology, with semi-autonomous technology, right? So not necessarily everything is all new under the sun. Right. I would argue, rather than say, oh my God, this stuff is all so new, I know this isn't your point, that we should just cast aside these frameworks for how we have done this very successfully in the past. I actually think we need to utilize those frameworks because they're actually very flexible, very capable for bringing these kinds of technologies through a process of testing, evaluating their capabilities and limitations, building trust in the system's ability to do the thing effectively, safely, repeatedly, users' ability to trust that when they say to go do this thing, it does this thing. We've done that a lot. And I think that what I worry about is not that we're moving too slowly, or moving too quickly and sort of willy-nilly just kind of, building all this newfangled technology. It's that we're not going fast enough. They're not utilizing frameworks that we do have to move this through the process of testing, certification, fielding, and deployment to make the kind of military advantage and sort of intel advantage that we desperately needed to provide us in this competition.
Okay, we had a lot of smart folks in this space in the audience, so can I have two quick questions? Just keep them short if you can. You were first up. Please. And maybe direct your question at someone if you have someone in mind.
Yeah, Chris Fralick here. The question to the middle gentleman from Strider. Given everything you said about China, does it make any sense in the world that we let TikTok continue in the United States?
Not under Chinese ownership and control.
I think Congress passed a law.
Yeah. I think this is being negotiated as we speak. I don't have any insight into those conversations, but the national security threat is real.
Over here. Sorry. He was up, trying to keep sense of order. If you're as quick as him, we could do another question.
I'll be very quick. Ukraine had an amazingly effective execution and technologically and operationally delivering hundreds of drones thousands of miles inside of Russia. How much do you fear that we're in that same exposed vulnerability from a major or a minor power right now?
Yeah, considerably. Look, I mean, I think, all of us are familiar with the news reports of military or drone overflights, incursions at military bases where we have billions of dollars of aircraft parked on the ramp or ships at port. Weird things that are happening in New Jersey, aside from other weird things that always happen in New Jersey. This is headlines again and again and again. And I think that we still have this kind of pre-9/11 mindset that it couldn't happen here. This is impossible. An adversary wouldn't be that, that ambitious, that capable. I think we're fooling ourselves, which is why I think, as we really kind of look to the coming years here, whatever Golden Dome is going to be, it needs to deal with the lower level kind of aerial threat that this country is under right now from all manner of UAS, other types of weapons, things that may or may not be originating from Chinese-owned farmland. Like, we're not in nearly the position of safety that we need to be in, and there are technological solutions that can help us, that are available right now to do that.
Don't forget balloons, right? I think one more here. This will probably have to be our last.
Thank you very much, Brigitte Tazelaar, the Dutch ambassador. What is your view on the allowing the NVIDIA H20 chip to be exported to China, and maybe more broadly the export control regime on semiconductor?
I mean, look, this is a great point, right? Which is the foundational elements of technology are what is being negotiated right now. So Jensen Huang went and met with President Trump and got a license to go sell these into China. Our export control regime, our economic toolkit, in my view, is outdated. Slapping a company on a sanctions list is meaningless. You can create a new company overnight. When we block a transaction, I'm telling you literally what will happen is you'll just see another entity pop up down the street, and then they will apply for and receive a confirmed application. This is happening all the time. So look, we need to also step back and say, what is happening within an industry? How does business operate? What are the constructs that guide their activity on a daily basis? Because that's where our adversaries are hiding in place at the moment. As Chris noted too, to answer that first question around some of the domestic threats, look at the commercial activities of nation states in our country. They're focused on strategic assets, ports, land near bases. But we all look at it, because we're American, right? We look at it through a commercial lens. It's not commercial.
Chris, Greg, Joe, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jim and Joe and Chris, for being up here. We now are moving straight on from defense acquisition and getting new innovations into the Pentagon, which is so critical, to something that has been much front of mind, that's going to be really at the forefront of warfare, and you're already seeing so much of it, and that is cyber. How can you secure our country from cyber attacks? How can we make sure that we do the offense right, we do the defense right? And there is an amazing level of expertise here in the room and now on stage to discuss this. We have our moderator, David Sanger from the New York Times, Jenna Ben-Yehuda, who is the Executive Vice President of the Atlantic Council. We have Rob Joyce, one of the great experts in this, formerly at the NSA, and Johan Gerber, who is the Executive Vice President and Head of Security at MasterCard. Thank you all. Thank you for being here. Thanks.
Well, thank you. It's great to be back here at Aspen. Great to be with this panel. I thought there for a moment that Chris Brose was actually going to explain what happened in New Jersey. And but no, we're going to have to get him at the cocktail parties and figure that out. We do have a great panel here today, and you know there was a moment I've been going to Aspen Security Forum since they started, and you may recall that for a number of years it was very focused on counterterrorism. Then it became very focused on cyber. Then the world changed a bit with President Trump's first term, and we've begun to deal with a range of issues, but we've never left the cyber issues behind. And I would say what marks this year is that we've had a lot of surprises along the way. Obviously, AI is changing the nature of the cyber warfare elements, and we'll get to that in some time. Obviously, China's Salt Typhoon has made us recognize that the era of state competition is not only here, but persistent. We've seen rises in ransomware, and President Biden's efforts in his one meeting with Vladimir Putin, which was 4 years ago, I think last week or so, or 2 weeks ago, to cut off the Russian-based ransomware has not worked. So we're at an interesting cross point here, and I'm hoping that we'll be able to go play some of that out. I'm going to start on this with Jenna, who I'm going to ask, Jenna, you're at the Atlantic Council. You guys have done a fabulous job, I think, of placing cyber in the broader geopolitical competitions. We thought in the early days of the Ukraine war that we were going to see more cyber activity by Russia against us. We did see a lot of it, obviously, against the Ukrainians and the Ukrainians on them. But give us just a little picture of where you think this fits in now to the big global competitions that we're seeing underway.
Yeah. Thanks, David. It's great to be here with all of you and with these great co-panelists. So the world is a messy place right now, right? We have no shortage of geopolitical instability and contest. We have a land war in Europe. We have war in the Middle East. We're coming off the heels of Israeli and U.S. strikes in Iran, and we have this ongoing aggressive contest for the commanding heights of technological change. And amidst all of that, as if it weren't complicated enough, we have this really broad-based and deep deficit in trust. People's trust in their governments, governments' trust in each other, and trust is a really critical element to cyber. And so as we think about the kind of core underlying components of what is required to really manage this relatively new domain, consider that NATO only recognized cyber as a domain in 2016, and especially the nature of the private sector engagement in this domain. So it's not one that governments control exclusively or even always have a dominant sense of authority. And you get a pretty sticky situation that means that there is a lot at stake when it comes to cyber. And at a moment where a lot of coordination and governance and clarity about standards and authorities is needed, we have governments themselves retrenching from that and private companies demonstrating some understandable nervousness about what their own roles and responsibilities might be.
And do you have a sense, Jenna, that as the companies have this nervousness, it is that they are going to be pushed too hard into offensive cyber responses? Or do they think that the government's own hesitation to go finance CISA, the chaos that we've seen take place at the NSA, where, of course, the director of the NSA and also as the commander of Cyber Command was removed months ago but has not been replaced, are they fearful that the government is no longer there for them in a way that they had been in the first Trump administration or during the Biden administration?
Well, consider that the CISA Act of 2015 is up for renewal. This is a framework that essentially provides insulation and protection for private companies as they can share intelligence with the government without fear of reprisal. That is up for renewal, and it's not a fait accompli that this is going to get done. So this is basic blocking and tackling of governance within the U.S., just a foundational element of a substrate of trust that's required. So there are some very basic elements for the private sector that have got to get locked in order to build confidence and ensure that the burden, the cost, the vulnerability that might come with sharing is a measured and balanced one that can be explained to investors and shareholders alike. So right now, even something that fundamental to this ecosystem is not certain.
Let me pick that up with Rob Joyce, who is the founder of Joyce Cyber, but he was special assistant to the president of the National Security Council during the first Trump administration, but many, many years at the NSA in a range of roles from offensive to defensive. And Rob, I think this is the first time we've been on stage since you've left the NSA, but I have to thank you because I know there were moments when I and my colleagues tested your patience a little bit with things that we published. And yet you were still willing to talk to us. So I do appreciate that. And we've learned a lot from you along the years. So you've had a lot to say in recent times about our discovery that cyber is not a terribly effective tool of deterrence. And it's interesting because I think at some of the panels that we were on here 5 years ago, there was an assumption that you could make cyber a tool of deterrence. What did we get wrong?
So great question, David, and there's strong opinions across the board on this, but I think cyber is a component of deterrence, but cyber in and of itself isn't deterrence alone. So if you think about it, there are various levels we can achieve. We can achieve friction in cyber operations, so we can make it harder for governments or even criminals to come at our capabilities, and we want to challenge them so that they don't get to try over and over and over again until they succeed. So that's kind of the base layer is friction, and that a lot of that is in the cybercom doctrine of persistent engagement. We're going to challenge them. Next layer up is disruption. I'm going to take away their infrastructure. I'm going to, take away their tools. I'm going to do everything on a spectrum of, getting them ejected from their botnets, all the way to I'm going to discover and turn over their tools so that the commercial world can find them in other places. And then the next layer up is that offensive cyber destructive level. And whether you go against the governments that are doing it, or even all the way into critical infrastructure saying I'm going to deter them because they're afraid I'm going to cyber them mightily, right? At that point, are you going to scare them enough with your cyber capabilities that they'll stop? And I would offer, we've just come through a couple years where the Chinese had tremendous success in Volt Typhoon pre-positioning into our critical infrastructure, and Salt Typhoon getting into telcos. And the response from us being on the receiving end of those successful operations was not to go over into the corner and rock back and forth and cower because of the cyber power coming at us. It was to get angry and to start to push back, right? So, I would argue from that test case, cyber is escalatory when you're using it in an offensive way in those manners, right? I'm not saying we shouldn't do it, but it is a piece of multiple things, and I think there are other levers that push strongly against other nations doing cyber against us that we have to use.
So let me push you just a little bit on the Salt Typhoon and Volt Typhoon lessons here, because if there were graduate students in the audience, and I hope we have some, this is like the greatest case study in what you were just describing. So first comes Volt Typhoon. As you said, this is persistent entry, but not necessarily code sitting around inside the utility grid. And it was discovered by the US government several years ago. It became more public, although they were reluctant to discuss it very much in detail 2 summers ago. And yet when you talk to utility executives, they tell you, we think it's still there. And then in the interim, we got Salt Typhoon deep into the telecom system, able, we don't know if they did it, to get into the actual calls that the president-elect or presidential candidate and vice presidential candidate were having inside some of the lawful intercept systems the Justice Department was running. Both of these are Chinese groups, different Chinese groups, but both of them are. there was a sense, as the Trump administration came in, that the problem with the Biden administration was they hadn't pushed back hard enough. And they were saying things like, just watch this space, you're going to see a lot more offensive cyber. So first, what did we do wrong, if anything, on Salt Typhoon and Volt Typhoon? And tell us a little bit about what you think they mean when they say we're going to go on the offense.
Yeah, so let me start at the first part, which is I agree with the premise that we haven't done enough. You know, we have, in the case of the infrastructure pre-positioning, you know, digital explosives being strapped to not only electric grids, but pipelines and transportation and other critical infrastructure, water, right? Those are digital explosives being set and pre-positioned, right? If that were done in the physical world, right, we wouldn't have talked for a week, let alone a month or a year, right? And we would have used a lot of coercive tools, you know, many of the kind of things we talk about here at Aspen, right? There are diplomatic measures, there are sanctions, there are tariffs, there are law enforcement tools, there are diplomatic tools. We have a wide array of things we do when another country is behaving beyond the pale, outside of the norms, or doing things aggressively that we would not condone, right? Even the simplest terms in the espionage world, so Salt Typhoon, you know, one of the most basic tools we have when there's espionage caught is we eject a bunch of diplomats from embassies, right? We've not done diplomatic expulsions, right? That's another tool. We have this wide array of tools. And my point is, if we are offended by these cyber operations, we need to show it with all of our government might. And that usually involves, you know, we need to turn things up to 11 and use the whole quiver of tools in our arsenal.
So one more for you, and then we'll go on to Johan on what's happening in the private sector. I went back, I couldn't find a single time that President Biden talked about Salt Typhoon or Volt Typhoon in public. It was a big deal, and you remember you and I may have discussed this around one of the Aspen cyber groups when there was public congressional testimony in which the FBI director did it. But if you stopped 100 people on the street in Washington and, you know, probably in downtown Aspen, and you asked them what Volt Typhoon was, they probably think it was a new Superman movie. So have we sort of failed to learn the lesson of even just getting out to have top leadership talk about it?
Yeah, and that is certainly one of those items I would say, if we're serious and going to dial this up to communicate our displeasure, we do it through multiple channels.
Great. Johan, so you're watching this from the world of MasterCard, where state-on-state cyber is a problem that you're interested in, but you're the target every day of all kinds of different ransomware groups. Obviously, as I said at the intro, the ransomware problem has not gotten any easier, even though there were some very creative things done by the FBI and other groups and CISA. We have seen the North Koreans continue to do pretty sophisticated cybercrime using cryptocurrencies. And then you've just seen the ordinary, everyday kind of fraud issues that you've long had to deal with that are enhanced by cyber and increasingly enhanced by AI. So tell us just what the threat matrix looks like to you right now.
Yeah, I can probably sit here for the next 2 hours talking through all those topics, David, but thank you for the opportunity. You're right. I think the world has become increasingly complex and interconnected. You know, the world is now more connected than ever before, and every minute that we sit here, that will just keep increasing, which means the fluidness of how these attacks goes back and forth between what happens if you have a geopolitical motive or a criminal motive, these lines are all blurring, which is why, as a company, we feel it's so important to be in the middle of cyber. Many folks think of us as a payments company, but if you think about what we're doing, we're connecting 3 billion consumers with about 150 million businesses across more than 25,000 financial institutions around the world, everything digitized. It is a frontier where every possible way of cyber attacks, we see them. And we feel that there is a real need to collaborate as a private industry, a public industry together to fight these things, to defend, but also really much to deter this. We work very closely with law enforcement. We want to make sure that there's a consequence for these criminals if they do these things. That's important for us. As we look at how the world is evolving now, we see all sorts of new payment types. I'm proud to say, if you think about the card industry, it's built on the principle of trust, and that's manifested every day when you use your card either to go into a store and you tap that card on the device, or you click buy in an online environment. What happens is there's a fundamental promise that the business who's selling you the goods will get their money, and you as a consumer are protected. That's why trust is such an important piece, and Jen and I had this conversation for a long time this morning. That's why us being involved in things like Aspen, being involved on stage here is so critical, why we want to reach out to governments all across the world to say, we have to do this collectively. We have to push back against ransomware. Ransomware on small businesses, for instance, just to go down a little bit of a rabbit hole here. We've done a study. Small business is still the largest employer around the globe. MasterCard was a small business at some point in time. Google was a small business. Microsoft, Amazon, they were all small business at some point in time. More than 46% of all small businesses are attacked every single day on a cyber front. 60% of those who are getting attacked will go out of business because they don't have the resources, the funds to withstand or sustain them. How do we come around and wrap our arms around those? Because that is prosperity for the world. That's our next generation of employers that's out there. For that reason is why we are so deeply involved in this. On the card fraud side, what we've seen and what worked very well is when you create an ecosystem where there is liability and a reason for investment. So for instance, in the card industry, as a consumer, when you use your card and there's actually fraud on it, the liability for that fraud goes to the least secure party. So if the business who's selling you businesses did not implement the latest technology, they will suffer the loss. If it's the bank that didn't, the bank will get the loss. We need more of those regulatory frameworks in our systems to generate that motivation for people to invest in embedded security. Embedded security for us is fundamental. If we want to get the benefit of what the new technology innovation brings, AI, quantum, it holds great promise for mankind. But you will only get the benefits if security is embedded. Otherwise, we will lose the trust. I'll give you one more example. We had a pledge a couple of years ago. MasterCard pledged to bring 1 billion consumers into the digital economy. The biggest question that we had was, what if their first experience is that of a scam, an online bullying, or some sort of a ransomware attack? We will lose those consumers and those communities forever. So the embeddedness of this, and this is something where we think industry has to do more. We feel that the relationship between private industry and public industry needs to strengthen. We need more harmonization. Fragmentation is a big deal for us, and I hope we will get to that conversation a little bit later today. But the world is connected. We can't move away. So even if we see more sovereignty or drives towards sovereignty, the world is never going to be less connected than it is today. So we really need to keep driving a better harmonization across this line.
Johan, let me ask you one specific, and you just alluded to it before, which is the effects we're seeing from AI. So I think from one of these stages, I think 2 years ago or 3 years ago, we had some of our friends from Microsoft up here who were basically making the argument that they thought AI would help the defenders more than the offense. But as we were all discussing before we went on stage, I've had the sense that may be shifting now. So what are you seeing? And then I'm going to ask Rob to go in on that same question.
Yeah, I think you need to give me a shot before Rob goes on, because he's going to really scare the hell out of everybody. But I think you're right. I think it's a nuanced answer here. It depends on how much we're willing to invest in AI. We've seen great results from using AI as a defensive mechanism. We use that every single day. Every single day somebody uses a payment instrument, whether it's us or one of our competitors, you will see AI at work to defend and protect those transactions all the time. But we are seeing that the offenders and the ones who are using AI as an offensive tool, they don't adhere by the same rules. There are no borders, there are no regulations, there are no rules by which they play. And that for some reason, they collaborate amongst one another way more than we do. I can tell you, when we see an attack, a successful attack happen in some part of the world, within minutes, that whole modus operandi is propagated through the entire underworld. and everybody's got access to that technology. They don't believe in IP rights or anything like that, even amongst themselves. So we have a real challenge on our hand, and if we do not invest in cyber or in AI as a stronger defense, I think you're right. We have a real danger that on the offensive side, the shift will happen very strongly.
Rob, you've always made the very subtle and nuanced point that one of the problems of the United States is that we actually suck at patching. I think you've used that phrase many times. Is AI going to solve that problem in any way, you think?
No, I think it's actually because of AI, the patching challenge is going to be worse. And why do I think that? AI is getting exceptionally good at writing software these days. That means to write functioning software, you have to be able to debug it. You have to be able to find flaws. And what we're learning now is you can turn AI onto software to find vulnerabilities, which are the intro step to making exploits that hackers will use to exploit and compromise networks. So what we're seeing is we are in what Sandra Joyce coined this week at discussions here, the AI before times. We're starting to see those technical capabilities without the actual operations. But what are the signs? One, there is a vulnerability database that is enumerated by MITRE to keep track of all the vulnerabilities in our software. And ChatGPT 4.0 was able to reproduce exploits in 87% of the cases where it was given the description of the vulnerability, but not even the software, right? So that is an impressive ability to just recreate exploits. In the case of a company called HackerOne, where they crowdsource hackers to red team companies with their permission, they keep a leaderboard of who's the top hacker, and it's credentials and monetarily rewarded to be on that list. The number one hacker for HackerOne is now an AI bot called Expo. So Expo is out there 24/7 going through the list of companies who have signed up to be hacked, and it is beating the humans there, and it's getting that at scale.
And it doesn't take vacations.
It does not. Yeah. And then the last example I'd give is a company called Hack in the Box runs, they run capture the flag challenges where people get together, teams of hackers, to go try to solve a hacking problem. And they ran a competition in March of this year, which is 15 years ago in AI years, right? So March of this year, the competition, an AI bot finished in the top 5% of that against 400 human teams, right? So it beat 95% of the human teams, not people, but the teams of people collaborating on hacking challenges. So it is showing that these AI capabilities are very, very capable, and as each new foundational model comes out, they're only going to get better.
So your money's on offense at this point?
Yeah, I think offense has a tremendous advantage. I still believe whoever uses AI is advantaged, right? If you have a defender using AI against an attacker who is not, they will succeed. But the AI attacker against people who are not using AI to simultaneously find the flaws before the attackers do, they are going to win.
Jenny, you had a point on this, and then I have another question for you.
I just wanted to come back to the comment on small and medium businesses and connect it to AI, because I think it's so important that we talk a lot about private sector cooperation on cyber. There's a huge range when we talk about private sector. Mom and pop bakery to MasterCard. So huge differentiation in terms of the level of sophistication and resources to prepare and respond to cyber incursions. And right now, we've got a huge risk of these small and medium-sized businesses really being way left behind in the advent of AI. They're already making decisions, gosh, I'm barely making rent, how do I invest in a program, even though, as you point out, Johan, these can be existential moments for many of these, especially small companies. So it's not just a good thing to do to fix because it generates tons of jobs and is a driver for the US economy. That alone should be enough. But they're also huge sources of threat intelligence that we're not pulling in a systemic way. And with the advent of AI, we risk a huge bifurcation in the ability of the private sector to respond. That's pretty scary.
It really is. And on that topic, I think it's an opportunity for government, private, and NGOs to all come together. We see a lot of NGOs doing wonderful work in collating tools and creating free resources, but we need to get them to the small business. Yeah. And we said, where are the concentration points? Telecommunications, they all need connectivity, they all need finances, they all need something, and those are the concentration points where we need to embed more of these things. To ask a small business owner who runs a bakery shop or a hair salon or whatever is out there to understand cyber, it's almost impossible. So I think we have a lot to do in the industry of the interest of the economy to help drive and just make it more secure at the base level.
Jenna, here's what I was going to ask you. We've all been saying since really the Obama administration that the key for cyber is to integrate it with the rest of our global strategies. That, as Rob points out, you can't use it as a deterrent alone, but combined with your nuclear force, your drone capability, your cyber, you can integrate this all together. And I think that was true at the end of the Obama time. I think it was certainly true in the first Trump administration, when I could walk over to the White House and talk to Rob and his colleagues about this, or I could go to the NSA later on and talk to General Nakasone about it, or you could go to CISA and talk about defense and so forth. And that continued, in fact, during the Biden administration when Ann Neuberger was the Deputy National Security Advisor for Cyber and Emerging Technology, a job that does not exist right now. I have to say, I've covered this for a while. I have a hard time figuring out who to go to that's going to drop this into the larger run. Is that a temporary thing, or do you think that we are, for the next few years, and I'm sorry there aren't people from the administration here that I can pose this to, so you're going to have to answer not on their behalf, but just your view of it. Is that just something we're going to have to get used to here?
Well, cyber is part of all domain warfare. We're in the moment of all domain warfare. You don't get to pick and choose your domains anymore. And so I think what you hear is a real hunger for rules of the road. And there are some very big questions. I think I would posit they are inherently governmental questions to answer about authorities, about standards. Folks need to know if their participation is going to be welcome or if they're going to get slapped with a fine and they're going to be on the front page of the paper the next morning as a result for all the wrong reasons. So I think what you are experiencing, and what I certainly, in my conversations with folks here just this week, is this palpable sense that there is more structure and guidance and a framework around which this can operate. There's a real hunger and a deficit for that. And it's not just in the United States. We're fresh off the heels of the NATO summit in The Hague, where we had a 5% agreement. Huge news coming out of The Hague that was not foretold 6 months ago. And 1.5% of that 5% is about infrastructure. That is a cyber dividend, very much could be. So I think, but that relies on ENISA, the kind of CISA counterpart in Europe, and NATO to join forces in a way that would also be unprecedented for cooperation. So this fragmentation that is a very real element is not just a US challenge, it's a global challenge, but there is a hunger, I think, on the part of so many stakeholders across the space to see some convergence in that area to get things done, because you cannot handle these issues alone.
We only have about 2 or 3 minutes left, so I'm going to ask first Johan. As you look at this from MasterCard's run, you would interact ordinarily with many in the US government and obviously in Europe and Asia on this. Do you find that interacting with the government on these issues has changed in the past 6 months since CISA has gone through the budget cuts it's having, since the NSA and others have gone through their issues? I've been recently with some US contractors who are working for the intelligence community on this, and they tell me they feel a sort of absence of direction. Are you seeing that?
Yeah, look, I think by nature, there is, because of the changes in the personnel, just getting to the right people is a little bit harder than it was in the past. But I don't think that there is I would not categorize it as the administration has a lower emphasis on cyber. I would be, a lot of the conversations we're having with them, cyber is still a very big focus areas for the administration. There's still ongoing conversations that we have with them, and there's still a lot of business conversations we have with multiple governments around the world. A Recorded Future is a company that we acquired a couple of months ago, about 6 months ago. They, through those channels, actively engage with government in a lot of actions. So I still think there's that, but of course, there's a different framework now in how you communicate with the government, and that certainly is true.
And Rob, a last question for you. If we somehow yanked you out of your happy retirement and put you back...
Not happening, David.
Not happening. We're doing this as a hypothetical, okay? Because now that you're out of government, you can't use that line, I don't answer hypotheticals. Well, I guess you could. And you had to identify 2 or 3 big issues in cyber that you think are quite urgent for the administration at the highest levels to go deal with over the next 12 to 18 months, recognizing the overall geopolitical chaos that Jenna described so well. What would those be?
Front of the list is talent, right? We've lost a lot of talent in the downsizing of the government, and the most capable folks in the cyber arena have the options into the private sector. And so we really have lost some talent. And so it's making sure that we continue to build that bench and get people in the chairs that can work across government, across private industry, internationally, and with academia. Second thing is, I do think we've got to continue to refine that strategy. What are we going to do in the space of cyber deterrence? And that includes offensive cyber and all of the other things. And if you look at where we are, defense has gotten so much better in the last decade, but I think offense has outpaced it. If you look at the ransomware numbers and other things, and then look at the Chinese intrusions, we are continuing to slide, and the offense is having more wins than defense. So we've got to double down on that strategy. And then finally, I think it's really staying focused on the AI challenge. We have the leading AI developers, all of the best companies doing the most innovative research. How do we make sure that defenders and the government get the maximum advantage out of what they're doing in a way that is really, really effective, so that we can keep the offense from being able to leverage it in a way that they have the advantage?
Great. We have just maybe 2 minutes for a couple of questions, really quick, sharp questions, if anybody's got something urgent. Right back here.
Thanks, David. Steve Shapiro from the Atlantic Council in Ben's. Just an observation as to offense and defense and what one could do. Just a note, NATO doesn't do offensive cyber. Just sit on that for a while.
It's absolutely right. And in fact, their defense has usually been, it's changing now, but largely just defending their own networks. Any others? Ellen?
Thanks. Ellen Nakashima with the Washington Post. Thanks for a great panel and discussion. On the question of deterrence and doing more in offensive cyber, take Volt Typhoon, for instance. Digital explosives pre-positioned in critical infrastructure, including in your American military installations. I think some on the Hill would say, well, why don't we just do it right back to them? Go pre-position our digital explosives in cyber, in their infrastructure. Rob, could you just talk a little bit about how you all would think about that in terms of potential options for deterring an actor like that? Would pre-positioning digital explosives in another country's critical infrastructure even be something you might consider, or is that normatively off the table because it's critical infrastructure that affects civilians?
Yeah, so I certainly can't speak for the administration. They've made some statements that sound like they intend to pursue and examine that, but, we haven't seen the results of those deliberations yet. But I still go back to the point of, we have it on our infrastructure, and that has not deterred us. So I don't know why you assume that if we do it to others, they're going to be deterred. I think we have to use offensive cyber to disrupt their activities, but then we also have to have all the other tools in the toolbox to really convince them that they should be deterred from these actions.
And you need a way to escalation dominance if they do come back. Right. Well, I've got a million more questions for these three, but we are out of time. But I want to thank you all for a great conversation and for really pushing this ahead.
Thank you, David, for leading that excellent discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, if you could take your seats, please, for our next panel. If we could have silence and seats, please. Okay, well, we'll try anyway. All right, please, everybody, if we can have your attention. Thank you. I'm delighted to introduce our next panel, which is on an incredibly important topic. Our panel's titled The Weight of the World, International Aid and Trade. Led by Daphne Linzer from U.S. News and World Report, we have a terrific lineup to talk about issues that have come up in the last year with regards to USAID and others. We have Wally Adeyemo down the end, former Deputy Secretary of the Treasury, and also former President of the Obama Foundation and Deputy National Security Advisor in the Obama administration. We have Comfort Arrow, who's the President and CEO of International Crisis Group, joining us from London. Thank you for traveling, Comfort. And we have Henrietta Holzman-Ford, the Chairman and CEO of Holzman International, the former Executive Director of USAID and UNICEF. Please join me in welcoming the panel to the stage.
Thank you, Neve. Hello, everyone. I'm Daphne Linzer, as Neve said. I'm Executive Vice President and Editorial Director of U.S. News and World Report. I'm glad to be back here. I think it's my 8th year at the forum. Especially fortunate this time to be here with this terrific panel, critical moment, I think we can all agree, for international aid and trade. ASF this year is about testing assumptions, and this is certainly what's happening in international trade and development right now. All of you know this. I'm hoping we can focus on the opportunities that can come from a moment such as this one. Thoughts for everyone here today, and especially my panelists, think about this all the time. What is the U.S. role in multilateralism right now in working with allies on the ground in conflict areas and in tackling the challenges ahead for reconstruction in post-conflict areas? So let's dive right in. I want to start with you, Henrietta. I can't imagine anyone in a better position than you. Ran USAID, first woman administrator to do so, I should note, under President H.W. Bush, and then led UNICEF under President George W. Bush. Two huge field organizations, worked across the globe with one another and with many other private and public institutions. So set the stage for us right now. There's a lot of changes under President Trump in aid and trade, challenges and opportunities. How are you seeing the field?
Thank you, Daphne. It's nice to see everyone here. So we've had, I think, several panelists mention an earthquake, but a typhoon has come through our ecosystem. But Daphne, your comment about looking forward, I think, is very important. So what do we do now? What lies ahead of us? I'm with the group that is saying that artificial intelligence has changed everything. It is a brave new world, and it is changing everything in our humanitarian and development space in a way that we just are barely seeing. It's going to change it for the next several decades. So we need to think forward. We need to think through what will that mean to us. And so, at least at the moment, I'm thinking that there are maybe 5 areas that we could make some progress on, and we just need to reorient our thinking so that we're being innovative and we are taking advantage of the moment. So one is that I think it's a good time for us to be thinking big. And we've thought about this before, like connecting every school to the internet using lower satellites and Wi-Fi on the top of schools. Half the world still is not connected to the internet. But if you think big and you get the entire world connected to the internet, that is a good business opportunity, it's good economically, it's diplomatically, defense, it means that people can speak to each other and that we can learn from each other. So that would be something big. It might also be that one did something big on water. Potable water is an issue around the world. So think big. The second one is, I think we need to think faster. So artificial intelligence is moving us into a faster world, but I'm part of a group in Geneva that is just thinking about quantum computing. So it is going to be exponentially faster. And many of our systems within the foreign assistance world are creakingly slow. So this is our chance to speed it up. We've been hearing it in this forum for the defense industry. It is true for the development and humanitarian industry also. Then a third area that I think is going to be increasingly important, and it's happening just in little bits and pieces, is some consolidation and partnerships. We have got to try to connect more NGOs to each other. Maybe some mergers of NGOs will be helpful. We need to connect more businesses and private sector to the nonprofits and to government. All of those partnerships, Daphne, will make an enormous difference in how we do assistance. And then something that both Wally and Comfort are involved in, finance. We must get public and private finance working. Many of us have dreamed about this for decades, but this is the moment to do it. When I was first in USAID, it was the fall of the Berlin Wall. And we were dreaming about privatizations of state-owned enterprises. And public-private finance is what you really needed. We now might have a chance for big public-private finance. We'll need it for trade, we will need it for infrastructure, and all of the work that has been done in foreign assistance, it all leads in. So for many of us, trade and infrastructure, whether it is the buying of an imaging machine in Indiana, it will be facilitated if the person who's buying it in another country has been to school in Indiana, for instance. And if you're doing a big infrastructure project, there will be booths and bots in all of the ways that we build infrastructure. So this world is very connected, and it's an excellent time for public-private financing. And then lastly, it's a great time on human capital. So there are a lot of great people who are coming out of the government. Snap them up. They are really good for businesses, for nonprofits, in journalism, in other walks of life. And they're in countries also. So I think it's a time to be innovative, to think forward, to think through what we can do as a world, because this world of international assistance has produced so many good things. We want to build on it.
I like that a lot. But Wally, I want to ask you, markets, allies are trying to kind of keep up with the volatility in trade and tariff policy right now. You came into Treasury as Deputy Secretary also at a time of great instability. We were in a global pandemic. Economies were in free fall. From a national security perspective, I guess I would ask you sort of what are the implications of the uncertainty right now? How does today's differ? And I think just thinking about what Henrietta just said about the example from Indiana, how does a tariff war affect that? How does travel policies affect that? What are the hurdles there for making that kind of a thing happen?
Well, thanks for the question. It's great to be here. And I think the thing I will start with is something I think people in this room know to be true, which is that soft power needs to be a tool that helps us prevent having to use hard power. And I think that we have missed being very clear about that message in a domestic way, and being very clear about the fact that
soft power both creates openings for us to go into markets that our companies can do well in, and also prevents us from having to use hard power. And I think being more direct about the fact that there is a clear benefit to us from providing aid and from thinking about trade has got to be a part of this. But when you think about the volatility that we have now, it is nothing compared to the volatility we had during COVID, because during COVID, we didn't actually know the way out. But ultimately, the way out involved a great deal of global cooperation. Fundamentally, the way that we prevented more lives from being lost was the US government created incentives that led to a US company and a German company coming up with a vaccine that saved the world, and making sure that that vaccine got to people around the world. The opposite is happening today. Instead of the US being an exporter of innovation and cooperation, we are doing the opposite in lots of ways with our tariff policy. Fundamentally, we all agree that there is a challenge with the way that China has conducted its economic policy. It's something that our allies and partners agree with us on. The hope would have been, and the hope still is, that the administration would find a way to work with our allies and partners to confront the Chinese in order to put us in a better position going forward. The thing that markets crave and that small businesses crave and large businesses crave is some certainty and predictability. And we have the opposite of that right now. Ultimately, the thing that gives me a modicum of hope is if you go back to when Nixon pulled us out of the gold standard, his approach was very similar to what we were seeing today in terms of saying that we were doing this out of American interests, we're going to do this alone. But ultimately, a new Secretary of the Treasury is appointed. George Shultz helps create the G7, and it creates an era of global cooperation on economic issues that leads to us getting to a better place. Our hope has to be that the lesson we'll learn from this period, where, frankly, the thing that I fear most is that our allies and partners, instead of working with us, are working together to find a way to mitigate the risk of us, which is not in the U.S. interest over time.
You know, you mentioned China. I was gonna get us there, but since you got us there already, I guess I would ask comfort. You know, ICGs everywhere. You're dealing with conflicts globally. Just one observation on the ground is, and this was always a concern, is does China kind of swoop in and take advantage of some empty space there where U.S. aid used to play?
Thank you. Those are very interesting questions to start off with. But also, it's nice to be at my first Aspen forum as well. No, I think is the answer. And I should also say that I think we should do a little bit of demystification as well, because even China recognizes that for all the political capital that it may have invested in certain regions and countries, the returns haven't necessarily been great. So I think that's number one thing. Number two point to make is that despite what we've seen with US aid, another assumption that was made was that China would easily step in to fill in the vacuum. Number one, does it want to have that responsibility? I don't think so. Is it ready to play that role? I don't think so. And also, there are other actors that have an opinion in certain regions that may want to also counter or limit China's own access as well. But I think the big question is whether China is ready, wanting to play that responsibility, and its domestic constituency is also wary about foreign adventurism, has some of the same concerns that the US has about what you get in return for expending all of that money overseas, is asking the same questions. They're even more risk averse, and you saw how very nervous and wary and very concerned they were about their nationals who got caught up at the time of the Libya crisis, during the time of Sudan's crisis, and when the oil pipeline was compromised. There was a very big debate at home about the fate of a number of Chinese nationals, and when you saw sort of bombings taking place in Mali, equally there was concerns about Chinese nationals as well. So they have those concerns that Western capitals have. Their logic, their thinking is not very different in terms of their people overseas and in terms of the responsibility that they can play in these various places. But having said that, I want to pick up your point on the Belt One Way process. Of course, we have seen China step in certain places. Africa is one of the most sort of obvious and most prominent places. There's nothing altruistic about China's interventions into the continent. It does bid at the bottom dollar. And it's very clear about what its national interests are. And the same with Latin America, as we heard yesterday, where there are a number of bilateral agreements where the US has conceded its ground as well. So it will take advantage, but it also do it cautiously as well.
Henrietta, I think you wanted to jump in there.
I just wanted to take the other part on that one. I really think that China is taking advantage of this moment in time, and I think that they will continue to. There's always a competition and a cooperation against nations when you're in the international affairs world, and this is just a time when we're regrouping in our team, and they've pulled out of the field, and I think, to Comfort's point, it will be targeted, it will be on things that are in the interest of China or of another country. They will go after those particular programs, and they may be the ones that are particularly remunerative to businesses within that country. So I think we have to be very alert. I think we have to be very watchful, and we need to get our team back on the field with some new tools and instruments so that we can compete.
The only thing I would say, because you emphasize that crisis group is in different parts of the world, I would break this down regions by regions. So if I were answering this question from the perspective of the Horn of Africa, China is not my immediate concern. It plays a long game, but I'm looking across the Red Sea at the Gulf countries as well. If I'm looking at West Africa today and the Sahel, the country of concern for me is not China, it's Russia as well. So where you sit also matters. That's the only thing I would say. Latin America, I think there's a strong China story to tell there. And parts of Central Asia, of course, and this awkward alliance between Russia and China, I think, is also interesting in terms of where it's going to go as well. And of course, I think in Asia itself, watching the relationship there and the play that China made towards a number of Southeast Asia countries in response to the tariffs as well was also instructive as well.
There's obviously a number of panels. The panel that's going to focus on Israel is going to follow this discussion very wisely for Aspen and their scheduling. And obviously conversations about Ukraine, there's going to be a lot of places that are going to need a lot of infrastructure and cleanup around the globe to help folks post-conflict. President Trump, I kind of addressed this to you, Wally, a little bit just from an economic perspective. President Trump months ago seemed to float the idea that in a post-conflict scenario, the United States would take over Gaza reconstruction long-term, redevelop it into something else. And there have been more recent reports, I think, in Israel about turning that offer into more of a regional one with perhaps Gulf countries and Egyptian involvement. Just as a thought exercise here, having been at Treasury and National Security, what would a Gaza reconstruction cost? What could it look like? And even from sort of that joint perspective, are there grassroots efforts here where different groups could come together?
Yeah, and I think it goes without saying that I'm very happy the president's been dissuaded from his initial plan for Gaza. And I think that ultimately we all know that a solution here needs to be predicated on a political solution, one in which there is safety and security for Israel, but Palestinian people have some type of self-determination. But in order to do that, you do need a functioning place. And that's going to cost money. By one estimate, more than $50 billion to reconstruct. But I think to a point that Henrietta made, which is that we're going to need to think about this differently with new tools, in new ways, because the thing that you want to do, not just in Gaza, but as we think about reconstruction differently, is we want it to be reconstruction that's creating economic opportunity in the places that we are reconstructing. Fundamentally, there is no one country should or can do this alone. A coalition is going to be necessary, but the thing that you want to make sure is that any reconstruction effort is going to be one that leads to a sustainable economy that gives the people who remain there economic opportunities that don't mean they have to turn to extremists or others in order for their livelihood. One of the stats that is important to remember is that in order to just fuel some of the air conditioning in the Gaza Strip before, it required people to have a relationship with Hamas and allowed them to charge taxes in a way that was helping to feed their ecosystem. Fundamentally, that was because of underinvestment in infrastructure. So as we think about infrastructure, I think the thing that you will want to think about in post-conflict areas, Gaza or others, is how do you do it in a way that not only restores basic infrastructure and basic equipment, but actually thinks about long-term economic development in these areas. And that's going to require new tools because fundamentally this is going to be expensive. And across the institutions that have funded these things previously, there's less of an appetite to use money to do so, which means that it's going to need to be done in partnership, both with other countries, but to the point you made, I think the public and private sector are going to have to work together to think about these reconstruction efforts differently as well.
Hey, you mentioned soft power. We did a panel last year here on soft power with Joe that was instructive and important. Just thinking through sort of the national security implications again of that kind of reconstruction effort, I guess I pose to all of you, but Comfort, where are you seeing successful efforts like this right now and opportunities? I'm thinking about what's ahead in Syria, in Ukraine, but also in Afghanistan.
Yeah, you know, it's hard to think positively in a context, for example, where 421 million people are in a state of extreme poverty, for example, where you're seeing wars rising, where you're seeing incredible humanitarian crises, across swathes of regions, of Africa, and you've mentioned also Afghanistan, where I think even just engagement with the Taliban without necessarily conferring recognition of the government has been a big upheaval. Getting that aid in, getting that recognition that there has to be some way in which to engage with the government that you don't necessarily like, but is also crucial to regional security as well. And then beginning to think about what happens with reconstruction in Syria. We are also talking at a time where there's a new upheaval on the borders with Israel as well, and the real threat towards the new regime, the new government in Damascus as well. So this is quite a precarious time to even start thinking about reconstruction. But let's step back, because it's about 6 or 7 weeks ago that President Trump went to the Gulf region and came in with a slightly different way of wanting to do peacemaking or deal making, and put in a stronger on the table sort of economic investment, speaking the language of the Gulf, and then making that to the surprise of many, although there had been a significant amount of work that had gone into from the Saudi Arabia side to get him to lift the sanctions on Syria. That's a big win if it was to be implemented. It's not all in the hands of the president to be able to do that. It's a very complex web of sanctions that sits in the congressional house that needs to think through all those things. And also sanctions alone are not going to fix Syria's problems. They've also got the FTO and also a number of complicated treasury sanctions that need to be dealt with as well. And I can't even put a figure on the number for Syria. And then you talk about Ukraine. It's also about the social fabric. It's also about building a political space. It's also about thinking about reform the security sector, and what kind of Ukraine are we looking for as well. Let's think 5 years down from here, it's going to be the biggest land army in the middle of Europe as well, and we've got to deal with the defense, the reconstruction of the country, education. Many children disappeared, the sexual violence, and the reconciliation of the society. Those that have been lost and those are within as well. So it's hard to conceive of that. But we also have an interesting formula that has been put on the table, which is the critical minerals deal that is popping up in a number of places. So Ukraine is one. the Democratic Republic of Congo, Rwanda, is another interesting one. The commercial enterprise that is going on, will it help yield an end to the conflict? You can't bypass, as you rightly said, the political primacy of politics in all of these issues. You can strike several commercial deals. You can come up with ways in which to help incentivize. But if you don't deal with the politics, which is the heart of the matter, then all of these processes are on quite feeble ground. So that's the other sort of contention that we have to keep an eye on.
But I think to the point, we often try and do one without the other. So we try and deal with the politics without thinking about the economics. But if people can't eat and they don't have access to opportunity, the politics matter very little. So I do think you look at Syria. Part of the calculus here has to be that if we keep our sanction regime in place, the Russians and the Chinese are going to do deals with the Syrians irregardless. And they're going to be deeper relationships there. So for us, we have to be very thoughtful about what we're doing and what our interest is in those regions, and then carry that out in a way where we're thinking through the fact that the truth is the politics and the economics have to be wed together.
I think it's important to give credit where credit is due. There's something interesting unfolding right now in the Great Lakes. You have a commercial deal which is being accompanied by a political process. So you saw the signing of the peace agreement in Washington. That conversation now is being taken to Addis Ababa, the capital of the African Union, where there's now a conversation about how you make sure you focus on the inter-Congolese process, where you focus on the dialogue between the two presidents, and when you begin to deal with both the political issues, the economic issues. The key question is whether you can marry all these things simultaneously as well. But I think we should acknowledge what is happening in the Great Lakes. It's quite different, it's quite innovative, but there are a number of questions that rightfully should be asked. But I wouldn't condemn it outrightly. I think there is an opportunity to be had going down the line.
Yeah, I appreciate that in the really speaks to that testing of assumptions, because there are different ways to pay for reconstruction and aid now across the world, and this is one of them.
And I do think that oftentimes what we had done previously is say, we will give you aid in exchange for you making governance reforms. And many of these countries would say, we want your aid, but we don't want your governance reforms. But what we're seeing with the Great Lakes example is that oftentimes, if it's for broader economic relationships where they see greater economic opportunity, you can often get them to have deeper conversations about what reforms need to happen. That's what we're seeing there. This model may not work everywhere, but us thinking more about how bringing in the economics sooner may actually lead to governments and countries being able to think about making long-held reforms is something I think we need to do differently, rather than thinking that we're going to get there with traditional aid or MCC compacts. How do we bring more to the table in a way that forces these conversations? It's something that's being tested now in the Great Lakes. We'll see if that works, but it is a different model.
And I think there are two other things that we also need to keep in mind. One is that all of this takes time. When you're building peace after there's been a conflict, it isn't just like flipping an electric switch. You need to take time to build a peace. And you need to take time to win the hearts and minds of the people that they want peace. So how we articulate it, how the politicians articulate it to their people in their country is going to be extremely important. How we articulate it to people in this country, extremely important. So journalists, we really need you to be able to build the peace.
Comfort, what are you seeing sort of other models like this? And where to Henrietta's point, are there grassroots efforts or different ways for organizations, including yours, to be in partnership in areas where maybe USAID was more prevalent once?
Yeah, I mean, look, this is an interesting time, and I don't think the story starts with USAID. I mean, I think, international aid was already dwindling. You already saw a number of European countries themselves pulling back on their international aid. I think last year the declining number was about 7.2%, and this year it's going to be 17%. I think, look, when I stand back, one of the things that we've always called for in Crisis Group, that we said that if you want to guarantee a sustainable process, the answer cannot always come from the outside. Peace must come from below. Peace must be driven from within the country, that nobody can love your country more than you, and nobody can deliver the peace dividend more than you. Although external actors, in the manner in which they intervene, if it tilts the balance of power in such a way that makes it very hard for the civilian government to begin to put forward a peace plan, like we saw in Sudan, which undermined the 2019 revolution, then obviously you get the situation that you're seeing in Sudan. But at the same time, local ownership is fundamental. But let's also not romanticize local ownership, because not everything that's local is also good or credible. Not everything that comes from within is also going to get you to some mountaintop as well. So there has to be a careful weaving of the body politic to get there. Now, if you're asking me where this is working, it's difficult to see, but there's an untold story in the Philippines, for example. After years of trying to work with in the southern Bantsamara region, that careful weaving together of the political fabric in South Philippines, with the various actors there, very quietly trying to think through of reconciliation, trying to think through of 30 or 40 years of Maoist insurgencies, and how that's a very local driven process. I worked in Liberia in the peacekeeping process. When you stood back, I mean, we were very nervous that Liberia wasn't going to work, but a successful marrying of the region, of the international actors, of local actors working together. It wasn't tidy, it wasn't perfect, and there wasn't a magic formula, as you said, but it was a very patient capital that was preceding that process as well. And quite frankly, after 30 or 40 years of instability in the Great Lakes region, we needed to do something very different to try to think outside the box. So again, I don't know what the outcome is going to be, but it is offering a slightly different prescription from everything that we've been watching as well. And I will say one more thing, because you asked about Ukraine. Tussle is the conversation now after a wake-up call about a coalition of the willing and reassurance forces. Now, you can say whatever you want about whether this coalition of the willing is going to yield anything significant in terms of the reality of Europe's own defense sort of industrial base. And you can also question the military capabilities. But it's also forced an important conversation that needed to be had among European countries, and then thinking outside the box, looking beyond Europe to other allies like Turkey as well. So where it's going to go, I don't know, but it's been an important conversation to wake up Europe in this changing world as well.
Yeah, Wally, will you jump in here? Because I think the bigger point at the moment is on the assumptions part again, is that the carrot and stick approach is changing. It's changing everywhere. And it's one of the things that's sort of been unique to Trump's second term in the way that he's sort of seeing the table. I think Comfort mentioned too about the trip to the Gulf in particular. Could you just talk a little bit about that and sort of where you see the connections there with sort of the tariff war and trade? How are these things sort of aligned, and how do they play off? I mean, are these sticks to be used in another environment?
Yeah, and I think that it's not only changing here in the United States, it's changing globally. Because if you talk to a country outside the United States and they're an aid recipient, their concern is that what we have done is set them up to simply be an aid recipient over time. They would like to make this transition from being an aid recipient to being a trade recipient. And what are we doing to do that? AGOA was a first step, but without modernization, how does that work? And I think Comfort's right that ultimately the assumptions we have to make is that that we need to try and defeat, I think, are that the institutions, rules, and norms that have governed these issues for the last 80 years are going to be the ones that govern it going forward, I think is not true. Ultimately, we're going into an era where coalitions of the willing are going to be more important, and those coalitions are going to have to be built on mutual interest, not just the interest of the giver, but also the person who is the recipient, and thinking about what are the benefits that we are both receiving in this, and being very clear about it, I think is going to be a big piece of this. The other thing we have to do is think through our assumptions we've made about our institutions and our government. The idea that what we are assuming is that at some point there will be a new administration, they'll simply go back to business as usual, I think is completely wrong. I don't know that we're going back, and I think the point you made about new tools is critical. How do we think about new tools to replace the tools that may no longer be effective, I think is going to be an important piece of this, because the nature of global cooperation is changing, and we need tools to be able to meet that moment where you're combining things like assistance with the private sector to think about how you develop deeper relationships with countries that will mean that in exchange for creating a minerals deal, you're actually making sure that in this country they have advanced processing happening there. So they are getting some kind of economic benefit. But those broader conversations that are very clear about the consideration involved on both sides, I think is going to be a big part of these building coalitions of the willings on a set of issues, not just in aid and trade, but across health and a number of other domains.
Can I build on that one? Wally, you are right that we need new tools, and some places we can use existing institutions. So you look at some of our institutions like the World Bank, they could be enormously helpful and a powerful public-private entity. We just haven't run it that way. We haven't had that kind of a tool. When you look at some of the new tools, whether it's blockchain or others, they're all very usable within our ecosystem, and we just have to look at the tools differently to see how we can deploy them in a public and private manner.
Comfort, is that possible on the ground right now? Places
I don't know that. I mean, we have to watch and wait to see some of these processes. The one reality check I think we also have to recognize is that we are now entering an era where, although we may try to do things differently, we're doing less with less as well. I mean, when you look at the UN, for example, the liquidation crisis that it's going through right now, again, regardless of the return of the Trump administration, there was already a liquidation crisis. There was already an inefficiency crisis. There was already question marks about the legitimacy and about the way in which the UN was doing its business, calling into question some of the assumptions that it's built.
And some accountability issues
accountability,
that I think are sort of at the forefront of a lot of this right now.
Yeah, you know, the questions about whether there was a trust deficit with the UN, especially, you mentioned Syria, very complicated relationship there. But a number of people were asking about also the duplicated nature of the UN. How many agencies do you need to deal with women, to deal with population, to deal with climate, to deal with development issues? So this is a time also, as you're thinking about institutions, norms, and people, that you ask yourself, you know, as we are going forward, what of these institutions do you retain? What of these norms, we were talking about this earlier, what of these norms do we think are likely to accompany us, or do we need to think about new norms? And what is the kind of alliances that are going to be built? Because these institutions are not necessarily the first port of call any longer. I mean, a number of countries do not run to the UN because they see it as dysfunctional. In the same way, and the question is, what does that next phase look like? And I think the jury is still out, because we are still living in that world on transitions, which is what you're implying.
Well, that seems fair. We're going through a huge transformation in government in this country, and the expectation perhaps is that institutions that we partner with on aid, that it's time for them to sort of do a little bit of introspection as well.
Yeah, and I think that you're right that ultimately maybe the answer is some right-sizing and thinking about what the focus of these institutions should be, because ultimately, even before the Trump administration, we had been resource constraining these institutions, not just here in the United States, but across Europe as well. Less and less has been put into this. And I think fundamentally some of the questions I have looking back now is that we talk about soft power being critical to power in general, but we don't budget for it that way. Our foreign assistance budget is very separated from our defense budget, which is the only part of the discretionary budget that I will mention is growing in the United States. When we talked about NATO's 5%, it did include infrastructure, but it didn't include aid to the countries that may be countries that we don't want to have to use our weapons in. So I do think that part of this has to be, when you think about the institutions that do exist today, they are going to have to think through their missions differently. We spent a lot of time thinking about what we could do with the MDBs. I think reform is hard. We have to admit to that. Reform is hard to these institutions because of the ways that we built them, but we're going to have to focus on it because we have fewer resources. And frankly, for more countries, including the United States, more of what we do is likely going to be done through coalitions of the willing going forward, which will mean those institutions are even more starved going forward.
And is it coalition of the willing, or is it also like-minded in terms of structure and purpose and sort of message and mission to international donors?
It is. I mean, you're absolutely right on that. It is. It's a time for efficiency, but it is that like-minded and the operational capacity for countries. So it's a very interesting time to redesign and rethink and look forward.
Comfort.
The one that there will be, I mean, everything is interest-based. Again, this didn't start today. It's part of statecraft, it's part of international relations. There will always be ad hoc coalitions for different sort of reasons. You know, we saw one on climate and energy, for example. We saw one, by the way, in relation to Haiti as well. Kenya put together, decided that it was going to head an international police force, calling other countries to support it from Latin America and other parts of the world. So that was a coalition of the willing to support a country that is far away from it. That was unusual, that was unique, that was quite creative as well. Although we are at an inflection point when it comes to Haiti, where there's recognition that actually we need to go back to the traditional structure of UN blue helmets to go into that country to help deal with just the fact that you can't use this kind of architecture to deal with gangsterism in the country and to deal with the nature of the violence that's happening in the country. So in a sense, you've had to go back to basics to deal with the Haiti crisis as well. But I think we have to be honest with ourselves that it wasn't working before the 20th of January. And it's not as a result of everything as a result of the 20th of January. The ODA, for example, the Overseas Development Assistance, was already broken, was already in a state of crisis as well. And as I said at the beginning, Europe itself was already on a retreat from a number of these processes. And the recipient doesn't want to be treated as a charitable country. They want to have a conversation where they're treated as partners. They recognize that there is unevenness in the relationship, but they also want to think creatively about how we build an industrial base in our country. They don't want to be talking in the context of aid any longer. They want to also have a conversation. The one thing I would ask Wale to think about is how can we get investors also to help with one part of the deal, which is about the regional processing. That's going to be important to help get this joint mining deal up and running in the Great Lakes, because investors themselves are wary for all sorts of reasons, for extractive reasons, for the corruption reasons, for the security reasons, of helping give life, for example, to this joint mining deal in the Great Lakes. So how do you attract investors now to think about the potential that they could be contributing to help make life or meaning to what's been signed in the Great Lakes as well?
Wally, how do we do that?
Yeah, and I think this comes down to de-risking, and that includes money. And I think it costs far less money to de-risk a deal than to do a deal. So this is a place where the World Bank and other institutions should step in. And to the point you made, the World Bank has a huge balance sheet, but so much of it is given to governments rather than de-risking the private sector coming in to do more. But it also comes down to, with those countries, making a very clear deal that ultimately our companies are not going to come in and do business here unless you make the governance reforms that are going to give them comfort. So that has got to be part of this conversation. And it also means that working in coalition. And I think the thing that we have to walk away from this is not that global cooperation is done, but rather it's going to change. And the nature of it needs to be that if you're thinking, for example, about the Great Lakes, ultimately the thing we're trying to do is to make sure that China doesn't own all the minerals there and then have the ability to process them. We should be fine if that processing ends up being done in another third country. We should be fine if the company that ends up owning the mining deal is from Switzerland, and a U.S. firm is doing a piece of it. But ultimately, to get to that stage, we're going to need to work together to provide both de-risking capital and also helping to move these countries along in terms of thinking about their governance reform. But it is going to require that a global corporation in a different way to do this. It can't only go through the traditional institutions that we've already built.
Can I just add to that? I so agree. What happens is that when you're doing these projects, the governments talk to the governments. So the real key here is, and we have some bankers here that I've been running into, they can figure out all kinds of things. If you get the private entities involved, they're very, very creative. And if you pair them with the public sector, I mean, this could be a time of real growth and accomplishment.
We have a couple minutes left. I should open it up for questions. Ed.
Hi, I'm Ed Luce from the Financial Times. Just, Henrietta, a quick question to you. How quickly, presumably the next administration, would it take to rebuild USAID? How much damage do you assess having been done so far?
So Nick and I have served in the State Department when AID was under State Department oversight with Condi Rice. And where it reports is not as important as what it does and what the facilities and tools are that you give to it. So I think you can start now. And I think the administration is going to need it. I mean, the president really believes in wanting peace in Ukraine and in Gaza and Israel. He's going to need to have the tools of foreign assistance, of international assistance. So I think we start now. And we just need to gather our best ideas on what the redesign can be and how we can help Secretary Rubio.
Thanks. I'm with the Rising Leaders Program. With the changing nature of U.S. international aid, to what extent do you think U.S. foreign aid should be tied to strategic competition with China and Russia? And then how do we balance this humanitarian imperative, with strategic signaling in the competitions in contested regions like Africa, Southeast Asia, for example?
Well, Wally, do you want to start with that one?
Yeah, and I think the challenge we have is that oftentimes we want to talk about aid through a lens of strategic competition, and I would say that we should talk through it in terms of our domestic interest. Because most Americans, if you go to a small town, they don't think about strategic competition. They think about my economic well-being, my safety. And I think that, yes, we should think about the ways we talk about aid through those lenses and make part of that the fact that if we don't do this and make sure that those markets are open to the United States over time, China's going to deny us the ability to sell things to some of the fastest growing markets in the world. Having them own the shipping lanes, for example, is going to make it harder for our commercial fleets to travel through these places. But making it more about the domestic self-interest of the American people, to me, is probably the thing that we do the least, because we likely want to talk about it about the global competition between us and Russia and China in ways that are less relevant to the day-to-day lives. So I think that's important, but I would start from the standpoint of what is in the interest of the American people from an economic, from a security standpoint that they feel, frankly, in talking about this.
I have to wrap up. There's so many good hands went up. I'm so sorry. Hopefully you guys will stick around and we can talk over the next couple of days. The next panel is waiting, and please help me thank everyone on stage.
Good afternoon. We're going to roll right into the next panel, so if you could please take your seats, and we'll get started in a microsecond. Thank you very much. As I looked at our agenda a couple of days ago, I thought this was going to be one of the most exciting, one of the most important panels that we've had here this week. It's entitled Israel at a Crossroads. And one way we could think of it, Israel, the state of Israel, is that the state of Israel is in its strongest position since May 14th, 1948, the date of its birth, relative to the other powers in the Middle East than it's ever been. That is very good news for the state of Israel. I would say personally, that's very good news for the United States as well. The other framing point is that Iran, a significant adversary of the United States during our entire working lifetimes for those of us in the US government, Iran's at its weakest point as a military and political power in the Middle East since the Iranian Revolution of 1978 and 1979. That's good for the state of Israel, and that's good, absolutely, for the United States. So we have, as moderator, one of the best informed journalists working in Mary Louise Kelly of National Public Radio. And we have an extraordinary cast of people, 2 Israelis and 2 Americans. My friend, Amos Yadlin, and I've been working with Amos for a long time, is president and founder of Mind Israel. He's former Israeli military intelligence chief, and as some of you may know, was the lead pilot in attacking the Osirak reactor and eliminating it on June 6th, 1981. He's a legendary figure in the state of Israel. Michael Herzog fought in many of Israel's wars, 2 as a leader of the IDF, and then found another challenging assignment as ambassador of Israel to the United States and did that job very, very well. He's now a distinguished fellow, a Tisch Distinguished Fellow at the Washington Institute for Near East Policy. Those are the 2 Israelis in the panel. The 2 Americans, Brett McGurk. Brett has been a significant senior American troubleshooter, diplomat, peace negotiator in the Middle East from the George W. Bush administration forward, and was one of the key people in the Biden administration, reacting to and shaping the extraordinary events of the last couple of years: Syria, Lebanon, Gaza, Iran, Israel. And Dan Senor, someone I've known a long time and deeply admired, of course now at Elliott Management, but author of the great book, Israel as a Startup Nation, someone who's lived in Israel, knows Israel very well. I don't think we could have a better panel, so I'm looking forward to this. Thank you all for being here. Mary Louise.
Good afternoon, everybody. Nick, thank you. In my business, the title of a panel, Israel at the Crossroads, is what we would call an evergreen. When is Israel ever not at a crossroads? General Ambassador Brett, Dan, welcome. That panel title is calling to mind words credited to Orson Welles, the actor, director, who said, if you want a happy ending, that depends where you stop the story. Flip it around. Think about where you start the story. In the Middle East, we could pick any of 1,000 moments over many thousands of years. But for our purposes today, we are going to pick 648 days ago, October 7th, 2023. And we're going to look at what has changed for Israel and its neighbors and what maybe hasn't. Brett McGurk, I'm going to give you first word. You were serving in the White House. You were President Biden's top advisor on the Middle East. You found out about the attacks of October 7th because you got a call from somebody else on this stage today. Tell the story.
Well, thank you so much for having me, and this is an extraordinary panel. I'm just honored to be on the stage with all of you. So it was October 6th for us, Friday, and had a busy day at the White House. Actually had delegations of officials from other regional capitals, including the Saudis and others, talking about where the region was. We're working on some things that were potentially going to be quite positive over the coming 6 months, year. And I went home and I put my daughter to bed, and I starting to unwind from the week a little bit. I knew I'd be back in the White House in the morning, as we always are. And we started to get reports of rocket attacks from Gaza, which is not totally unusual. We had an 11-day war in 2021, but still, we hadn't seen that in a while. And then they started to come a little more rapid fire, starting around 10 o'clock. And actually, I got a message from you, Mike, at 10:23 p.m. on Friday night saying, it's a massive attack, this is war. And I think we talked a few times that night. And as it unfolded, I was up the entire night, and I knew at that moment the Middle East would never be the same. I could just see what was happening. It was a multi-front invasion from Hamas. We still did not know the scope and extent that would unfold over the coming hours and days, but I knew it was something we'd never seen before, and everything had changed.
Ambassador, pick up the story. Where were you that night? How did you find out? And did you share the assessment the Middle East was never going to be the same?
So it was October 6th. First, it's a pleasure to be here and share the panel. All of them are friends, and especially privileged that Brett is here, because Brett was the best partner that I could wish for. We worked very closely during the war. It was October 6th. I was with my wife in southwest US. It was the eve of a Jewish holiday. Late at night, I get a call from an Israeli senior general. He's shouting into the phone, Mike, this is war. It's not another round, it's a war. Hamas started war, and he hung up. I had no idea what he was talking about. I had no clue. So I called my defense attaché, who just landed in the US. He didn't know anything. I look at the website and I see massive rocket firing from Gaza into Israel. I connected the dots. I saw some reports about infiltrations. I understood that this is war. And I also understood that this could also escalate into a war with the whole Iranian axis, because Hamas was an Iranian proxy. And I've seen the intelligence of how they built together this concept of encircling Israel with a ring of fire. So first thing I did, I canceled all my plans. I put all the senior people in our embassy on a conference call. I said, this is war. We're switching to a war mode 24/7. And then I communicated with Brett. I wrote him, this is war. We need your support. And Brett wrote me immediately, we are with you.
Yeah. So I suspect most of us in this room have tracked pretty closely what has unfolded in the months since. I'm going to direct this next one more to you, Ambassador, and then I want Dan and you, General, to jump in. We are where we are. What will count as a victory in Gaza?
That's a very big question. So I want to analyze Gaza through the goals that our government set for the war in Gaza since October 7. The government set 4 goals: to defeat Hamas militarily, to remove Hamas from power, to release all of our hostages, and to make sure that Gaza no longer poses a threat to the state of Israel. While we excelled in our military operations, and it's not a minor thing because Hamas built over the years a major underground terror complex, 400 miles of terror tunnels. There's no comparison anywhere in the world. At the same time, we did not develop a coherent plan, alternatives to Hamas, who and what is going to replace Hamas. It's not for lack of thinking about it. We had a lot of groups. I was part of them. It's for lack of political decisions, political pressures within our governments, and a lot of disagreements. There are great ideas General Petraeus-like ideas of seizing territory, claiming that territory from Hamas, and creating a basis for alternatives, but we never developed a coherent plan. We worked together with the United Arab Emirates, and I was part of that work, and we finalized nearly all the work, but it was too late in the day. And here we are 20 months later, and when we talk about our military operation in Gaza, nobody can tell you what's the alternative to Hamas. We also have a big problem with stabilizing the flow of humanitarian assistance into Gaza. That is because throughout the month, most of this assistance which came through UN agencies fell into the hands of Hamas and fed its governance. So that's, we are at a crossroad, and we have to find a way to exit this war.
Yeah, I have follow-ups on that, but let me bring you in, Dan. President Trump initially floated that his plan for Gaza and what would count as victory would be that it would be emptied, that 2 million Palestinians would go somewhere else, not clear where. What is the state of Trump administration thinking on Gaza as best as you can make out, and to what extent does the personal relationship between Trump and Netanyahu influence it?
Sure. I'll just, before I answer that, I just want to just respond to one thing Mike said. I do think one of the challenges for Israel, here you're going to be tougher in your own government than I'll be. One of the challenges for Israel is their military was never designed to fight the kind of war it is fighting in Gaza for the length of time it is fighting this war. The Israeli wars were always supposed to be short and away games, preferably, not home games. And this is right on Israel's border, and here we are, October will be 2 years, and Israel's still fighting this war. And Mike alluded, to these points that humanitarian aid is a huge problem where it's Israel's responsibility, according to the international community, to get humanitarian aid, figure out a way to get aid into Israel. You can't point to another war like this where the one party is responsible for getting aid to the enemy's population while the enemy is taking that aid and using it as leverage against its own population. And of course, the hostages, proportionate to the U.S. population, it's equivalent of like having thousands and thousands of U.S. citizens underground in tunnels being held hostage while you're trying to fight this enemy. So for a variety in the Ring of Fire you mentioned, for a variety of reasons, this was not a terribly easy war to fight, and the Palestinian population has generally been terrified of Hamas. It's not so easy to develop an alternative within the Palestinian population in Gaza if the population is terrified to stick its neck out and say, I'll be the alternative to Hamas. Keep in mind, the architect of October 7th, Yahya Sinwar, he was in an Israeli prison for, I don't know, what was it, almost 20 years, not for killing Israelis, but for slaughtering Palestinians, for imposing retribution against Palestinians that, quote unquote, collaborated with the Israelis. So I do think putting it on Israel to find an alternative to Hamas is not terribly easy. I do not think
I will just point out that Israel is continuing to fight there for this amount of time by choice. There was a ceasefire.
Well, there was an interim ceasefire. I think the idea that there could be a permanent ceasefire would only work if Israel would agree for Hamas to stay in Gaza. And that, back to Mike's point in terms of the objectives of the war, there's no world in which Israel can agree to Hamas staying in power in Gaza, when the war is over. That means the war is not over.
Go to the U.S.
Yeah, so look, I do not believe the relocation of the population out of Gaza is going to happen, at least not at scale. There's actually been a little bit of it happening, but it's not the solution. I think at this point, and I think June 13th to June 22nd was a turning point, was an inflection point. Ultimately the joint Israel-U.S. war against Iran, because you cannot look at the war in Gaza in isolation, right? It would be like looking at World War II and saying, hey, what did you think of the U.S.-Italian War of 1943? Like, no one talks about these individual battlefronts in World War II. You talk about World War II. Israel has been fighting this ring of fire, the 7-front war, of which Gaza is one front. And the head of the octopus was Iran. And the fact that Israel and the U.S. had such extraordinary success against Iran means I do think, and I just returned from Israel this morning, there is a sense that there's an inflection point now if Israel and the U.S. are looking for a way to gradually wind things down, this is actually the ideal point. The question is, this population, how do you separate the population from Hamas? And I just spent a few days in Israel, I still have not heard of a concrete plan for doing that. And so, as Israelis are repopulating southern Israel, it's not going to be so easy to build those communities back up in southern Israel if they know that a Palestinian population that is not separated from Hamas is going to reemerge up there in northern Gaza. So I think the primary goal right now, if there's going to be any kind of permanent solution, is to move the Palestinian population as far south deep into Gaza as possible, so there's a big perimeter, a big security
May I
area.
pause you 1 second, because I suspect others may want to jump in, and I want to get the general in, but do you want to offer us a quick thought on my question, the Trump-Netanyahu relationship?
I have, and this is new, by the way, I did not see this in the first Trump term, and I didn't even see this at the beginning of this Trump term, but when I talked to officials in Israel and I talked to officials in the Trump administration, I've never seen a closer relationship between an Israeli prime minister and a U.S. president, as we're seeing now. We can get into why that is. But there is a real sense that President Trump sees in Israel an extraordinarily successful military and intelligence juggernaut, and President Trump likes being associated with success and awe, and they definitely see, the Trump administration definitely sees this alliance with Israel as providing real capabilities to the United States in the Middle East that it did not have. And so I think, I would compare it to like Bush, Blair, Reagan, Thatcher. That's how deep the relationship is now. It'll be interesting to see if it sustains, but right now it's pretty extraordinary and unprecedented.
Do you want to weigh in on anything you just heard? If not, I have another question for the two of you.
Yes, I think we need to go beyond Gaza, because Gaza have started it. Israel is fighting the most justified war ever. However, at that moment, continuing the war is not serving Israeli interest. I think...
in what sense?
In the sense that we, as Dan said, our defense doctrine is saying the wars of Israel should be short and with decisive victory. That's what we have done vis-à-vis Hezbollah. That's what we have done vis-à-vis Iran. And Gaza is different because of the hostages, because of the underground tunnels that they have prepared, and most of all, because Hamas is using the population of Gaza to shield himself. He's not caring about the fact that this population is starved, that this population is bombed. He uses them against Israel, and Israel is losing the public opinion fight because we are continuing this war. Nobody remembers the 7th of October and how much this war is justified. So I would put on the table the end of the war as something that Israel will contribute to the end of the war for all the hostages, all of them in one pulse. And then Gaza will not rebuild without demilitarizing. We have to coordinate with our friends in the Arab world that they will take over Gaza and rebuild it only if it will demilitarize. And then Israel has the right, if Hamas stay, to attack Hamas again, because this is a terror organization that threatens us. And we have done it we done a very good agreement with Brett about Hezbollah, that if Hezbollah is not comply with 1701 UN Security Council resolution, that they have to go north of the Litani River and not smuggle weapons to Lebanon, the Lebanese army will do the job, and if they are not doing the job, Israel is doing the job. And this is happening as we speak. So this model should be applied to Gaza, and we should look at what the end of the war is promising us. It's promising us an opportunity to shape the Middle East differently, a normalization with more Arab countries, American, Israeli, Arab, moderate camp against Iran, excess of evil, against the Islamists, and making a different Middle East. And on the issue of President Trump, I think for the first time, American president preempt against a nuclear program in a rogue country. It was not done against and North Korea. It was not done against China, not even against the Soviet Union in the 40s. So President Trump showed to the Americans that the Middle East is not only a place that you are losing. It's a place that you can bring a lot of good interest for America. His voyage to the Gulf, the $3 trillion investment, and the fact that Iran is now weakened. And Iran, excess of evil is not exist because Hezbollah, the most formidable proxy, was destroyed, Assad regime was collapsed, and Iran is much weaker.
Okay, so we're going to move to Iran and the wider region, please. Two things. I want to note you're wearing the yellow lapel pin. Several of you are. This is in support of hostages, the hostages, and bringing them home. Just for those who don't know it, this is something you see everywhere now on the streets in Tel Aviv, in Jerusalem, and Israel. One more question, because you opened the door to this, General, after telling me right before we walked on stage you didn't want to talk about Gaza. I am curious for the two Israelis on this panel, how you see the moral stakes for your country of the staggering toll of death and suffering we are seeing in Gaza. And I know that's a difficult question as an official. Would either of you care to answer it as a human, as an Israeli?
I think this is one of the reasons we have to finish the war. Because our enemy, as I said, he is to blame. He is to blame for starting the war. He is to blame for holding these hostages. And this is the huge humanitarian issue. Because this is people
But do you feel the weight of this?
640 days are in tunnels. Try to be 8 hours in a tunnel. 8 hours, that's all. Without light, without nobody beating you, torturing you, and then you will understand what these people are going through. After saying that, I'm not happy from what's happening to the Palestinians in Gaza. I think if Hamas leaders would have been cared about their people, they would have stopped the war, bring back the hostages a year ago, a year and a half ago. And I think once again, it was Brett who said that you cannot blame the Israeli government on that, you blame Hamas. But I think we should put on the table a proposal that Hamas cannot refuse, because they are saying end the war.
Okay. Let me shift us to Iran, and I'll steer this to you first.
Let me just say real quick,
please.
on ending the war, because this history is being rewritten by people who weren't involved in it. Just some dates. May 27th, there's a deal put down. Israel accepts it. It has about 85% of everything Hamas wants. The war could stop. On May 28th, Joe Biden made a speech. On May 31st, laid it out to the world. The UN Security Council unanimously adopted it. If Hamas said yes, the war stops. Hamas did not answer. They answered on July 2nd, about 6 weeks later, and fundamentally changed the whole thing. We then patched it up on August 16th. We put down a proposal with Qatar and Egypt. It had about 95% of everything Hamas wanted. And again, they did not say yes. They didn't answer. 2 weeks later, we had a number of hostages killed in a tunnel under Rafah. And then Israel decided to go north and took out Hezbollah, and that changed Hamas's calculations. We finally got the deal. I just want to make clear, the moral toll of this awful situation tears at the soul of anyone who's worked on this. Anyone. But this war could stop. It could have stopped multiple times if Hamas stopped the war and released hostages. Multiple times. And where we are right now, there's a deal on the table to stop the war for 60 days. That's a long time. And where we are, given where we are, I think you stop the war for 60 days. It is the end of the war. It is the end of the war. And we're still negotiating over maps. And all the pressure comes on Israel, which I get. And by the way, we should be, and I hope President Trump's putting pressure on Israel to get to a point where we can close the deal. But there's no pressure on Hamas. It just release 10 hostages, we stop the war for 60 days. I mean, this is a fundamental issue from the beginning. I'll just finish this here.
Yep.
Hamas started the war on October 7th. This panel's about Israel, but the enemies of Israel have agency. Hamas started the war. Hezbollah joined the war on October 8th. All the militias in Iraq started shooting at us and at Israel right away. Iran enabling the whole thing through Syria. And then the Houthis join in. And then Iran joins in directly. All the enemies of Israel made a choice to start this war against Israel. Okay?
Okay.
And Hamas from the beginning said, fundamental demand, you can have the hostages, we stay in power. We stay in security control, and that is still their demand today. They have not budged on that.
Hold on, Ambassador, and then I am going to shift us to Iran. Please.
So I agree with everything Brett said. I would like to add the following. Look, Hamas put us in an impossible situation because they built a whole military complex within civilian populated areas. They built under the hospitals, mosque and everything, and they put us in an impossible situation because if you don't take action against them, they win. And if you take action against them, there necessarily is collateral damage, and any loss of life is tragic. But what I want to say, the art of policy is to translate military success into a political exit. We found the right way in Lebanon. After we hit Hezbollah very hard, we did a ceasefire deal. Brett was there, we did it together, and that was a very successful exit because it put political pressure on Hezbollah, which never was there for decades. We have yet to find a way on Iran, we'll discuss it, but we did not find a way on Gaza. And here I want to say that as war dragged on, the tension between those two war goals of removing Hamas from power and releasing the hostages became intensified more and more. Both of them are worthy goals. I support nobody wants this Hamas in power after this war. They should not be there. But here we are 20 months after that war started, it was forced on us, and we need to find the right sequence. And I, like Amos and many other Israelis, believe that it's time to put an offer to release all the hostages and stop the war for now, and we'll deal with Hamas later. In the meantime, we focus on Iran, we expand the circle of normalization in the region, and we start a healing process in our own society, which is traumatized since October 7th, and that process will not start until all the hostages are back.
Can I just
hold
very
on,
quickly?
Hold on.
Oh, yeah.
If it's a sentence,
It's
a sentence.
You keep referring to Lebanon as the model. In Lebanon, you had ultimately the Lebanese government and the Lebanese army. It wasn't a vacuum. In Gaza, it's Hamas. No other Arab country is stepping in.
Agreed.
We talk about the Saudis, we talk about the Emiratis, we talk about the Egyptians. No one wants to show up. Amos, I was just in Israel, and everyone was talking about demilitarizing Gaza. We just got to demilitarize Gaza. Sounds great. Who's going to do it? If IDF soldiers are sitting there patting down every Palestinian look for a gun, you're going to have a lot of dead IDF soldiers.
Okay.
And the Saudis and the Emiratis don't want to send their young men to do that job.
Okay.
Demilitarize doesn't say that you are get rid of the last Kalashnikov. This is like an American having a family having a car. So they have Kalashnikov, but they will not have rockets, they will not have drones, they will not have commando forces training to capture a kibbutz and kill and burn and rape. This will be a different Hamas if they will choose to be there, but nobody will rebuild them. So the idea, they already gave up the governance. They now have to give up the weapon, and some of their leadership have to go out. And this is easy to achieve. And the Emirates and the Saudis will come, and they will know that if Hamas is gone, in the term of demilitarization for reconstruction, then I think you know why the Arabs will come? Because of President Trump. Because for the first time, he came with this idea of removing 2 million Palestinians. To where? And the Arabs are against it. And suddenly they are willing to put some skin in the game that they were not willing to do a time ago. And I think you cannot destroy an idea. You cannot destroy a religious belief. ISIS was defeated by a coalition of 85 countries led by Brett McGurk and General Allen. And they were defeated, but they are still there in the mosque, on the internet. You cannot defeat them on their belief, but you can make sure that 7th of October will never happen again.
Hear, hear. Let's do Iran, and I want you each to take a quick bite at this. did we all overestimate Iran? And if so, if the military was not as formidable as many intelligence services, militaries seem to believe, what might that tell us about the political leadership? Dan, you first, and we'll come
I
down.
don't think Israel and the U.S. overestimated the threat from Iran. It was
Not the
that
threat, but the military capabilities.
The capabilities. What Iran had built up, invested billions of dollars in years, was in a proxy system. It wasn't its conventional military that was the real capability. It was its proxy system. It was the Houthis. It was Hezbollah. It was Hamas. It was militias in Iraq. And after October 7th, as Israel over time systematically started eliminating the proxy system, culminating, of course, in taking down Hezbollah, if you think about the three inputs Israel needed to go into Iran, it was the threat of Hezbollah there, breathing down its throat, removed. It needed to be able to get basically through Syria in the air into Iran. Assad regime falls in December after 53 years. And then, of course, you had to, so it was the Assad regime gone, it was Hezbollah gone, and then it was Israel's extraordinary intelligence. Now, it had the extraordinary intelligence before, but those two other factors, Assad falling and Hezbollah falling, and then the whole proxy system being broken down, that was the capability that Iran had, and Israel systematically took it out. Without taking out the proxy system, I don't think Israel could have done it.
Yeah, General.
I don't think we overestimate Iran. I think we underestimate Israel and its capabilities. And it's not only the intelligence. It's much more the Air Force and the combination between the two. The capability to achieve air superiority in a place like Tehran. It's not Gaza, it's not Beirut. It's 1,500 to 2,000 kilometers. Air superiority. Russia and Ukraine are fighting 2.5 years, and none of them achieve air superiority. Here, in 2.5 days, air superiority was established. And then the beginning of the war, with intelligence to decapitate the leadership of the Iranian military, the IRGC, 15 most important commanders and generals. And in the same time, couple of scientists who were in the groups that started to work on weaponization, which was the last step, because they already have enough fissile material, enriched uranium for 10 bombs in 60%. To move them to military grade, 90%, it's 2 weeks. And weaponization was the next. To do this took decapitation of a whole group. You need amazingly good intelligence and the capability to launch the missile or the bomb to intercept them in the right place. Some of them were on moving from their houses to their command posts.
Yeah.
And the Israeli intelligence and the Israeli Air Force were able to move the bomb and the missile to the right place.
So I'm hearing from two of you, very little surprise at how the attacks by Israel and then the United States played out, and the feebleness, I think, is not too strong a word, of Iran's response. Brett?
Let me give a couple anecdotes to kind of make your point. So, October 8th, Faga war. Is this a coordinated attack? Hezbollah is joining the attack. Hezbollah is kind of maneuvering. Are they going to attack? Iran, like what is going on? And if it was the coordinated attack, Israel faced an existential threat. I mean, one of the first calls from President Biden to Prime Minister Netanyahu is either on the 7th or the 8th. But Netanyahu said, Joe, we're in the Middle East, and in the Middle East, if you're weak, you're roadkill. And like everybody's sharpening their knives. And that's what was happening. So the power of Israel, of Iran at that moment, I do not think we were underestimated, nor do I think we did underestimate it. Now let me fast forward just a few days, because on October 11th, the Israelis believe they saw indications of Hezbollah preparing a ground invasion of Israel. And we were trying to figure out what was going on, and Israel was thinking about a preemptive attack. And we discussed it throughout 5 very intense hours of that day, And one of the arguments against a preemptive attack at that time was that Hezbollah still had full strength, 150,000, 200,000 missiles and rockets, everything else. Is this the best time to start a new front? I think there's some debate about this. I think it was the right call not to start that front at that time. But finally, on October 1st, I'm in the Situation Room with 200 ballistic missiles fired from Iran at Israel. Did Israel attack Iran? No. Israel took out Hezbollah on its borders and some IRGC people that were in Syria planning attacks against Israel. And Iran launched 200 ballistic missiles against Israeli cities. That was like the worst case scenario, and a missile takes about 12 minutes to fly. You have only about 3 minutes to take them down. But there's about 9 minutes of silence as you're just watching these missiles streak across the screen. And I thought to myself, everything I know about Iran, everything I've dealt with Iran, this country that would do this can, first of all, never have a nuclear weapon. And we were bracing for hundreds, if not thousands, of casualties. Now, fortunately, we defeated that attack. And then Israel very effectively took out Iran's air defense systems, which set the conditions for what happened. So no, I do not think we underestimated Iran. I think the force of arms of Israel in the Middle East, responding to attacks against them, with very close coordination from the United States, and with work done across administrations over many, many years, led to where we are now.
Ambassador, I'll give you last word on the Iran question, and then we're going to open it up to a couple from y'all. I'm curious, given your diplomatic background, we're hearing the description of Israel, starting with Nick Burns introducing us. Israel has defeated or seriously degraded its enemies, from Hamas to Hezbollah to the Houthis to Iran itself.
The Houthis not yet.
Department of multiple things can both be true. That is true. Israel also finds itself more isolated. Something approaching a pariah on the international stage because of what has happened in Gaza. How do you reconcile those?
So first, I agree with my co-panelists that we do not overestimate Iran. You have to remember that Israel prepared this war for decades, for many, many years, especially the last few months, for decades. And first, we dismantled the Iranian axis. We took away their shields, Hezbollah, Syria, air defense, and so on, and some of the air defense capabilities in Iran itself in October, in the strike in October. But in the strike itself in June, we first achieved surprise, and we hit the main center of gravity in their nuclear program, missile program, air defense system, and the senior defense official dome. And that took them totally off balance. They were planning a massive retaliation against Israel. They were thinking that we were going to may attack them, and they were planning, but they couldn't execute it, just couldn't carry it out. Now, you're right about your question about Israel's international standing and so on. It's something that I had to deal with extensively as ambassador here. And people don't realize, we Israelis often talk about us fighting on 7 fronts. That's a military campaign, Hamas, Hezbollah, and the rest of the Iranian axis. But there is another front, which is an international front, a campaign to delegitimize the state of Israel, to cast us as an immoral entity. And this is another war that we have to fight in parallel, war of narratives and perceptions. And I think we should do a better job at that.
Your questions. Saw this gentleman in the front center here first. Please keep it short. Please keep it a question.
Yep. My question is directed at Brett on looking back at your time at the White House. What's your biggest regret on Abraham Accords expansion and the lack thereof during your tenure?
I don't know, I think we did a lot of work to set the conditions for which I think eventually will happen. I got to say, this issue is kind of described as we were like chasing this white whale. Like, look, Israel came to us early, and other countries, including Saudi Arabia, came to us early and said, hey, help us kind of facilitate, and we did. I wish it was done, it suddenly became front page news, like the whole thing. It should have been done much more quietly, and it should be done quietly. and I think ultimately it will happen. So what knocked it off was Hamas. Look, Hamas does not want that vision for the region, and Iran does not want that vision for the region. And I think the fact that you now have a much stronger Israel and a strong Israel-U.S. relationship is important to this. I think those deals eventually will happen, not in the immediate term, but looking over the coming months and years, I think we'll eventually get there. But Gaza has to get into a ceasefire, and that war has to end.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much for the information. Back to the conference, it says we have to rethink organizations and the way we've done things here in the States and how we rebuild nations, et cetera. The panel is Crossroads for Israel. And back to the point on the different front wars we're fighting here in Israel. Not only the government or the political wars, but America. On October 8th, college campuses and American kids all over America chanted death to Israel and all sorts of, the Intifada and all sorts of things. And the media, to this day, says things like the detainees in Gaza instead of the hostages. So my question is to the panel, whoever wants to answer it, what are we to tell our college students, our university heads, the people in Qatar that are funding these programs and funding these things, and the media in America that continues to demonize Israel, inadvertently or advertently, but they do it, and that's a big war. That's the biggest war I think we have to fight right now.
Dan, you want to take that one?
Yeah, other than the shock of the shattering of Israel in the day on October 7th and days after, what was most jarring to me was I honestly, naively, I say now, naively believed that the outrage of the world after October 7th would be directed at those massacring Jews. I did not think the outrage of the world would be directed at Jews for objecting to being massacred. But that's exactly what happened, including on college campuses. And to be clear, when questions about the moral stakes and should Israel be concerned about the moral stakes, the heated rhetoric and accusations, apartheid, genocide, all of that war crimes that we're hearing today, we were hearing being thrown at Israel, hurled at Israel on October 8th, at Harvard, in Times Square, at this Melbourne Orchestra, Symphony or Opera House in Australia. There were chants outside the Opera House, gas the Jews. I mean, this October 7th, for reasons that are beyond the scope of this conversation, brought something to the surface that was not about the way Israel has operated in Gaza. It was triggered by the attack, and Jews being under siege was the trigger moment for the trying to drive Jews underground. As it relates to colleges, there's a reckoning in higher education right now, in elite higher education happening on a range of fronts. And I would just say, rather than focusing on which foreign government is funding which college campus, I mean, it's not a waste of time, look at that. But we all, I'm sure many people in this room, are trustees of universities and donors to universities and parents of students who are going to universities. These elite universities, what we've been raised to believe are elite universities, are making our kids dumber. They are making our kids dumber. Now, they're not just indoctrinating them, they are making them dumber. And so if Jews are not comfortable at these universities, and they shouldn't be, they should go to other universities. There are plenty of rising star post-secondary institutions of higher education around the country, especially in the South. Some that have really been rising the last couple of years. And I think investing in institutions that are actually have a real sense about the difference between right and wrong, and actually believe in defending Western civilization and not attacking it every day and tenuring professors that attack Western civilization every day are worthy of the support of people in the room and this room and people you know.
If I may, I would add Jews, and I'm sure you would agree, Jews should be welcome at all American universities, as should everyone. Last question, this gentleman right here in the blazer. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Mayor Louise. Edward Joseph, Johns Hopkins SAIS. Question for General Yadlin and maybe Ambassador Herzog. would like to answer as well. You mentioned the Iranian uranium stockpile as a key reason why Israel needed to act. I believe you mentioned in your New York Times op-ed as well. Well, of course, that uranium stockpile now is missing, although perhaps Israeli intelligence knows more about that. So what can you say about continuing Iranian capacity in the nuclear realm? And I would give you the opportunity, and Ambassador Herzog, to address the argument that you hear that, with respect to the Iranian nuclear program, Israel and the region and the United States would still be better off under the Obama JCPOA. Anything you want to say about Syria, you're welcome to do so. Thank you.
General, feel free to make news. Where is the missing uranium?
Okay. I think the missing uranium is was not the target or the objective of the attack. When you develop a nuclear bomb, if you are not a nuclear engineer, you need the fissile material, you need all the bomb, the weaponization, the core that is transferred from 90% gas enriched uranium into a metal, and then the implosion, and then the fusing, and then integration into a missile. And all this very complex kind of system was attacked. Nobody thought that it can destroy the 60% enriched uranium, which was nothing if you cannot enrich it to 90% and weaponize it. So the question, and then I want to go into a more important issue, whether we move them back a couple of months, as New York Times and CNN are saying, or 2 or 3 years, as the President and Fox are saying, it's not important. What is important is what next. What kind of agreement there will be achieved. It must be better than the JCPOA of 2015. That was not a bad agreement, but it was a good agreement for the first 7 years and catastrophic agreement to the last 7 years. So if we close the loopholes in the JCPOA, which is inspection everywhere, every time, no sunset, no release of the limitation, no sunset, and no weaponization, as it was not covered well in the JCPOA, then the attack achieved its goal, to stop Iran from reaching the nuclear bomb. However, the ball is in the Iranian yard. They may decide not to come to negotiate. They may decide to try and re-establish their program. Then the ball is again in Jerusalem and DC. What are we doing if we see the Iranians going forward? It is not going to be easy for them, because for the first time, the Iranians know that what they thought before was wrong, that America has the capability, but don't have the will, and Israel has the will, but not has the capability. Now they know that Israel has the capabilities, and America may have the will. So they have to be very careful. And it's up to us whether we can enforce them not to go forward again into the goal that they only have to, it was an empty goal, that they have to decide to go to the bomb, and they were there without capability to stop them that we have now.
Ambassador, a final thought.
There are a couple of questions that surround the Iranian issue following the war. First question is, what are the residual capabilities that are left in Iran in terms of uranium stockpiles, centrifuges, nuclear infrastructure, missile infrastructure, and so on? I believe, for one, that we hit them very hard and took them, way back. But we don't have the full answer because a lot of this is buried underground. It'll take months to get to it. So we don't have the full answer. The second question, what impact did this war have on the Iranian thinking, strategy, and planning ahead? There are those who think that it will motivate Iran to race to a nuclear device so that they can announce it and then immunize themselves against attack, like North Korea. I, for one, think differently. I think they will go very slow and very careful because they are deterred, because they are exposed, because we can fly over Iran at will, and because they know that what Israel and the US did to them, we can do it again. So they have to be very careful, and that has to be factored into the picture when you talk about the time span. The third question is, how do we maintain the achievement of the war? And here, there are two courses of action. One is to get Iran back to the table and secure a deal, a different one than the JCPOA, no enrichment in Iran, and intrusive inspection. And there are people in Israel who are not in love with this option because Iran is left to give, and they will want sanctions relief, and with that money they can build off capabilities. But the alternative is to enforce our interests so that they cannot rebuild their capabilities. It's also complicated, 1,000 miles away, many dilemmas, what you hit, what you don't hit, they will fire back.
Right.
Challenges are there. Fourth question that I want to raise, I don't want to discuss it, what impact will this have on the Iranian internal scene? Because the regime, I believe, lost the majority of the population, there is a deep divide, and I hope that this war deepen that divide.
To be continued in the Iran panel that is still ahead of us in the forum. Thank you to you all. Thanks for a great conversation.
You got it.
Okay, Ling Ling, you bet, you bet. Okay, please take your seats. Thank you so much. Please take your seats. And if we can have silence in the room, that would be helpful. Please take your seats. Thank you very much. One note on your program. Adam Bowler, who is the Trump administration's hostage negotiator, is going to be with us tomorrow, not today. And we're not quite sure of the time, but you'll let you know on the website the time that he's going to speak to us about his important responsibilities. That was an extraordinary panel on Israel at a crossroads. Now we're going to go to China, or go back to China, I should say. Could we just have silence in the back of the room, please? Thank you so much. This panel is going to tackle a set of issues that is 1,000 kilometers wide and 10,000 kilometers deep. And that's the future of the China challenge for the United States, for Europe, for Japan, for Australia, for many other countries. And yesterday we talked about the panoply of competition between the US and China, where we could cooperate, and I think the need to live in peace in the decades ahead. We have an extraordinary panel chaired by Ling Wei of the Wall Street Journal, who does remarkable reporting. If you haven't seen her recent article, which I have now read twice, on how President Xi is planning to strengthen China vis-a-vis the United States, I thought it was a really effective article. With her will be a good friend of mine, to her left, Steve Biegun. Steve was Deputy Secretary of State in President Trump's first term. He was the North Korea negotiator. He's a veteran of the George W. Bush administration. He is a member of the Aspen Strategy Group. And Steve has very much kept current with US-China relations. In fact, I think I saw Steve maybe 4 times in China during my ambassadorship, so I deeply value Steve. I also deeply value my friend of 25 years, Reinhard Bütikofer, who's a senior advisor at the European Policy Center, former member of the European Parliament, and we have met on this issue on at least 3 continents, and someone who has a lot to say from the European perspective. And last but definitely not least, Liz Economy, lifelong expert on China and the United States, co-director of the US-China program at the Hoover Institution, Stanford University. And Liz was the senior advisor to Secretary Gina Raimondo, and Secretary Raimondo played a central role in our export controls, in our strategy towards China, and Liz was a key colleague of mine. And I want to thank her for everything she did. So we have a great panel. This is going to be an interesting discussion. Ling, thank you for being here. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Burns. Hello, everyone. First of all, thank you to the Aspen Strategy Group for convening this vital discussion, China Challenge. And I am extremely honored to be here with Steve, Reinhard, and Liz. For many years, the West has debated the nature of China Challenge. And many say now that the debate is over. The challenge is here. It is urgent, and it is evolving. Beijing has demonstrated its willingness to use its economic leverage, from its dominance in critical minerals to its influence over global supply chains. It has become more aggressive and sophisticated in pushing its influence overseas. The Chinese military is reaching deeper into the Pacific. This all forces a fundamental question upon Washington and its European allies, a question that will be at the heart of our discussion today. What is the true nature, what is the true extent of the leverage the United States and its allies have over China? And most importantly, what is the right approach to use that leverage effectively to counter the China challenge? To help us answer all those questions, we have an outstanding panel with us today, and Ambassador Burns just gave us a really great introduction of all 3 panelists. So now let's dive in. I'll start with Steve. 6 months into the Trump administration, we have already seen quite a few twists and turns in terms of the posture toward China. We have seen the Trump administration going from applying maximum tariff pressure to trying to align with other nations to, quote, isolate China economically, to now trying to engage China in trade economic negotiations. So what do you think? Does the Trump administration have a coherent China strategy?
Thank you, Ling Ling. And certainly a great question to ask, and one that I think confounds many foreign policy observers, and it also confounds many of our partners and friends around the world and some of our adversaries. But I think the mistake that's often made is that people understand that President Trump is not a conventional politician. He's an unconventional politician by any measure. And they also understand he has very unconventional views. He's unconstrained by precedent, by what's come before. In some cases, it can be alarming when he questions fundamentals like the NATO alliance. In other cases, where he tries a leader-to-leader approach to resolve the issues on the Korean Peninsula. But he's unconstrained, certainly, by what's come before. But the mistake that I think our partners and many observers make with President Trump is accepting that he was an unconventional leader and accepting he has unconventional views. They try to understand him in a conventional manner. And so what does that mean? It has two dimensions when it comes to something like developing a strategy for China. The first is that in a traditional administration, when the president makes a policy pronouncement, that's the policy, and that's a reasonable assumption. So, for example, when President Biden made the announcement, we're going to withdraw from Afghanistan, 2 weeks later, regardless of the consequences, we withdrew from Afghanistan. But President Trump in 2020 made a similar order. He instructed the government to immediately withdraw all U.S. forces from Afghanistan in December of 2020. The senior team, policymakers, outside voices, cabinet, all came together, a rolling set of meetings with the president, and ultimately the president recalled the executive order that he had signed that day and tore it up and withdrew the order for the immediate withdrawal of Afghanistan out of reflection of what were considered to be the likely serious ramifications for that action. And the lesson here is in a conventional presidency, when the president makes a policy announcement, that's the policy, and that's when the debate stops. But in the Trump administration, when the president makes an announcement of the policy, that's when the debate begins. And that's really how it is in the Trump administration. And if you understand that as you watch him publicly pushing forward, pulling back, raising the temperature, retreating, sometimes dropping things altogether when they seem to have fallen flat. Like, when's the last time the president talked about annexing Gaza to build the new Riviera? It's not in his lexicon anymore. Ukraine policy is a great example of this. Pushes forward, retreats, puts more pressure on Ukraine, comes back to Russia, and that's where we are now. So that's the first thing. The second thing to understand about the Trump administration is the Trump administration doesn't make China policy. The Trump world makes China policy. And the Trump world is occupied by different voices. The most important voice, of course, is the President of the United States. And when he makes decisions in the Trump world, those decisions are his to make. But the Trump administration is a coalition. It's a coalition of MAGA. It's got traditional Republicans. It's got career officials working in it. And then outside the Trump administration, you have a business community, you have expert community, you have both inside and the outside the administration, you have economic nationalists and isolationists. And this is a coalition that the president constantly has to manage. And a couple times in recent, just in the recent week, we've seen him really struggle to manage the divisions inside that coalition on some domestic policies. But when the president owns the policy, he sucks all the air out of the space. He owns it. And so from 2017 to 2020, President Trump owned the China policy, and the Trump administration was in the background. But in 2020, when the president made a decision based in part upon his concern about both the political and health repercussions from the COVID-19 pandemic, the electoral implications for that in his reelection in 2020, he really turned on China, and he withdrew from the China debate. He created a lot more space, and I'd say 90%, certainly the vast majority of the measures that were enacted to put coercion and pressure against China happened in that last year administration. So where we are today is the president is occupying the bulk of that space. And the strategy for the president is very different than the strategy for the Trump administration. The president wants an economic deal, and he's pushing very hard
to negotiate that deal. But if the president reaches the conclusion that that negotiation is not going to go anywhere, he's very likely to retreat from that space, and you're going to see a lot more initiatives coming out of the Trump administration. They're going to be put a lot of pressure on China, and so predictably, China has a strategy too. China's strategy was to start the negotiations as soon as possible and conduct them as long as possible, because the day those negotiations end is the day that the pressure begins to ramp up again. So that I don't expect the Chinese to move very quickly to address the president's concerns, but that's the president's strategy.
Thank you so much. It's hugely insightful and left us a lot more follow-up questions to ask you of. Then I'll go to Reinhard. First of all, let's congratulate Reinhard, because the Chinese just lifted sanctions on him. So what specifically did you do that make them lift sanctions on you?
Well, I guess the Chinese are hoping that by employing a tactic of minimal charm and maximum pressure, they could possibly convince the European Union to somehow return to the status quo ante and to re-engage about a comprehensive agreement on investment that was negotiated between Xi Jinping's leadership and Merkel's leadership roughly 5 years ago, and that we successfully killed in the European Parliament, and which is now, notwithstanding all Chinese illusions, dead as a doornail. So I think they will find out that they're on the wrong track still. But I think it's we shouldn't keep our enemy from making mistake.
Great. That gives us hope. Hopefully they can keep correcting their wrongs. So the question for you, Reinhard, is that there seems to be a growing strategic divergence between some of the U.S. actions on China and EU's more measured approach, with past transatlantic initiatives like the TTC facing headwinds and China's industrial and data policies posing a direct challenge to Europe. Do you think if the EU now is at an inflection point, and what will it take for Brussels to coalesce around a more assertive and unified China strategy, sorry?
Well, Ling, I think no good student of European history would ever earnestly expect Europe to speak with one voice. But that's not really a relevant measure. There will be distractions and there will be back and forth. But I think when you look at the direction of travel, there's not so much of a difference. And there are even similarities. Stephen just cautiously indicated that maybe there is not yet a fully developed stringent strategy on the part of the Trump administration. I would say the same about the Europeans. And of course, we have different points of departure. But when you compare the state of play, the state of not only conversation, but also the state of action in Europe today, with the situation 5 years ago when CAI was negotiated, it's 180 degrees different. The inflection point is not ahead of us. We have realized that we are at an inflection point, and we're taking action accordingly. I think the basic understanding that it took very long to really find a lot of agreement for, but that is now prevalent, is the understanding, in the words of the president of the European Chamber of Commerce in China, that there is a real risk of deindustrialization of Europe made in China. And that has changed everything. In the past, the economic relationship was the backbone of the win-win philosophy. Today, the economic dimension of the relationship is the main battlefield. And when you look at some important actors from the business community, the German Federation of Industry has been a leader in this transformation of our thinking. But there have been other associations that would traditionally criticize me for being too hawkish on China. They have come around. The German Association of the Machine Tool Industry just published a paper that is full of very harsh demands on what policymakers should do to stop deindustrialization made in China. I believe that Mrs. von der Leyen, the President of the European Commission, is aptly giving a voice to that understanding that is not universally shared, but widely shared. There may have been some equivocation in the meantime, yes. When I heard her speech at Davos, I was not fully convinced, but what she said at the G7, or more recently in the European Parliament, was clear as could be. And an important factor is also that Germany has found a more clear position. Under the leadership of Chancellor Merkel, the European term systemic rivalry was never uttered by the Chancellor. The following government, the so-called traffic light government, signed on to that European policy, saying, yes, we agree China is a partner and a competitor and a systemic rival, that famous triptych. The new government has dropped the partner part of that triptych. They still talk about cooperation, but they don't define China as a partner anymore. I think that is very relevant, and it gives support to those voices and those actors in the European context that want to pursue a strategy of pushing back. And we do have leverage, and the European Commission has shown that it is willing to use some of the tools, the trade defense instruments that we created over the last 6 years. And of course, as I said before, there is not unanimity. The German automotive industry was dead set opposed to the EV tariffs. But all other industrial sectors in Germany were in favor of those tariffs. I think that's a big turnaround. And also the fact that there is a kind of bifurcation in the German business community, where some multinational corporations that have put too many eggs into that one Chinese basket in the past are still hoping to get off lightly. Whereas the major part of the German business community, which is the SME, the so-called German Mittelstand, they are more circumspect, they're more critical, they take a different attitude. So I think we're already in the process of changing that policy actively.
Thank you. It's really interesting to know, and we will get later, hopefully, can get some of your take on the upcoming EU-China summit and what are you looking forward to. Liz, you have firsthand experience helping shape the U.S. policy toward China. A core premise of the U.S. policy in recent years has been that China harbors this long-term ambition to displace the U.S. as the leading global power. Do you think, it's a little related to the question to Steve, do you think President Trump shares that view? And what do you think are the most important differences between the Biden and Trump approaches to China? Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Ling Ling. It's great to be here with you and with Steve and Reinhardt. So I actually do think that President Trump shares the view of former President Biden that China seeks to replace the United States as the leading power on the global stage. He has said so several times, actually, just in the past 6 months. But I also think he probably has a different conception of what U.S. leadership on the global stage means than President Biden did. And I think it's a narrower conception, a narrower construct. So I think, first of all, I think he's focused overwhelmingly on the economic relationship. I think, as Steve identified, on trade. I think there is a military component. I think he is concerned about that as well. And the U.S., his administration has said that the security in the Indo-Pacific is second only as a national security priority to border security. So that has been put out there formally. But I don't think he has, as part of his platform, which was quite central to the Biden administration, a sense of the moral imperative of the United States, leading the, free world, democracy as a value. And I think you can look at what's happened in the State Department recently. They've taken off their website, for example, the value of defending free and fair elections, right? There are a number of issues now which our State Department, around the issue of human rights, is no longer engaged in on the global stage. So I think that whole pillar, which has been quite traditional for both Democrat and Republican presidents, over the past, 70 years, is, I think, not part of this administration's, or not part of the president's vision for U.S. leadership. I think also, hearkening back to Ambassador Balakrishna's remarks about the magnanimous hegemon, I don't think there's much evidence of the United States in this administration as the magnanimous hegemon. I think the America First sort of framing is very much a I win, you lose, you win, I lose. So, and I think there's a much more transactional element to it. I think the president's made clear that he thinks the United States has borne not only too much of the burden in terms of global security, but also too much of the burden when it comes to global public health, not interested in leading on issues like climate change. So a pretty significant withdrawal from not only leadership, but just participation in many multilateral institutions. And I think that's a big difference as well between the Biden administration and the Trump administration in terms of what we would constitute as U.S. leadership on the global stage. I think briefly, I could spend a long time talking about the differences as I see them between the Biden administration strategy and Trump administration's strategy, or not really strategy, I think, as Steve suggested. Look, Biden administration was pretty clear. Tony Blinken, Secretary of State Blinken, put out there in May of 2022, invest, align, compete, right? We're going to invest in, our own economy, develop, become competitive for the 21st century. That was CHIPS and Science, the Inflation Reduction Act, the bipartisan infrastructure law. These were the necessary sort of components to enable the United States to be competitive for the 21st century with China. And I think it speaks to a line that has always stuck with me when Secretary, I don't want to call him Tony, Secretary of State Blinken and Jake Sullivan met with Wang Yi and Yang Jiechi, where he said, we need to be able to negotiate from a position of strength. And I think really the first 3 years almost of the Biden administration were devoted to that objective, being able to negotiate from a position of strength. So that meant in the first instance developing, our own economic resilience. I think second, aligning with our allies and partners. So a huge push, not only with our Asian allies, where I think the first Trump administration did a pretty good job, but also with our European partners, and a whole range of new institutions, I won't go into all of them, designed to promote that kind of collaboration and cooperation. And then finally, the compete part, which sitting in the Department of Commerce, I would just say on the economic front, had everything to do with, both export controls, investment, in and outbound investment restrictions, and developing supply chain resiliency. So again, the tools that would enable us to defend against unfair Chinese practices or malign practices, and also to project, right, with our supply chain resiliency, I would say. So I think those were the major parts of the Biden administration strategy. In the last year, there were some elements of cooperation as well. But I think, Nick, you would agree, they were fairly limited. We tried, but they were mostly directed toward establishing channels of communication. In terms of actual concrete successes that the administration achieved working with China, I think were pretty limited. I think for the Trump administration strategy, I think they came in with sort of two. I would say the economic side, what it sounded like was we were going to be moving from a de-risking sort of approach, which I think was part of the Biden administration, to more of a decoupling. We were going to take the action on the tariffs. We were going to be stronger on export controls. I think there's been inconsistencies in how that's been delivered. We don't need to go into them, or we could later. But I don't think we could hold them to that at this point, just watching what happened. I mean, we sent the head of BIS, which is responsible for export controls, to the negotiations in London, which suggests that actually export controls are up for negotiation, which was something in the Biden administration we said, those are not ever up for negotiation because they relate to our national security. Right, that's what export controls are about. So that's a pretty, again, a little bit of an inconsistency or some, I'm not sure what's happening. And then on the security front, I think if you look at Secretary Hegseth's speech at Shangri-La, dialogue, he said right up front, China is an imminent threat, but the strategy was not necessarily articulated all that clearly. It mostly was, and so partners and allies in Asia, you need to spend more on your defense, you need to buy American arms. He did say that any military action against Taiwan would be met with devastating consequences. So I think there have been signals, and then again, we've seen questions about whether or not we will continue to support AUKUS. So I think there have been signals of a strategy emerging, but a lot of inconsistencies in terms of policies and tactics that have come out after that. So I think it hasn't gelled. And I think, I'll just finish with this, I think a big part of the problem is that, Steve already described President Trump and how he operates, but I think there's a big difference between the cabinet that we had in Trump 1 and what we have in Trump 2. And I think in Trump 1, you had a cabinet that had very deep and broad expertise on China, and they were able to craft a coherent China strategy. And I don't think that's the case with this administration.
Thank you. A lot of food for thought, and I particularly want to follow up on what Liz talked about, the inconsistencies in some of the things the Trump administration are doing when it comes to export controls. Steve, you mentioned that for the near term at least, President Trump really wants to have a deal with China. And President Trump has said he would like China to open up. However, President Xi Jinping appears to have no intention of really changing China's economic model that produces excessively and displaces competition globally. What do you think in the negotiations with the Chinese, what do you think the Trump administration should prioritize, right? They want the deal, so what would the deal look like? Is it just about TikTok, about fentanyl, about rare earths, about purchases? What should they prioritize? And what leverage do you think they should be prepared to use to achieve that priority? Thank you.
Yeah, so I want to kick off by coming back to two things Liz said. One is the lack yet of a coherent security policy in the Trump administration. And while there is certainly ample evidence to draw that conclusion, I'd also hasten to add that we're 6 months into the administration. And 6 months into the first Trump term, we had a cabinet that was not the same cabinet 2 years later when coherence began to coalesce inside the policy. So we got a long way to go, folks. And but so far it's a work in progress. I would definitely agree with that. The other is that Liz said we don't know. She didn't know, but none of us really know what's going on inside the negotiations. But I actually think we know more than we think. So when it comes to this agreement that was announced about 2 weeks ago, I think there's ample circumstantial evidence now to suggest that there was a standstill agreement where the Chinese would relax restrictions that they had put on critical minerals and industrial magnets in exchange for the United States freezing export controls on technology to China and some selective retreat from those export controls. And with no fanfare, a decision was made to loosen constraints on silicon chips just this week, with no announcement, no justification behind it. But I think we have enough circumstantial evidence to know what that interim agreement was to reach a peace while they negotiated a larger deal. And the larger deal, I think we also know a lot more about that than we think we might from watching outside, because it's very likely to resemble in its broad contours the Phase 1 trade deal that was negotiated between 2017 and 2020. And at the heart of that was a substantial purchase of U.S. agricultural and industrial goods. The president uses the trade balance as his singular yardstick to measure the economic fairness in bilateral relations with any country around the world, including allies. And it's no different in the case of China. And the president's focus on this is a short-term objective, because the Chinese actually are playing for time here. And while I said that they were quick to start negotiations and will be slow to close them, they also recognize at a certain point they're going to have to pay a certain price to make to create at least some temporary balance in the U.S.-China trade relationship. The question is, will that extend to deeper structural reforms on issues like respect for intellectual property or the export of Chinese overcapacity? And that's much less likely in this agreement, but that's not to say that it won't be addressed, because there really were only three ways that we as an outside party were ever going to influence China's decisions on how it runs its own domestic economic policy. One, which we tried exhaustively in the first decade and decade and a half after China's entry in the WTO, was technical dialogue, government to government, the strategic and economic dialogue, the Joint Committee on Commerce and Trade that got into the granular structural problems of the Chinese economy that would open it up to the rest of the world. But I think it's a reasonable conclusion to say the Chinese were largely diddling us during that entire discussion. They didn't do anything to rectify those fundamental issues, and there's nothing we could do from the outside to persuade them to do so. Too many vested interests, too many national objectives. If anything, they doubled down. The second way that we might have affected Chinese considerations in these issues is by creating a competitive balance outside China, by developing enough scale in the global marketplace to basically incentivize the Chinese to play by everyone else's rules. We had trade negotiations like the Trans-Pacific Partnership, the Transatlantic Trade and Investment Partnership that would have unified the U.S. economy with the European economy, with the broader Indo-Pacific economy. And this scale outside of China would have left China in a position where it had to make some tough choices itself on how to remain competitive and how to have access to that market. But that failed as well. And that failed largely because the tide began to shift on globalization and on trade. And so the third possibility, which may be the outcome of President Trump's negotiations, is you simply put enough barriers around China's economy to prevent them from transshipping or exporting that overcapacity that essentially leaves them drowning in overcapacity and forced to make very, very tough domestic, political, and economic policy decisions to rectify the problems themselves. And that may, in the end, be the most successful. And so in these negotiations that the Trump administration is undertaking with trade partners around the world, there is now a boilerplate provision of higher tariffs on transshipped Chinese goods. So the Chinese are not going to be able to use back doors to get into the U.S. economy. Truth be known, many of those countries are more than happy to have that because it justifies their efforts to prevent deindustrialization of their own economies by blaming it on the United States of America, but actually trying to protect their own domestic manufacturing as well. The other thing that this is likely to be driven by is that while the president has already made clear there's going to be a minimum 10% tariff for any final agreement with any trading partner around the world, it's very likely he's going to push that number higher for China. And these two factors, blocking transshipment of goods, playing to the interests of other countries to keep China from overwhelming their industrial base, and making it more expensive for China to export its goods to the United States market, may possibly create enough pressure that the Chinese finally take on the politically tough challenge, and I have some empathy for them. Restructuring that economy is going to be painful because it was 2 decades in the building, and it's going to take just as long to rationalize it and create a sustainable economic model that's driven in a balance of domestic economic demand and export of goods in which the Chinese have comparative advantage. But that's not where we are today, but maybe the Trump administration's negotiations, not as the top priority, because the president wants a big, splashy purchase of several $100 billion of American goods, but maybe in the end, it also proves to be the right way to reform the Chinese economy.
Well, here's hoping. Thank you. Reinhard, there is a perception that Beijing, you talked about earlier that Europe does have leverage over China, but there is a perception in Beijing these days that, they feel that they're pretty much undeterred by the prospect of European economic retaliation. This really raises a crucial question about the EU leverage. What significant and perhaps painful economic measures is the EU prepared to deploy to alter China's cost-benefit analysis? Are previously untouchable areas like access to Europe's aerospace or advanced manufacturing sectors now part of that strategic consideration? Thank you.
Well, first of all, I would like to emphasize that I agree with the logic that Stephen just explained. I think there's no point in hoping that at some moment in the future we would negotiate Xi to grant us reciprocity or any of the kind, or to be more lenient on the chances for our companies to do business in China. But we do have leverage, and I think we should have a wide scope when you think about that. We do have leverage because of, let me put this very succinctly, because of the pressure that President Trump is exercising on China. As they have fewer opportunities of entering the US market, they're under more pressure to try stabilizing their access to the European market, because that's the other big accessible market that they could have. So in that regard, if we start using that dependency that they have on our market and also on access to our technologies, I think there is something to be done. When we talk to Chinese academics or think tankers and ask them what they want of us, the number one item they would mention would be access to technology. I believe we can work on that, and of course we have to be willing to suffer some pain. You can never inflict impact without suffering some yourself. And give you an example, that's the EV tariffs. That's not a very entertaining perspective for the German automotive industry, because Volkswagen has been relying on the perspective of re-exporting EVs that they built in China to the European market. So their business model depends on not having EV tariffs. That's the reason why they fight against it. We still have to insist on that, so that inflicts pain. I don't think we should look for maximizing pain. I would not talk about putting tariffs on dolls. Would focus on strategic industries. But I think we should also go beyond that arena. For instance, there is a necessity to shape a good narrative. China tries to frame what we're doing as the privileged industrialized nations trying to keep developing nations from rising. And they appeal to the global south and other countries saying, look, you help our rise and you will rise after us, but if you don't help us, fighting the West nobody will rise. Effectively, and you alluded to that, and it's also been mentioned yesterday, I think, there are nations in the global south that are suffering from Chinese over-subsidized exports of overproduction. Indonesia is one example. In Chile, they closed the only steel plant they had because they couldn't compete with highly subsidized Chinese steel exports to the country. So I think we should work with these partners to develop a different narrative, saying, and this is what Secretary Gates once said at the Shangri-La Dialogue Forum, we don't oppose China's rise as long as it doesn't prevent everybody else's rise. I think that could be our narrative. And that would imply that we team up with hypothetical partners, like, for instance, resource-rich countries. We're now heavily dependent on Chinese rare earth. The Chinese don't control rare earth mining altogether, but they have a quasi-monopoly of rare earth processing. Now, we could finance schemes of helping resource-rich countries develop their own processing capacities, which would give them a leg up with regard to the industrialization they seek, and would give us access to a source for industrial raw materials that China would not control. So that is also part of fighting back, of using leverage, by having a wider scope of what we could be doing. And of course, there is some consequence that few in Europe would yet be willing to say loudly, which is, I believe, in the final analysis, there cannot be an insistence on free trade with a non-free market economy. So this thinking hasn't taken hold in Europe yet, but I think that's where we're going, where we have to be going.
My last question is to Liz. We talked so much, I'm sorry, just one more question. We talked so much about the Trump administration, what they're doing, what they're thinking. Let's shift focus a little bit to China itself. What do you think China wants from the Trump administration? What does it understand in terms of opportunities and challenges presented by the Trump administration? Thank you.
So since we're already over time, I'll try to be very brief. I think China wants probably two big things. Number one, I think it wants respect. I think it wants acknowledgement from the Trump administration that China is a power equal to that of the United States. Second, I think it wants the United States to leave it alone. It wants it to leave it alone so that it can pursue its own vision of reclaiming the territory that it considers to be its sovereign territory, like Taiwan, South China Sea. Leave it alone to become the #1 technology power, so no containment, no export controls, to Steve's point, and to refashion, I think, the entire international system. And I think we haven't had any discussion of these kinds of issues on this panel. We've really focused, I think, 99% on economic issues and some on the security, but this is a much bigger vision that China has around how you define human rights, the end of the US-led alliance system, de-dollarization of the global economy. There are big transformations that China has in its mind for the way that the international system, should operate. And I think that's also what the Trump administration should be focused on, but I fear is probably not.
Great. Thank you so much. I'm like a reporter on deadline, always trying to get more time to finish the story. But thank you so much. I wish we had more time. Thank you to our
Thank you to our
panelists. Yeah,
thank you to our panelists in Ling Ling. Just a few notes. Downstairs now, we're going to be having a wonderful book talk with Vali Nasser and Jim Shuto, and drinks are being served and some snacks. Tomorrow, we're giving everybody a lie-in. We'll start at 9:30 in the morning with an excellent panel on U.S. competitiveness. Otherwise, we hope you enjoy the day. All of our videos are up, and thank you very much. Please enjoy.